Chapter 7. 1740, 1740, 8 chiefly in London and Bath, and at Sandalford visits to Bulstrode and to Cambridge. The first letter of 1746 is dated January 1 to the Duchess of Portland at Bulstrode. The Montagus remained quietly at Sandalford till Parliament met. At the end of April, or commencement of May, Mrs. Montagu lost her excellent and amiable mother from a return of her former illness. I have no letters till the following one, undated, in reply for a letter of condolence of Mrs. Frane's. Dear Madam, the tender hand of a friend does all in the power of human art to heal the wounds given by affliction. That you love me and interest yourself for me must on all occasions give me comfort. It is not consistent with duty or prudence to be ever considering one's loss with those circumstances of tenderness that make one unable to bear up against it. So I will say as little as possible of the dear, tender parent, and endeavor to recollect her only as a most excellent woman, and try to become good by her example. She concluded with an heroic constancy the most virtuous life. From her prosperity, she drew arguments of resignation and patience, and expressed the greatest thankfulness that Providence had lent her so many blessings without repining that they were to be taken away. How few are they that do not grow proud and stubborn by that indulgence which made her humble and resigned. She had spent her life in doing those just, right things that bring peace at the last, and after living so many years in the world, left it with the greatest innocence of soul and integrity of heart I ever knew. How much superior is this to the forced and immeritorious innocence of a sequestered cloister? For after having bent to all the duties of human life, she had not contracted any of the vices or bad affections of it, nor had she the least tincture of the secret faults of malice or envy, which often lurk about the hearts of those who are esteemed persons of unblameable conduct. Through every action of her life she deserved to be loved and esteemed, and in her death almost to be adored, for in that scene she appeared almost more than human. But this subject is too affecting, nor can I think of my final separation from such a friend with the resignation I ought. I beg you would think favorably of a journey to Sandalford. You cannot imagine the pleasure it would give me to see you there. We are still roasting in this dusty town, but hope a very few days will carry us into the country. I am, dear Mrs. Frane's, most affectionate cousin and sincere friend, Eliz. Montagu. The only other letter on this subject is from Mrs. Lydia Botham, Mrs. Lawrence Sterne's sister, a portion of which I give. The handwritings of the two sisters were much alike. Yoxall, May 25, 1746. My dear cousin, if your knowing how sensible I am of your loss of my dear aunt, and how deeply I share in your affliction, could afford you any relief, I should endeavor to lay open a most sorrowful heart to you, though I could send you but a faint copy of it, for my grief, like yours, is at present too big for utterance. I can offer nothing for your consolation, but what I'm sure your own thoughts will have suggested to you, that the valuable parent you have lost has lived to enjoy the greatest blessing a parent can have, the seeing her children brought up in health and prosperity. That she who acted so strictly up to her duty in every capacity here is only removed from the happiness she reaped in her family, to receive the further and infinitely greater reward of her well-doing. That since the giver of life saw fit to finish hers by so painful a distemper, it is some comfort that her misery was of no longer duration. From these considerations, I am persuaded you will find all the consolation that such an affliction can admit of. Your letter is dated the 5th, but it did not reach me till the last post, and had the Dublin postmark on it. I had received the melancholy news from Lady Suffolk, but could not write to you immediately upon your misfortune. The news of my poor aunt's death is a heavy addition to such a load of sorrow as I was before nearly ready to sink under. My eldest girl has lately discovered some tendency to my asthmatical disorder. The thought that she received this from me, and that the rest of my dear babes stand the same unhappy chance, is such an affliction to me. I mourn with my uncle, but shall forbear writing to him for fear of adding to his concern. Mr. Botham was vicar of Yoxall, Staffordshire. By the will of his maternal grandfather, Thomas Morris, the estates of Mount Morris and East Horton, Kent, now passed to Matthew Robinson, Mrs. Montagu's eldest brother. His father, Mr. Robinson, who had always disliked country life, now made London his headquarters. In a letter of June 22 to the Duchess of Portland, Mrs. Montagu says, "We shall stay in London about a week, getting a plan for finishing a house which we are to have in a street near Berkeley Square, in a street not yet much built. It will be better to stay a year for the finishing than to take what one does not like." This was the house in Hill Street, in which she lived many years. At this period, Lord Andover presented the Reverend John Botham to the living of Albury in Surrey. Mrs. Botham and Mrs. Sterne had, as we learn from a letter of Mrs. Montagu, been brought up in great luxury, with a constant succession of company, whilst their father, the Reverend Robert Lumley, was alive. Reduced to poverty by his death, they both married men of small fortune. Therefore one is not surprised that Lydia Botham, unaccustomed to small means, and, in spite of her delicacy, extremely fond of society, soon incurred debt and embarrassment with a growing family and small income. Lady Andover, who was her constant and best friend, writes on June 26 to Mrs. Montagu to explain the excessive melancholy of Lydia, who was proceeding that week to Albury. She says, "The blame they lay upon themselves for having lived beyond their circumstances, and the sense of having injured their children, of whom they are most tender, is a reflection sufficient to bring a person of Lydia's sense and goodness to the dejected state she is in. I that love and value her most sincerely, and who have largely shared in the best she was ever possessed of, bear a great share in her sufferings." She then goes on to talk of how she and the Duchess of Portland wished to get more preferment for Mr. Botham. "I have not seen Harry Legge for a great while, but I know he has a very sincere regard for Lydia, and should hope it was in his power to do them some good. But then, alas! Poor Johnny is such a Johnny that there arises all the difficulty of getting them any preferment. Lydia also is so blind to all his defects that the least disrespectful thought of Johnny would make her more than ever miserable." She continues to say, "Any exchange from Staffordshire must be advantageous to them, for there, as they unfortunately began with entering into all the expenses that attend a great neighborhood, they could never have lived in the way they intend doing and may do here. This place is but a mile from them, and I don't despair of making a very beaten path between us by constant use." Harry Legge, second son of the Earl of Dartmouth, was Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of Exchequer, a first cousin of Lady Andover, S. Mrs. Montagu hastened to Albury, and, from a letter of Lady Andover, S. appears to have not only given good advice for the future, but helped their purse. Harry Legge also paid them a visit, endeavored to persuade them they could live on £300 a year, gave good advice, but made no promise for the future. Lady Andover says, "He gave them frugal good advice, but no hints or promises to make the discourse be relished. He went away yesterday morning, and I am persuaded when it is in his power he will remember them." At the end of the letter she says, "I am quite of your mind concerning Lord Tullibardine, full of wonder that he should choose to sneak out of life much more like a rebel than resolutely suffering public execution. I hear of great interest making for tickets to see the executions, and fear humanity is at a very low ebb." William Murray, Marquis of Tullibardine, died July 9, 1746. The Earl of Kilmarnock and Lord Balmerino. Mrs. Montagu was much distressed by the poor boy employed in her garden at Sandalford having accidentally fallen into a pond there and been drowned, an account of which she writes to the Duchess on August 7. In this letter, she begs the Duchess to send the little peer, as he was fondly called Dr. Courier, to stay with her, from Bulstrode, where he had been domiciled some time. At the same time, she asks for 2 peacocks. After asking for Dr. Courier to beg your 2 peacocks, are there in nature things that differ like this philosopher and the bird of noise, vanity, and ostentation? The peacocks were to console a white peahen at Sandalford for the loss of her mate, a white peacock, which, together with a quantity of poultry, had been stolen by the bargemen of Newbury. The Montagus sent a party of armed servants to inspect the barges, but only feathers and eggs were discovered. The peacocks were duly conveyed by wagon to the windmill, Slough, whence the Newbury wagoner, Sandy, conveyed them to Sandalford. The Duchess, in writing about them, adds, "Lord Cromarty is pardoned, the king sent for my lady to acquaint him with it. Was not that doing it in the most tender, compassionate manner?" Mrs. Donnellan was at this time at Tunbridge, at Lord Percival's house, and Mrs. Montagu jokingly confided her father, Mr. Robinson, who was there, to her care. On August 5, Mrs. Donnellan writes to say of Mr. Robinson, "I can assure you he is in very good widower's spirits." She adds, "He has lent me his chariot daily to carry me home at night to Lord Percival's." Mrs. Donnellan waited at Tunbridge till the death of her friend, Sir Robert Sutton, which was daily expected. When it took place, she accompanied his widow, Lady Sunderland, and his daughter, Miss Sutton, to London. The right Hun, Sir Robert Sutton of Broughton, Lincolnshire, wife of Sir Robert Sutton, had been third wife to 4th Earl of Sunderland. Mrs. Botham, having an alarming attack of asthma which caused her 6 sleepless nights, Mrs. Montagu writes to recommend her valerian tea made from the roots. Evidently, Lydia was not a notable housekeeper, as she also instructs her in the art of keeping a weekly account book and entering in it every item of expense. The Duchess was anxious for the Montagus to go to Bulstrode, but the visit was deferred, as the 3 younger Robinsons were spending their holidays at Sandalford, and the Captain and Morris Robinson expected Mr. and Mrs. Frayne there as well. Poor old Mr. Carter, the steward, was just dead of fever, which it was thought he caught when on agent's work at Newcastle, where fever had been rife amongst the unhappy prisoners of the 45 confined there. He was a great loss to Mr. Montagu, who was contemplating a journey north to place his affairs in young Mr. Edward Carter's hands. Dr. Kinnears Middleton, in a letter from Bath of September 21, proposes setting out at Michaelmas, with young Frederick for Sandalford for a few days. Mr. Montagu, accompanied by Mr. Carter, had set out on their northern journey, staying at Newbold Verdon with Mr. James Montagu en route, arriving at Theakstone by October 7. He was agent to Lord Aylesbury. On October 12, from Theakstone, Mr. Montagu writes to his wife, "Mr. Carter has now dispatched what business he had to do for Lord Aylesbury at his courts, and is now at liberty, and on Tuesday morning we design to set out for Newcastle. Home we shall take in our way. I have now with me Mr. Buckley and Mr. Emerson. Amidst all these avocations, J have found time to study and profit by the Haworth philosopher as much as J proposed, and shall not when J return from Newcastle have occasion to delay my journey for any further instruction from him. I am glad Dr. Middleton is going to publish, and the rather because you approve of what he has done. It is a fine subject, and none is capable of doing it more justice than he can. I wonder the young Lord Hervey should refuse to deliver up the doctor's letters, for it would have been a great loss to the learned world if he could not have retrieved the matter of them as he has done. William Emerson, eminent mathematician, author of Doctrine of Fluxions, etc. An account of the Roman Senate. He allowed Mrs. Montagu to read the manuscript. George William, Baron Hervey, 2nd Earl of Bristol. On October 19, from Newcastle, Mr. Montagu writes, "My dearest, yesterday Mr. Carter and J rid out and viewed Mr. Rogers' estate of Denton lying upon the river west of this town, a fine tract of land with a fine colliery belonging to it. After we came in B.P. Benson of Gloucester, who had been doing duty for the Bishop of Durham, being at our inn, desired the drawer to present his compliments and would be glad to see me. He is a very polite man. This morning Mr. Bowes came and made me a visit, invited me to Gibside, and proffered me any assistance he could give me. I promised to pay my respects to him and dine with him when J was prepared to talk with him about those affairs in which he and Mr. Rogers are concerned in partnership. Mr. Rogers' affairs consist of a great many concerns, particularly in collieries, lying at a great distance from each other, and as they have been neglected, great encroachments have been made which require some pains to detect. Mr. George Bowes, owner of Gibside Park, Streatham Castle, and Hilton Castle, Durham. Early in November, Mrs. Montagu visited London to take leave of her 2 sailor brothers, who were going to China. On the 10th, she was to visit Bulstrode. In writing to the Duchess on the 2nd, she says, "I am very glad Lady Wallingford has not left Bulstrode. Extremely rejoiced Mrs. Delaney is come there. Infinitely happy Lady Primrose remains there, and for Mr. Frayne I propose much happiness in seeing him. Nay, Anne Drelingcourt, wife of 3rd Viscount Primrose. Lord Rosebery says she once sheltered the Pretender." On November 24, writing to Mr. Montagu, his wife says, I wish my brother Morris had done Lord Lovat's trial. I have great desire to see the Solicitor General's speech. As to Sir W. Young and Lord Cook, S., I heard them perfect, and shall perhaps hardly think them worth further regard and attention. I lost a great deal of Secretary Murray's speech, which, as it combined an account of the first overtures of the rebellion, I think matter of curiosity. He was beheaded April 9, 1747. The curious remedies of the period are shown in a letter of Mrs. Botham, of November 25, where she says she has been taking elixir of vitriol for her asthma and is now going to try tar water, then supposed to be a universal medicine. She adds that the Glebelins, 60 acres in extent at Albury, had been let for £17 a year for 30 years, but as no one bid Johnny more, he was now farming it himself, as it provides our family with grain, fowls, bacon, milk, butter, and eggs. In the next letter from Bulstrode, to Mr. Robinson, his daughter says, Mrs. Delaney tells me Mr. Granville thinks himself very happy in passing some of his hours with you. She says she has great ambition to please you, as you are an artist and a connoisseur. She is now copying a portrait of Saccharissa from Vandyck, and I believe it will please you very well. The Duchess is in better spirits than ever I knew her. Time has added accomplishments to her young family, her gardens are much improved, her house is new furnished. The last letter of the year, to the Duchess mentions, I hear there is going to be published a new comedy by Dr. Hoadley and a tragedy by Mr. Thompson. I have no great expectations of the comedy, for Dr. Hoadley is a sober physician and must be a kind of comedian malgré lui. As to Mr. Thompson, we know the pitch of his muse, and with what dignity his buskins tread the stage. She winds up with best respects to the huge godfather of all shellfish, who, though not so frisky I presume, as nimble as his sea-brother the Leviathan, or his horny palfrey the seahorse, or his lapdog the porpoise. Benjamin Hoadley, born 1706, died 1757, physician to George Roman II, wrote The Suspicious Husband. Tancred and Sigismund. This alludes to Dr. Shaw, the traveller, a constant visitor at Bulstrode, and a connoisseur in shells, which the Duchess took great delight in collecting. Vide the catalogue of the Portland Museum of 1786, in which are hundreds of rare shells. An undated letter of Mrs. Montagu's to the Duchess of Portland of 1747 in my collection, alluding to her visit at Bulstrode, is probably the first of that year. She says, I am this instant from the play, where I have been extremely entertained with that most comic of all personages, Sir John Falstaff. As to Hotspur, he was in a very violent passion in the first act, and I think it is a part not equal to the genius of Garrick. Garrick and Quin were this season taking alternate parts. Quin was then playing Falstaff. A letter of Mr. Robinson's of April 25 describes him giving a drum in London, 4 card tables and others who did not play, and they were all a Kentish set. Dr. and Mrs. Middleton are in town, but they talk of going in a fortnight. I will tell you what I think of her when I see you. This was Dr. Kinnears Middleton's third wife, Anne Powell, whom he had just married, but the exact date I am uncertain of. 2 curious letters to Mr. Montagu from his eccentric young cousin, Edward Wortley Montagu, occur next. He was the only son of Mr. Montagu's first cousin, Edward Wortley Montagu, whose father, Sidney Montagu, was the second son of the great Earl of Sandwich. Sidney Montagu married Anne, daughter and heiress of Sir Francis Wortley, and assumed the name of Wortley. By her he had one son, Edward Wortley Montagu, who married Lady Mary Pierpont, daughter of Evelyn, Duke of Kingston. They had 2 children, Edward, born in 1713, and Mary, born 1718, who married John, Earl of Bute. To give young Wortley Montagu's eccentric life here would take too much space, but the reader will find an epitome of it at the end of this work. In 1745, he was in the army through the influence of his relation, the Duke of Montagu, had been through the campaign, and was present at the Battle of Fontenoy. He became a prisoner of war, but was shortly before the date of the first letter exchanged, and, coming to England, was given, by the Earl of Chesterfield, a commission to carry a packet of important papers to his relation, Lord Sandwich, being informed of the contents of them in case he was waylaid and robbed. Mr. Montagu had always acted a kind part towards his young cousin, and frequently interceded for him with his father, old Wortley Montagu, in his endless escapades, which were enough to try any parent's heart. Philip Dormer Stanhope, Earl of Chesterfield, celebrated politician and author, then Secretary of State, then Minister Plenipotentiary to the States General. As the letters are of interminable length, I only quote portions of them. In the first, from Harwich, April 22, becalmed en route for the army, he begs Mr. Edward Montagu to recommend him to the Duke of Montagu as messenger to the court of Prussia, whither he heard a dispatch was to be sent. He alludes to his father having visited Lord Chesterfield to ask about him, as they were not on speaking terms then, though his father was at the same time anxious he should enter Parliament. The second letter is from Turgos, May 15, 1747, N.S. We sailed from Harwich with the wind contrary, and were 2 packays in company. We were attacked by a privateer of 16 guns and got clear of him after a combat of between 4 and 5 hours. As soon as I arrived at Helvoet, I went immediately to the Hague, stayed 1 day there, and then went on to HRH. With a paquet from Lord Sandwich. The moment the Duke saw me he told me I was released, and ordered me to take post and join my regiment. The moment I got to the regiment, I found it retreating from the French, having lost between 200 and 300 men and about 10 officers killed or wounded. Our major is among the former. When we got to the seaside, we did not find vessels enough to embark us all, so our regiment, as the eldest, embarked the last. But when all Braggs and most of the Highlanders were got off, we and the remainder of them were attacked by a body of 1,200. They were so well received that they quitted us, after having lost 3 officers and about 27 men. We lost only 1 officer and very few men. Billanders came just then, and we got off very luckily, for had we stayed 10 minutes longer we should all have been killed or taken, for we were scarce on board when we saw a considerable body march to the ground we had been on. The Duke of Cumberland. Edward Wortley Montagu's handwriting was excessively neat. His signature, with peculiar flourishes to the Edward, is unmistakable when once known. A dissolution and general election of Parliament took place in June, and Mr. Montagu hastened to Huntingdon for re-election, leaving Mrs. Montagu packing up and removing furniture, etc., from Dover Street to their new house in Hill Street, which was being finished and decorated. In a letter of June 18, from Huntingdon, Mr. Montagu says, "Yesterday was a day of more business, for we walked the town, where we met with very uncommon success, having met with 1 negative only. Mr. Wortley the elder came from Peterborough to give us his assistance. He seems very well pleased with what my lord has done for his son, and will, dare say, bring about a perfect reconciliation, though, as yet they have not seen one another, nor will till they perhaps may both be in London. The day for my election is not yet fixed. I may, if time should allow, ride over to Cambridge to congratulate Dr. Middleton on his marriage." Old Wortley Montagu. Edward Wortley Montagu. Lord Sandwich gave Mr. Montagu £500 towards his election expenses. Young Wortley Montagu was trying for Parliament at the same time, and was returned, and Matthew Robinson was seeking election for Canterbury. On June 23, Mrs. Montagu writes her last letter from Dover Street to her husband. "I am now on the point of leaving this town and my disfurnished house. Please to send to the Crown Inn for a box, in which I have sent your frock with the gold loops. My brother does not meet with any opposition." The Hill Street house being still unfinished, Mrs. Montagu went to Sandalford, accompanied by Mrs. Donnellan, previously securing a room for her husband in town, my father's lodgings at Mrs. Cranwell's in Shefford Street, near Red Lion Square. On June 30, Mr. Montagu writes, "My dearest, it is with great pleasure that J can tell you our election is well over. Everything passed yesterday in the manner one could wish, and there was little of that riot and madness which is the constant concomitant of things of this nature. Captain John Montagu, who represented Mr. Courtenay, is yet here on account of a ball which we are this night to have in the Assembly Rooms. My cousin gives great satisfaction in the county. I think his nature to be good as well as his parts, and hope he will be an ornament to his family. I am sure he is very grateful to me. I have invited him to Sandalford. My Lord Sandwich is entire master both of this town and county. He has so riveted his interest that J believe nobody will venture to oppose as long as he lives. He is really a very great young man, with great talents and many amiable qualities. Young Edward Wortley Montagu. On July 8, Mr. Montagu writes from London, having changed his lodging to Mrs. Barrow's at the Golden Fleece in New Bond Street. He says, "I left Huntingdon on Friday in the afternoon and got to Cambridge between 7 and 8 in the evening, walked about the colleges, and then sent for Mr. Branson to inquire about the Canterbury election. The next morning at 8, J waited on Dr. Middleton and breakfasted and dinned with him and his wife. The doctor received me in a very agreeable and friendly manner, asked me why J did not the night before take up my lodging with him, pressed my longer stay. He has married a very agreeable, good-natured woman. Her person is extremely good in her prime, must have been very handsome. She seems to have very good sense and a great deal of good nature. She went along with the doctor and J, and spent an hour or two seeing Dr. Woodward's fossils, and afterwards she entertained us playing on the harpsichord, in which she is a considerable proficient. In short, the doctor seems to have consulted his happiness in what he has done, and J congratulated him upon it in the handsomest manner J could." John Woodward, born 1665, died 1728. Geologist, founded a chair of geology at Cambridge. Dr. Currier had now joined the Sandalford party. Dr. Partak and his family dined here yesterday. After dinner, we all went to see the Via Hermite, who received us at the gate in a manner rather smiling Eastern courtesy and ceremony than rural simplicity. He bowed to the ground several times, led me in, then accosted the little peer by the title of the courier. Standen asked merry classical questions of Dr. Partak, particularly whether he had been on the plains of Pharsalia and of Marathon, and if he had passed the straits of Thermopylae. He was overjoyed to hear the temple of Theseus was entire. Dr. Partak is a faithful relater of what he has seen, but does not embellish his narrations with any imagination of fancy. Reverend Dr. Partak, born 1704, died 1765. Bishop of Ossory and Meath, author of Descriptions of the East, etc. Writing to the Duchess on July 6, Mrs. Montagu says, "A few days ago I carried Mrs. Donnellan and the little peer to see Mr. Sloper's gardens and house at a time when I was assured he was absent on his election. But seeing a man ride up the avenue at the same time, I took it into my head it might be Mr. Sloper, so I did not alight immediately. The housekeeper came to me and asked if I would walk in. I said I should be glad to see the house if Mr. Cibber was not at home. The housekeeper looked aghast, as if she had spoilt a custard or broke a jelly glass. I colored Mrs. Donnellan tittered, Dr. Currier sputtered, half French, half English, and began to search for the case of a spying glass I had dropped in my fright. As my organs of speech rather than of sight seemed defective, I was little interested for my perspective, but sat in the coach making melancholy reflections on my mistake. Mrs. Donnellan could not compose her countenance, so that we were near a quarter of an hour before we got out of the coach, and after so long a pause I walked into the house, greatly abashed. Mr. Sloper lived at Westwoodhay House, near Newbury, built by Inigo Jones. To understand this joke it must be explained that Mrs. Theophilus Cibber, the celebrated actress, was the mistress of Mr. Sloper. She had been forced into marriage with Theophilus Cibber, son of old Cibber. The celebrated actor, and her husband, who was a worthless man, had connived at the connection. In a previous letter of Mrs. Montagu's of 1744, mention is made of a house at West Woodhay furnished by Mr. Sloper for Mrs. Cibber, entirely in white satin. A further passage says, "I believe I could shake your spleen with a description of Dr. Currier's figure when he arrived here from Oxford through a whole day's rain, but let it suffice that he shone with drops of water like the diamond Ficades. How his beaver was slouched, his colored handkerchief twisted, and his small boots stuck to his small legs. How the rain had uncurled his wig, the spleen dejected his countenance, the cramps spoiled his gait. Not being much accustomed to riding, he was so fatigued and benumbed he could scarce walk, that for so good a Christian he appeared surprisingly like undiable Boitiu. Mrs. Donnellan and I could not help laughing. With the vivacity of his nation, he fell in with the mirth, and helped on the raillery his figure provoked. Mr. Montagu was detained in London by much legal business. He tells his wife her father, Mr. Robinson, carries him to Ranelagh. She retorts, "I am very glad my father carries you to Ranelagh, but tell him I desire he would not make you a coquette, a character I think him a little inclined for. Anna Maria Cibber, née Arne, celebrated actress, born 1714, died 1766. Theophilus Cibber, son of Colley Cibber, actor and dramatist, died 1757. On July 18 mention is made of Lord Sandwich embarking for the seat of war. The next letter, July 23, to Mr. Montagu, from young Edward Wortley Montagu, who had been returned knight of the Shire of Huntingdon, described an election ball. Our ball last Monday was very brilliant. We had a very elegant supper for near 200 people, and finished by dancing till 6 in the morning. He mentions my friend untying his purse strings with the greatest reluctance, and was very peevish to see so many people at supper, which he thinks very unwholesome. This is probably old Wortley, his father. A christening of one of Lady Sandwich's children had just taken place. Mrs. Montagu was godmother by proxy. I assure you I wish the real godmothers had been there instead of the substitutes. Then, stating Lord Sandwich had left so hastily they did not know if he had arranged for venison for the races, he begs Mr. Montagu to ask the Duke of Montagu to send him 2 bucks, to be here by Tuesday. The Duchess of Portland, writing on July 24, mentions, Lady Bute is with me. She is a most agreeable friend in all respects. This was Edward Wortley Montagu's only sister, Mary, who was born in 1718, whilst her father was ambassador to the port. She had married in 1736, John Stuart, 3rd Earl of Bute. A long letter of Mrs. Montagu's in reply to the Duchess contains some amusing descriptions of the trio herself, Mrs. Donne, and the little peer's expeditions from Sandalford. Yesterday we went to see a very extraordinary place. A gentleman has built a house on the summit of a prodigious hill, where there is not a drop of water nor a stick of wood. He has planted some fir trees, which are watered every day by carts that bring the water about 3 miles. He has sunk a well to the center of the earth, from whence some laborious horses draw him as much water as may wash his face, or in a liberal hour supply his tea kettle. The winds plays about his house in so riotous a manner, that a person must poise themselves in a very exact manner to maintain their ground and walk on 2 legs with an erect countenance, as it is the glory and pride of human nature to do. The first house this gentleman built was in a bottom, where the ground was all wet and marshy, overgrown with willows and alders, and extremely peopled with frogs. There he found himself ill at ease, and no doubt but in time would have died of a dropsy, as I now fear he will be destroyed by a wind colic. A few days ago we were at Miss Lyle's wood and grotto, the work of 9 sisters, who in disposition as well as number bear some resemblance to the Muses. On Monday we think of going to Lady Fane's grotto. Mrs. Donnellan and I are going to make a shell frame for a looking glass. I think a looking glass to be the properest for the first work, as everybody will be sure to find something they like in it. Mary Stanhope, widow of Charles, Viscount Fane of Basildon, once maid of honor to Queen Anne. At Basildon, still called the Grotto. In the next letter of August 23 is the description of Lady Fane's grotto. The situation is, like most grottos, placed where a grotto would not be looked for. It joins to the house. Now having told its only defect, I will go on to the rest. The first room is fitted up entirely with shells, the sides and ceiling in beautiful mosaic, a rich cornice of flowers in baskets and cornucopias, and the little yellow sea snail is so disposed in shades as to resemble knots of ribbon which seem to tie up some of the bunches of flowers. There is a bed for the hermit, which is composed of rich shells, and so shaded that the curtain seems folded and flowing. The room adjoining it is the true and proper style for a grotto. It is composed of rough rock work in a very bold taste. The water falls down it into a cold bath. This grotto is about 50 yards from the Thames, to which the descent is very precipitate. From the shell room you have no advantage of the Thames, from the other room you have a view of it. The house to which this grotto is joined is a small habitation where Lady Fane used to pass a good deal of time. Lord Fane's seat is about a mile from it. It has not indeed the view of the Thames, but is finely situated in a bower of beech wood, and before it a pretty prospect. From the grotto we went to a wood by the Thames, where we sat and eat our cold dinner very comfortably. In the afternoon we walked up a hill which commands a fine prospect. The Thames winds about in the manner it does at Cliefden. There is a want of wood, as I think the country rather flat, but the prospect is very extensive. You see Oxford and Reading, one on the right, the other on the left hand. In our road thither, one of the wheels took fire and burnt through the axletree. A wheelwright was applied to, but he had been carousing at a christening, and was not in that degree of sober sense requisite to make even an axletree. A justice of the peace whom the king had knighted lived hard by. To him we applied for a coach, as it was part of his office to send vagrants to the place of their abode. Alas! His coach, which contrary to other things used to rest on the weekdays and work only on the Sabbath, had not been licensed, to the great inconvenience of his lady and the grief of Carter John, who one day in the week was a coachman. What was to be done? The sun was declining, we were 20 miles from home. A good inn with the sign of the Blue Boar, Green Dragon, or Red Lion would have pleased us better than all we had seen, but alas! The only village within reach offered us a homely lodging under thatched roofs. We were a party of 7, and might have stormed the village with more ease than the French can Bergen op Zoom, but the plunder W'd not have given us a supper, or the place afforded us a lodging. But on finding the uncoached justice was married to Sir Robert Sutton's niece, an acquaintance of Mrs. Donnellan, she sent her compliments, told our distress, and we were kindly received that night. The wheelwright slept himself sober, the next day made us an axletree, and we came home laughing at our adventures. Basildon Park. Lady Rush. The Montagus had projected a tour to Southampton for some time, and towards the end of August they set out, accompanied by Dr. Currier, leaving Jack and William Robinson at Sandalford. Writing to the Duchess on September 22, Mrs. Montagu says, "We went from hence to Winchester, where we saw the cathedral, attending service on Sunday. It is a very neat Gothic building in so good repair that time seems rather to have made it venerable than old. The choir is very handsome. There are many old monuments. Several of the Saxon kings have their bones collected into a sort of trunk. William Rufus is interred there too, in a kind of stone chest. William of Wickham and Cardinal Beaufort bear their ensigns of the prelatic order on their tombs, which are very handsome. But let us leave the pride of the dead for the luxury of the living, and go on to Mr. Dummer's. The gardens are pretty, and there is a fine lawn before the house, from whence there is a rich prospect and a distant sight of the river at Southampton, where we arrived pretty late in the evening. The next morning we surveyed the town, which I think is very pretty, but what most pleased me there was the prospect from a little round tower from which one has the finest view imaginable. The sea and river most encompass it. From hence we went to Mount Bevis. Your Grace knows it so well I shall not describe it. What a noble basin does the river form at the end of the bowling green. How fine a prospect from the mount. Lord Peterborough says in a letter to Mr. Pope in reference to Mount Bevis, I confess the lofty Saccharissa at Stowe, but am content with my little Amoret. His lordship had great reason to be content, for though Stowe, like a court beauty, is adorned and ornamented with great expense, the native graces of Mount Bevis surprise and charm the beholder, and have an effect that art can never reach. We spent a good deal of time in these charming gardens. Went from them to Lyndhurst, one of the king's houses in the New Forest, which housed the Duke of Bedford lends to Mr. Meadows. Cranberry Park near Hursley. The seat of the great Earl of Peterborough, now incorporated into the town above Bar. Charles Mordaunt, Earl of Peterborough, born 1658, died 1735, soldier and diplomatist. Brother-in-law of Mr. Montagu. From 3 other letters to Sarah Robinson, Mrs. Donnellan, and Dr. Frayne, I give paragraphs. Speaking of Mount Bevis, she says, in a room on this mount, Pope used to write, and I imagine he wrote his universal prayer there. For the unbounded prospect leads the mind to the great author of all things, and to say to him, whose temple has all space, and see, there is a little recess in the wood where he used to study, and here perhaps he meditated his satires, for we are most apt to blame the crowd when we ourselves are out of the tumult. At Lyndhurst, the Meadowses took their guests to see the forest. Saw Burley and Boulder lodges, the one belongs to the Duke of Bolton, the other to Lord Delawar. Saw the forest, where there are, after great depredations, still some fine trees remaining. Went one day to Hurst Castle, which commands a full view of the Isle of Wight. We dined on our cold loaf in the room where King Charles was prisoner. It is a neat, strong castle, but small Harry Bellardine is governor of it. Another day we were carried to Beaulieu, a seat of the Duke of Montagu's. The wood and water make it the finest summer situation imaginable. The house was part of an old abbey, and there are traces of the monastery that show it was large. We saw a fine prospect of the river and Isle of Wight from a place called Exbury. From Lyndhurst, we went to Salisbury. On the Sunday, we went to the cathedral and heard an excellent sermon from the Bishop of Lincoln. We received great civilities from the Bishop of Salisbury and Mrs. Sherlock. I cannot describe Wilton, it exceeds all that poetry and painting can represent. A fine lawn leads you to a charming river, on which there is a bridge, and such a bridge. What sort of bridge, say you? Why, such a bridge as the gods would build to lead the souls of the blessed from Lethe to Elysium if Charon would permit it. This leads to a fine hill, covered with nature's verdant carpet, adorned with fine plantations. We descended from this hill and crossed the river again over another elegant building, and so returned to the house. The apartments are very noble, the statues and busts are famous. The rooms are very fine, and there is one which exceeds any I ever saw and which has in it the fine family piece by Van Dyck. It really exceeded my expectation. The figures are so finely painted, their attitudes are gestures, and their looks are speech. There are many other fine pictures. From Salisbury we directed our course to Stonehenge, which is an astonishing thing. Thence we went to Amesbury, where great improvements are making. There is a little river which winds about so as to make the place appear almost an island. There are 3 pretty bridges, one in the manner of a Chinese house. The Duke of Queensborough has planted the hill very prettily. The house was a hunting box, built by Inigo Jones, the front handsome, the inside very small, only one fine room. We got that night to Marlborough, early enough to walk in Lord Hertford's garden. Lord Hertford has made a pretty grotto. From Marlborough we took our route to Lord Bruce's. The access to it is very noble, avenues planted or woods cut through, for a mile and a half before you reach the house. The house contains a great number of fine rooms richly gilt and adorned with handsome chimney pieces. There are many family pictures and some very good ones. Dr. Courier is still here. My brother Tom was here 3 weeks. The Westminsters are here, and they are admitted at Cambridge, so are now very happy. Founded in 1204 for Cistercians. Thomas Sherlock, born 1678, died 1761. Afterwards Bishop of London. The Earl of Pembroke, S. A Palladian bridge, here Sir Philip Sidney wrote his Arcadia. Belonged then to the Duke of Queensborough, the patron of Gay. Savernake Forest House. John and William Robinson. I copy a letter of Dr. Courier's here. November, 1747. Dear Madam, si sans doubt un mauvais génie, qui a fait trotter ma lettre partout à l'Angleterre, au lieu de l'adresser directement à Sandalford, et cela pense dans le dessein de me mettre de mauvaise humeur en vous subconnant d'indifference. Au de m'inquiéter par des alarmes sur votre santé. Votre réponse a remédié au mal, et exercer le mauvais esprit, qui essayait injurer de vouloir nous brûler ou nous refroidir, mais qui en a fait quoi découvrir sa malice, sans rien produire de si quil, avoid eu en vue. J'espère que cette lettre ci ne fera pas tant de circuits. Je vous félicite de la continuation de la belle saison. Nous en avons eu notre part à Londres, et depuis, comme vous le dites, faites lire son soul sur les injustes, comme sur les justes à moins consulter nos iniquités, que sa miséricorde. Je ne laisse pas d'être un peu scandalisé de vos reproches. Croyez-vous donc qu'il n'y ait de saints que dans les villages, et nous mettez-vous tous au rang des réprouvés? À la vérité. Le monde de fort grands défauts, ni croyez pas que j'ai l'excuse. Il est méchant, leger faux, il trompe, il séduit, il abuse. Il est auteur de mille mocs, mais tel qu'il est, il nous amuse. Ainsi ne soyez pas surprise, si je ne suis pas aussi un ami de la ville que vous prétendez l'erreur. Quand votre sort vous y vous changeras de morale comme de demura, et en quittant les penates de Sandalford pour ceux de Londres, si changement de place vous fera changer d'idolatry, et vous convaincre de l'injustice de vos déclamations. Si en est pas prétout, que je condamne votre gout pour la campagne. La solitude est belle en vers, on est charmé de sa peinture, mais elle de fâchu revere, quelque bien quan soit, le temps dure, et je vois dans cet univers quan aime à changer de posture. Je vous suis très obligé de l'offre que vous me faites d'écrire ma vie, au lieu de mon oraison funèbre. Mon amour propre trouve à s'y satisfaire dans ce projet, et si sera une chose également, nouvelle et curieuse de voir la vie d'un philosophe écrite de la main d'une dame, qui en approuve nices maxims, nices inclinations. Mais quoiqu'il puis, etresse trop de honneur pour moi de voir un tel historiographe, pour ne pas accepter votre offre. Et quand bien mime orwa a escar quelques trait de satire parmi les alages. Genie pour wa que vous savoir bon gré, devoir voulu vous exercer sur un sujet, dont le principal mérite serait, devoir passer par vos mains. Pour dire tout le mal que vous dites de vous même, vous avez sans doubt des raisons que je n'ai pas pour le croire. Et tant que je les ignore, je ne puis pas vous voir par daughters you que par les means. Mais puisque vous accusez d'être si vain, je dois vous taire si que je pense de vous, de pour d'augmenter encore la vanité, dont vous dites coupable. Restons chacun dans elide que nous avons, vous en serez plus humble, sans que je sent diminuer pour vous mon amitié, et mon estime. Le duc et la Duchesse de Portland sont venus ici pour la naissance du roi. Ils repartirent higher pour Bulstrode, uji vous conseiller wa volontiers lorsque Mr. Montagu vous aura quitté dollar passer quelques temps. Vous y aurez un peu plus de compagnie, et la votre ni gâterait rien à l'allure. Mrs. Donnellan sera ici demain au le jour d'après. J.I. Taugers regardez la promesse, il vous avoit fate comme un compliment sans conséquence, et gni pu imaginer quel, put revenir de King's Weston quen compagnie, si qui lui ôtrait la liberté de vous voir. G. Sois très obligé à Mr. Montagu et à Miss Robinson de leur souvenir. Mes amitiés à l'un et à l'autre. Indépendamment de si que G. leur dois, ils suffit quils vous appartenant, pour quils me soyant chers. Voici, madame, une longue lettre. Peut-être vous en ira-t-il ainsi casjades la few avant que den écrire la lecture. Une autre fois je serai plus court, et me contenterai de vous dire que je vous aime autant que vous le méritez, c'est à dire beaucoup, et que je sois très sincèrement tout à vous. Le Courrier. À Londres, c. 3 November, 1747. Matthew Robinson had been returned member for Canterbury with little opposition. In writing to her father to press his visiting at Sandalford, Mrs. Montagu begs him to leave his canvases, but bring his painting materials. We will provide all possible conveniences for your work, and you may create immortal plants, clouds that will never dissolve in rain, nor be chased by wind, and suns that shine larger than in the miraculous days of Joshua. She also thanks him for Hoyle's book on chess, and Taylor's on perspective, and some drop medicine called Devil's Drops, which Mrs. Montagu alludes to as having a quality that makes one less fit for conversation than the vapors themselves. Matthew Robinson writes from Trinity Hall, Cambridge, to his father as to his young brothers William and John. William was at St. John's and John at Trinity Hall. Both matriculated most creditably. William was said to be the best scholar of the year of his college, and John's tutor had a high opinion of his talent. Matthew addresses his father, Honored Sir. William became soon an intimate friend of the poet Gray. Parliament being summoned for November 10, Mr. Montagu set out, but very unwillingly, as his wife had been suffering much from spasms of the stomach, a complaint she was much plagued with. In a letter of November 14, he promises to send a pamphlet on Lord Lovat's trial and Mr. Lyttleton's verses. This latter was the celebrated monody which he wrote after the death of his first wife, née Lucy Fortescue, who had died on January 19 of this year, leaving him with 2 children, Thomas, afterwards 2nd Baron Lyttleton, and Lucy, who married Arthur, Viscount Valentia. Mr. Montagu, accompanied by his neighbor, Mr. Herbert of Hickler, inspected his new house in Hill Street, which was then being ornamented, and with which he was not pleased. They then proceeded to see Lord Chesterfield's house, which was nearing completion. He says his principal apartment, which is on the ground floor, will be very magnificent. Mrs. Donnellan writes on November 17. I went with Mrs. Southwell on Saturday to King Lear to see Garrick and Mrs. Cibber. Both performed extremely well. I think he took the part of the old testy madman better than the hero, and Mrs. Cibber is the soft, tender Cordelia in perfection. I am only provoked that they have altered Shakespeare's plain, sincere, artless creation into a whining, lovesick maid. I would have an Act of Parliament, at least of Council, that nobody should add a word to Shakespeare, for it makes sad patchwork. I have read Mr. Lyttleton's monody. 'Tis moving and seems to speak the feeling heart. Madame Granville desires her duty, She is sorry you are not in town. There was a charming execution yesterday to smugglers and a Jew, and a fine view from her windows. Wife of the Right Hun, Edward Southwell. Mrs. Montagu's health being extremely delicate, she was ordered to Bath, accompanied by her husband and sister. They stayed at Mrs. Purdy's Orange Court. In a letter of December 28 to Mrs. Donnellan she says, "The day after I came I consulted Dr. Hartley. He gave me comfortable words, said mine was a bath case, would be cured by the waters, but medicines were improper and dangerous, and neither ordered bolus, draughts, or electuary, or any of the warlike stores of the faculty. The waters do not disagree with me, nor have I been ill since I came in any violent degree. My spirits are not in the best order, which you will not wonder at when I tell you my brother Tom has a miliary fever. Dr. Wilmot does not perceive any danger at present, but cannot pronounce him safe till the fever leaves him. Dr. David Hartley, born 1705, died 1757, physician, philosopher, and writer. Her second brother, admitted to Lincoln's Inn, April 14, 1730. Alas, poor Tom died on December 29, his hitherto brilliant career being cut short, my grandfather Matthew, 4th Baron Rokeby, says, by a cold caught by being overheated in a pleading before the House of Commons. He was a young man so promising in his profession that the then Chief Justice of the King's Bench exclaimed, "We have lost the man in England for a point of law." His treatise on Gavelkind still continues to be the standard book on that subject. In sprightliness of wit and fertility of invention, he much resembled his sister. He left on Mrs. Montagu's recollection an indelible impression of admiration, and a regret which no subsequent acquisition in friendship could sufficiently compensate. The Common Law of Kent, or The Customs of Gavelkind, with an appendix concerning Borough English. First edition, 1741. Second, at a date I have not been able to ascertain. Third, in 1822. Fourth, in 1858, edited by J. D. Norwood of Ashford. In writing to Mrs. Donnellan soon after, she says, "My poor brother's virtues and capacity gave me the fairest hopes of seeing him enjoy life with great advantages. A fatal moment has destroyed those hopes, but it must be length of time that can make me submit to the cruel disappointment. He was an honor and happiness to us all, and I never thought of him without pleasure." In a letter to Mrs. Donnellan from Bath, dated February 6, the following passage occurs. "The coffee house is really grown sprightly. We meet Mrs. Pitt, Mrs. G. Trevor, Mrs. Grosvenor, Lady Lucy Stanhope, and a few more, and we are often very merry, and sit round the fire after other people go away. The Frains were at Bath, but their little boy Robert being inoculated for the smallpox kept the cousins apart. Anne Pitt, sister of Mr. Pitt, maid of honor to Queen Caroline. The coffee house apparently adjoined the rooms, as is shown in the reproduction of Nixon's original watercolor drawing of such a scene as Mrs. Montagu describes, now in Mr. Broadley's valuable Bath collection. Her spirits reviving, Mrs. Montagu, writing to the Duchess, says, "Whisk and the noble game of E.O. employ the evening. 3 glasses of water, a toasted roll, a Bath cake, and a cold walk the mornings." But the regimen agreed with her, and she accompanied Mr. Montagu to Sandalford on May 1, leaving Sarah Robinson, who was suffering from headache, with her friend Miss Grinfield at Bath. From this period dates the extreme intimacy which grew up between Miss Robinson and Lady Barbara Montagu, sister of George Montagu Dunk, 2nd Earl of Halifax, who was then living at Bath, and invited Miss Robinson to stay with her. The Hill Street house not being completed, Mrs. Knight, a cousin of the family, lent Mrs. Montagu her house in Golden Square, London. Miss Grinfield, just mentioned, was just made a dresser to the princesses, daughters of George Roman II. Nay, Robinson. Miss Grinfield is in waiting. The place is enough to weary a person of the strongest constitution. Their highnesses rise early and go to bed late, are waited upon by the dressers at dinner. Princess Caroline has one to read to her continually. Poor Nancy is to have only the £100 per annum, and no clothes till one goes off. Married 1766 to King Christian Roman VII, of Denmark. In the same letter, Mrs. Montagu mentions Miss M. Anstey had been staying with her, but her parents insisted on her returning to them to help furnish Trumpington, near Cambridge, a property they had just come into. sister of the author of the New Bath Guide. From the Middletons, Mrs. Montagu writes to Mrs. Donnellan. Cambridge, June 15. Dear Madam, as I date my letter from the modern capital of the Muses, you will perhaps expect that I should send you some strains of immortal poetry. But I have not yet met with any such thing, and must rather give an account of the buildings than the literary works of the university. I had some pleasure in the recollection of the easy, careless years of infancy, some part of which I passed here with the most tender of relations, a fond grandmother, in comparison of whose indulgence all other indulgence is severity, as you must be sensible if ever you had the greatest of infant comforts, a grandmother. So much to my particular circumstances, then to the general situation of the university. The colleges do not in general stand so as to give ornament to the town as those of Oxford, but if the town is the worse for it, the colleges are the better, as they open to the fields, and from thence receive and give a fine prospect. King's College, Clare Hall, and Trinity Library, and the finest of Gothic buildings, King's College Chapel, makes a beautiful appearance from the public walks. Trinity College is a most noble thing. The quadrangle is a sixth part bigger than that of Christ Church in Oxford. The library is very handsome, and esteemed one of the finest rooms in the world. In the library, there is preserved the skeleton of a gentleman who left his bones as a monument of his regard to mankind on purpose to instruct even the most superficial observer of the formation of the human body, and at the same time designed that his name, like his body, might be snatched from the grave. How various are the roads to fame! Some seek them by grand and pompous obsequies, others expect them for not having Christian burial, and hope to be remembered by a magnificent tomb or the want of a coffin. I always thought vanity the very marrow of a human creature, and it sticks to them even to their very bones. What gives me the greatest pleasure is the seeing Dr. Middleton married to a person who seems formed to make him happy. She is very well bred and agreeable, has a most obliging temper, likes his manner of life, shows him the greatest regard, and among her accomplishments, I must take notice of her playing on the harpsichord in great perfection. I found two brothers very well, and extremely happy in their situation. Anne Powell, his third wife. She then continues that, Master Knight having taken smallpox, she cannot go back to Golden Square, but into 2 bedrooms in her unfinished house in Hill Street. This sentence shows that Mrs. Donnellan was a friend of Mr. Samuel Richardson, the great author. I wish you much pleasure with the Nightingales at North End, and you have a good right to be of so harmonious a society. North End, near Fulham, was Mr. Richardson's country house. He had published Pamela in 1740, and Clarissa Harlowe, which was to make such a lasting sensation, was published in this spring of 1748. Samuel Richardson, born 1689, died 1761. Novelist and publisher, wrote Sir Charles Grandison, etc., etc. Mrs. Montagu writes to her sister, who is still at Bath on June 25 from Hill Street, where, as she states, everything is in great confusion, the middle floors not laid. Mrs. Detamere, her lady's maid, had just lost her husband, whom she had not seen for years, but loved dearly. She appears to have been a poor lady, but the cause of her living separate from her husband does not appear. Dr. Shaw had been consulted as to a return of Mrs. Montagu's spasms of the stomach, and recommended the extraordinary remedy of sweating. This was to remain in bed for days and weeks in flannel sheets, which at midsummer could have hardly been endured. She says, "He assures me I shall neither be sick or nervous. After my sweating fit is over, I am to drink asses, milk, ride on horseback, and grow fat and jolly. I am now thinner than ever, so the reformation will be greater if I grow fat. My brother Robinson had a very pleasant journey to Aix, where I dare say he will have a great deal of pleasure. There will be a great concourse of people of all nations, and Lord and Lady Sandwich are extremely obliging to him. Mr. Flower sent your jumps yesterday. I did not pay for them on account of his raising the price. A sort of stays. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had been signed in March, Lord Sandwich and Sir Thomas Robinson being the English plenipotentiaries. Lady Sandwich, going out to join her husband, persuaded Mr. Matthew Robinson, who was a great friend, to escort her to Aix-la-Chapelle. Short Sir Thomas Robinson, called in contradistinction to Long Sir T. Robinson, Mrs. Montagu's cousin. In order to while away the weary hours of lying in bed at Sandalford, Miss Anstey and Detamere had to read aloud to Mrs. Montagu Admiral Anson's book, A Voyage Round the World, recently published. Sarah Robinson designated it as the best receipt book in England as far as dressing turtles and some Indian animals can reach. Mrs. Donnellan had lost her stepfather, Mr. Percival, on April 26 of this year. He had long been in declining health. She was very anxious about the remedy Mrs. Montagu was taking and demanded constant news. She recommends Townsend's translation of The Conquest of Mexico to be read to Mrs. Montagu. Her mother, she writes, had taken a house for the summer months, a little beyond the walls of Kensington Gardens, and I have a key to the nearest door. Dr. Shaw is mentioned as going away on his travels, leaving no directions for his patients, and the Duchess of Portland as giving him £600 to enable him to travel and find her shells and curiosities, for which she had an insatiable appetite. Sarah Robinson continued at Bath with Lady Bab Montagu, and hints are thrown out in some of the letters of an attachment springing up between her and Mr. G. L. Scott, mentioned before. Captain Pigot, an admirer of Sarah's, is described as dressed according to custom in a tied wig fresh powdered, a bloom-color cloth coat, laced most magnificently with gold, and bloom-colored stockings. He visits our door continually, but all the consequence is a little expense in chair hire to him. 2 people with immense trains of attendants are noticed as then at Bath, the Earl of Harrington and Earl of Hertford. The latter never stirs without 3 footmen, and his very chairmen have shoulder knots. William Stanhope, 1st Earl of Harrington, Viceroy of Ireland, Th. Earl, afterwards Duke of Somerset. 3 letters of Matthew Robinson to his sister from the Continent whilst with Lord and Lady Sandwich contain a few interesting paragraphs. After my last letter we set out for Spa, whither we travelled through the Duchy of Limburg, a most beautiful country to look at, and among the rest we saw to the left the Forest of Arden where Jacques moralized. But though it is about 80 miles in circumference, by means of bad government and its revenues being carried to its princess, the Empress, to Vienna its capital, Limburg is a pitiful village, and in the whole duchy there are not above 4 or 5 other villages, still more contemptible. At Spa we lived a very merry life, and were entertained by an Hungarian prince and other German nobility. Tokay and other very good wines gave us a taste how very fine a country Hungary must be, but our scheme was unluckily cut short in the middle by Lord Sandwich having a sudden call to Aix. Upon our return Sir Thomas Robinson was here, who at his lordship's request is joined with him as second plenipotentiary. He says he is an old familiar of my father's, and inquires much after him. Our life here is as it used to be. The Sunday before last there was a most magnificent gala, a dinner, supper and ball at the French ambassador's on account of St. Louis Day, where I assure you I was much charmed with the unaffected liveliness and gaiety of the French. Last Sunday we had a second part of the same comedy by the Dutch on account of the Prince of Orange's birthday. Besides a dinner and supper, there was a ball at the Maison de Ville, which of itself is very magnificent, and was finely decorated by Mr. Van Haren. Lady Sandwich both in her journey and here has often wished for your company. Tomorrow morning I set out for Bonn upon the Rhine, and we go from thence all down the Rhine to the Hague. Matthew and a Mr. G. left Lord and Lady Sandwich at Aix. Young Edward Wortley Montagu was acting secretary to Lord Sandwich. From the Hague he writes in October. Since I wrote to you last I have taken a long and pleasant journey up the Rhine among the palaces of the 4 electors. From thence I am come to the Hague, about 10 days ago. From the neatness of the town, the incomparable walks and rides about it, its rendezvous of ministers and politics, it is a very agreeable place to live in. The ministers here by turns hold assemblies of the men at their houses, morning and evening, and I have dined at the house of one or other of them almost every day. The court is well filled and well attended, but as formal as our own. The most extraordinary person here is Mr. Graunan, the father of Mrs. Trevor, wife of our envoy, who has knowledge and sense enough to be mighty well acquainted with the history of Europe, and to be supposed by some people to be writing the history of his own times, to have constantly every noon about him a resort of the ministers and best company here, to be the center of all their news, and to be the particular and intimate acquaintance of several great men. And among the rest, the correspondent of Lord Chesterfield, and yet at the same time to be so mad as for fear of infection literally not to touch any human creature, neither his servants, his children, nor even his second wife. Mr. James Montagu, half-brother to Mr. Edward Montagu, had for some time been deaf and was now in a very dropsical state. He now fell very ill. Mr. and Mrs. Montagu nursed him tenderly till the end, which took place on October 30. From letters of Mrs. Meadows to Mrs. Montagu, one learns the brothers had not been brought up together, hence the blow was less acutely felt. He appears to have died in London. His estate of Newbold Verdon in Leicestershire was left to Wortley Montagu. Mrs. Meadows says, "I can't help feeling a little hurt that Newbold goes where it should not, but I really believe Sandalford is a pleasanter place to live in." In a letter to Sarah, Mrs. Montagu says, "Mr. Montagu is now returned from the melancholy ceremony of opening the will. My brother has left us a handsome legacy, and also all his plate and jewels, which last, he told the person who made the codicil, would be proper for me, as I had refused any when I married, perhaps his brother would forget them. I hear the plate is valued at £1,500, and the jewels, they say, are fine, but I never saw them. I esteem the goodwill and kindness of the donor more than ever I shall the glittering gems." The two sailor brothers had just returned from the East Indies. Charles grown from a fine boy to a very clever man, he is improved in all respects. My house looks like an Indian warehouse. I have got so many figures, jars, etc., etc. You would laugh at the collection. My gown I brought out of the ship buckled under my jumps. It is very pretty and the work extremely neat. The captain has brought china, lutestrings, taffeties, and paduasoys. They wear so well, but the colors are not as good as those of our manufacture. Tea was also brought, and Dr. Kinnear's Middleton had £4, at 16s, a pound. He had just brought out his Free Inquiry into the Miraculous Powers. Matthew Robinson writes of it on December 17, "Middleton will tell you there is no belief to be given to any of the miracles related by the fathers. Hume says that there is no belief to be given to miracles related by any man whatsoever." And thus end the letters of 1748. David Hume, born 1711, died 1776, philosopher and historian. Chapter 8. 1740, 1751, Society in London, and at Tunbridge Wells beginning of correspondence with Gilbert West, and residence at Hayes. An account of a subscription masquerade given at Ranelagh in May opens the letters of 1749. My grandfather, by mistake, put this in 1751. It succeeded a magnificent fête and masquerade given on May 1 in celebration of the peace. Vide Horace Walpole's letter to Sir H. Mann, Volume Roman II, p. Mrs. Montagu writes to her sister at Bath on May 8. "I am ashamed that I have been so remiss in writing to my dear sister, but business and amusements have poured in torrents upon me. I was some days preparing for the subscription masquerade, where I was to appear in the character of the Queen Mother. My dress white satin, fine new point for tuckers, kerchief and ruffles, pearl necklace and earrings, and pearls and diamonds on the head, and my hair curled after the Van Dyck picture. Mrs. Trevor and the Lady Stanhopes adjusted my dress so that I was one day in my life well dressed. Miss Charlotte Fane was Reuben's wife and looked extremely well. We went together. Miss Chudley's dress, or rather undress, was remarkable. She was Iphigenia for the sacrifice, but so naked the high priest might easily inspect the entrails of the victim. The maids of honor, not of maids the strictest, were so offended they would not speak to her. Henrietta Maria. Mrs. John Morley Trevor, née Montagu. Daughters of first Viscount Stanhope, their mother was a Pitt. Maid of honor, and secretly married to Viscount Bristol, afterwards Duchess of Kingston. Pretty Mrs. Pitt looked as if she came from heaven, but was only on her road thither in the habit of a Chanoness. Many ladies looked handsome, and others rich. There was as great a quantity of diamonds as the town could produce. Mrs. Chandler was a starry night. The Duchess of Portland had no jewels and was miserably dressed. Lord Sandwich made a fine huzzar. Mr. Montagu has made me lay by my dress to be painted in when I see Mr. Hoare again. His picture is thoughtlike, but the face too full for my thin jaws. I stayed till 5 o'clock in the morning at the masquerade and was not tired, but a glass of your champagne and water gave me a fit of the colic the next day, and I have never been well since. But I had better luck than Miss Conway, who was killed by a draught of lemonade she drank there. I suppose you have read Lord Bolingbroke's new work. As it is short, we idle ones in London can find time to peruse it. Née Penelope Atkins, wife of George Pitt, afterwards Lord Rivers. Miss Jenny Conway, sister of Lord Conway. The idea of a patriot king. Mrs. Montagu paid a visit to the Bothams at Albury soon after this. From the letters it appears Mr. Matthew Robinson was pressing a suit on Miss Godshall, a rich heiress living near Albury, but it came to nothing. In June, Mrs. Montagu, being recommended to drink the Tunbridge waters, was accompanied by Lady Sandwich, who was also ordered there. Mr. Montagu remaining on business for a while in London, Sarah Robinson still living with Lady Bab Montagu at Bath. A letter from Lady Talbot welcoming them to stay with her till they found a house now appears. She was the wife of William, 2nd Baron Talbot, afterwards Earl Talbot and Baron Dinver, née Mary de Cardonnel, a great heiress who had been married at the age of 15. An amiable, affectionate person and a great friend of Mrs. Montagu's. Mrs. Montagu writes for her chariot to be sent to her, she and Lady Sandwich having performed the journey in Lady Sandwich's postchaise, then a new vehicle. The four-wheeled postchaise, invented by Mr. Jethro Tull. They stayed 3 weeks drinking the waters, during which Lady Talbot had a bad fall from her horse. A report reaching Tunbridge Wells that Lord Sandwich had a fever. His wife, accompanied by Mrs. Montagu, drove in 4 hours to London, where they found him recovered by the taking of bark. As Lady Sandwich wished to be present at the Huntingdon races, she did not return to Tunbridge, but Mrs. Montagu persuaded her sister-in-law, Mrs. Meadows, to accompany her there for a week. Mr. Montagu now joined her from Sandalford, whither he had been accompanied by Captain Robert Robinson, the sailor brother. The captain proceeded on to Bath to see Sarah. Before leaving town, Mr. Montagu had been much distressed at the illness of his relative, the Duke of Montagu, and sent daily to inquire after him. He had only been at Tunbridge a few days before the Duke died, and he was summoned to town as an executor, together with the Dukes of Bedford and Devonshire. Mrs. Montagu writes, I am grieved at the heart for the poor Duke of Montagu, as he was your friend and the friend of mankind. His memory will be dear to all that knew him. He is embalmed in the tears of the poor and the distressed. It is happier to die lamented than to live unloved. This is the Duke of Montagu mentioned by Horace Walpole, page 141 of his letters to George Montagu, as the head of all the queues. In the codicils, legacies were left to his servants, dogs, and cats. Horace says, as he was making the codicil, one of his cats jumped on his knee. What, says he, have you a mind to be a witness too? You can't, for you are a party concerned. John Montagu, 2nd Duke, born 1705, died February 16, 1749. The Queus was the nickname of the large Montagu circle. He left no male heir, only 2 daughters, the Duchess of Manchester, who had remarried Mr. Hussey and Lady Cardigan. Their mother was the 4th daughter of the celebrated Duke of Marlborough. Mr. Montagu got £100 as executor. Whilst he was detained in London, Mrs. Montagu made an expedition to Coombe Bank in company of Mr. and Mrs. Vesey. This is the first mention of people who were destined to become most intimate friends. Mrs. Vesey was the daughter of Sir Thomas Vesey, Bishop of Ossory. She married, first, Mr. William Hancock, secondly, her cousin Agmundesham Vesey of Lucan, Ireland. He was M.P. for Harristown. Mrs. Montagu writes, I went yesterday along with Mrs. Vesey to see General Campbell's place. We set out to avoid heat a little after 6. Lady Allen lent us her coach and 6. We got to Coombe Bank by 9. It is about 16 miles from here. We walked about the gardens, which are very pretty, and saw the house, dined under the shade, and about 4 o'clock Mr. and Mrs. Vesey got into their postchaise to go to London. I mounted my horse and went to Sennoke, where Lady Allen's coach waited for me. Lord Sandwich and Lord Anson were just come to the inn, and going to dine on turtle, to which they invited me, but I had made a more agreeable meal in General Campbell's garden. I am going to dinner to Lady Talbot's, where I breakfasted. Lord Sandwich and Lord and Lady Anson and a great deal of company are to dine there. We have now such a crowd, we expect a splendid ball tonight. I received great civility from Mr. and Mrs. Vesey, and they desired to know how I got home last night, so I must beg you to send the enclosed note to them in Bolton Row. They desired leave to see the house and celebrated feather screen, so I have wrote to Betty to have the house in order, and to set the screen for them. Coombank is but a small place, but a fine terrace commands a beautiful view of the country. The house is most elegantly furnished. We were offered everything as politely as if the general had been there. We had a fine dessert of fruit served in the finest china. Our dinner we carried, but wine, tea, and coffee were offered us. 3 hours doing 16 miles shows the badness of the roads. This feather screen was in 6 panels, one of which was worked by Miss Anstey, in imitation of one of the Duchess of Portland's. The feather work, immortalized afterwards by the poet Cowper, had been begun, but it was the Duchess of Portland's original idea. Numerous letters mention feathers being sent or asked for. Lydia Botham collected the plumage of peacocks, pheasants, and jays. Every known sort of parrot and macaw was placed under contribution. From Albury, the boxes of feathers were sent by the Guildford coach to the White Horse Cellar in Piccadilly. With these came 50 pens made by Lydia from her geese. Dr. Jurin kept Mrs. Montagu longer than she intended drinking the waters of Tunbridge. During her stay, there amongst the company were the Duchess of Somerset and her daughter the Duchess of Bedford, Lord and Lady Fitzwalter, Lady Ancram, Lady Anson, Lord and Lady Elibank, Dowager Lady Barrington, Lady Betty Germain, Lord and Lady Vere Beauclerk, Lady Talbot, Lord March, Lord Eglinton, Lord Granby and Lord Powys, Lady Winchelsea, the Bishop of London and Mrs. Sherlock. Dr. James Jurin, born 1684, died 1750, physician, mathematician, and author. Second wife of Charles, the proud Duke of Somerset. Her daughters became, one Marchioness of Granby, the other Countess of Aylesford. In a letter to Dr. Frayne, this is said: "In many respects this place is inferior to Bath, in some it is better. We are not confined here in streets. The houses are scattered irregularly, and Tunbridge Wells looks from the window. I now sit by a little like the village you see from our terrace at Sandalford, only that the inhabitants, instead of Jack and Joan, are my lord and my lady." Newtown. A letter of September 28 of Mr. Montagu, S., after his return to London, is addressed to Hinchinbrook, where his wife had gone to stay with Lady Sandwich for a grand ball at Huntingdon and the election of a new mayor. He says, "I am not surprised that Hinchinbrook pleases you so well, or that you are of opinion it is capable of being made a fine place. It stands upon an eminence, and commands a fine prospect, which those that made the terrace well knew. The venerable old elms in the road are very ornamental, and the wood at the bottom of the garden is pretty, as is also the plantation in the park. The brook from whence the place takes its name is at a due distance from the house, and might be improved into a river or fine piece of water. I doubt not my lord will do it, if not at present, at an age more suitable. The room where Oliver Cromwell was born I dare say Mr. Audley will be proud to show you, and is seen by all strangers, though I don't believe it consists of one of the same particles of the material of which the room was built when that great man was brought into the world." Mrs. Montagu writes, "The Huntingdon ball was more splendid than I expected. I danced with Lord Sandwich. For beauties we had the 2 Miss Gunnings, who are indeed very handsome. Non-peril, for the sisters are just alike take them together, and there is nothing like them. They are really very fine girls. The daughters of John Gunning of Castle Coote, Roscommon. Elizabeth married first the Duke of Hamilton, secondly the Duke of Argyll. Maria married the Earl of Coventry. There was a third sister, Kitty, married Mr. Robert Travers, but lived in Ireland. On her road back to London, she stayed with the Ansteys at Trumpington, and Miss Anstey accompanied her to London. Sarah Robinson, between whom and Mrs. Montagu there was a slight estrangement on account of her engagement to Mr. George Lewis Scott, which Mrs. Montagu disapproved of, now paid her sister a visit. Matthew wrote to recommend that the sisters should meet as if nothing had occurred to weaken their bond of affection. Sarah's health had improved much by her long residence at Bath with Lady Barbara Montagu, who accompanied her on her visit to Sandalford. Sarah had painted a toilette cover with flowers for Mrs. Montagu's new house in Hill Street, which was beginning to be decorated. In November, Parliament called the Montagus to London. The first letter of 1750 is dated January 3, from Sandalford, addressed to Sarah. I give portions of it. Lady Sandwich was so good as to spend a week with us, and as the weather was fine for this time of year, we went out in the post-chaise all the morning, then dinner, tea and supper pretty well filled the rest of the time. On Monday, I went with her ladyship to Reading, where we lay that night. The next morning she went to town, and I returned hither, where I found my brothers, who give me a very agreeable account of your health. I saw our friend Coates the day before I left town. She is very well and in good spirits, and seems determined to keep her freedom and enter no more into wedlock's bonds. She has only a small lodging, and I think with her economy she might afford herself a house of her own, and she might furnish it in the present fashion, of some cheap paper and ornaments of Chelsea china or the manufacture of Bow, which makes a room look neat and finished. They are not so sumptuous as mighty pagodas of China or nodding mandarins. My dressing room in London is like the temple of some Indian god. If I was remarkably short and had a great head, I should be afraid people would think I meant myself divine honors, but I can so little pretend to the embonpoint of a Joss, it is impossible to suspect me of such presumption. The very curtains are Chinese pictures on gauze, and the chairs the Indian fan sticks with cushions of Japan satin painted. As to the beauty of coloring, it is carried as high as possible, but the toilette you were so good as to paint is the only thing where nature triumphs. Lady Sandwich brought her sons here. They are charming boys. Lord Hinchinbrook is much improved since you saw him, and Master Montagu is a complete beauty. Mr. Morgan is at last deprived of the curacy of Newton, which is a great grief to him. Nanny performs extremely well at the embroidery, and I hope the habit of application will make her useful to herself and other people. I was afraid she would never have been either of those things. Her father and mother are much afraid she should be buried in Westminster Abbey, near the lady that died by the pinch of her finger in working, but I will lay some wager on her head she will not be killed by diligence. As to Jackie Morgan, he has an admirable education for a jockey. He lives on horseback, but can neither read nor write. John Montagu, 5th Earl of Sandwich, born 1744. Edward Montagu, born 1745, Mrs. Montagu's godson. This passage shows the position of the lower class of clergy of the period. Mr. Morgan was of Welsh birth and preached long, dull sermons, as appears from former letters. His wife was a good motherly body, but no more. Mrs. Montagu apprenticed Nanny Morgan, as is shown by her next letter. She is too high and too giddy for a servant. Time and experience may mend her. She likes the business she is going to. I have obliged Mrs. Albert to promise she shall never go without her or Detmere or Mrs. Donnellan's maid. Charles went to Cambridge on Tuesday. Mrs. Montagu's lady's maid. Charles's health had improved, but as he did not like the sea as a profession, he entered Cambridge as an undergraduate. Tell Mr. Hoare when you see him that if he pleases to send my face to Hill Street, it will meet with a kind reception. It is a young face to be sure, but the retrospect to 18 is so pleasant I shall not find fault with it. I am, as you observe, mistress of a post-chaise, which next to having wings is the most convenient thing in the world, and must serve till it is brought to perfection. We liked so well our journey to Cambridge in the summer in a post-chaise which we hired for the time, that we bespoke one immediately. Her portrait by Hoare. The old post-chaises had only 2 wheels. 4-wheeled post-chaises were new and were thought the more dangerous, as being liable to overturn. A letter occurs now from the Duchess Dowager of Chandos, 3rd wife, and widow since 1744 of the 1st Duke of Chandos, surnamed the Princely Duke, the builder of the palatial residence of Cannons, in Middlesex, on which he spent £200,000. Having spent his fortune in building and speculating, Cannons was sold for the material at his death. The Duchess's maiden name was Van Hatton, but she had been married to a Sir Thomas Davil. After the Duke's death, she came to reside at Shaw House, near Newbury, from whence she writes to Mrs. Montagu, and after some inquiries as to health, etc., says, "What different tempers the world consists of. I am told passion sent the late Lord Pembroke out of the world, but that Mr. Middleton who opened him says that both heart and all the vitals were displaced by the continual swathing he used to keep himself from growing bulky. This was itself a discontented temper, and if at any time I should be extremely straight-laced and contradicted, it is certain my crossness would have been very great, and I or my lace must burst. The giving Ward's pill to a cock, and then turning it into broth for old Lady Northampton has something curious in it too, but as it ended in death, I suppose will not be practised further. How many tricks do we try to lengthen life, and yet like poor Lord Pembroke waste it in tormenting our blood because others will not be of our mind, or we are too fat or too lean to please ourselves. If there is not another life where we may be more perfect, more happy, we are certainly the most inconsistent, foolish creatures this world produces. How much better the other planets have for inhabitants I know not. From a letter of Mrs. Meadows, 1744, Shaw belonged to the Duchess, and had been rented by a Mr. Forster, who then went to live at Inglefield. Henry, 28th Earl of Pembroke, died January 9, 1750. Elizabeth, second wife and widow of 11th Earl of Northampton. The earthquake mentioned by Horace Walpole in his letters to Sir Horace Mann, page 349 in Volume 2, on February 5, created much terror. The Montagus were in Hill Street at the time. On February 20, in a letter to her sister, Mrs. Montagu says, "I was not under any apprehensions about the earthquake, but went that night to the oratorio, then quietly to bed. But the madness of the multitude was prodigious. Near 50 of the people I had sent to play at cards here the Saturday following, went out of town to avoid being swallowed, and I believe they made a third part of the number I asked, so that you may imagine how universal the fright must be. The Wednesday night, the oratorio was very empty, though it was the most favorite performance of Handel's. A slighter shock took place a month later. Some people prognosticated a worse shock on April 3, which was to swallow up London. The following letter of the Duchess of Chandos alludes to this. Shaw, April 3. Dear Madam, I do assure you, although I had many accounts of the earthquake, I do easily perceive the difference betwixt a fright and a sensible account of the same matter of fact. The day this, I hope, will kiss your hands and find perfect peace and safety at Hill Street, is the day when in many people have great fears, but in my opinion without reason, for I never heard of periodical earthquakes, and the coolness of the weather I hope will assuage these sulphurous heats. It would now bear hard upon human understanding as well as gratitude, if when they see how very easily the destruction of popular places may be effected, we should not all live in such a way as to make death not so extremely shocking to us, as it has appeared to some of the gay world at this time. The same Providence that certainly made this complicated and beautiful machine is not the children that blow bubbles in air only to divert themselves, but has will and good further designs suitable to his infinite goodness and wisdom, and therefore a hope in him is a real security in all evils. And as to the manner of death I have it, may be a peculiar thought, that there is a degree of pain that human nature cannot exceed consistent with life, which is a great mercy, or else our cruelty to one another would be without bounds. Therefore I will never be too anxious what is the manner of my death, but trust it to that power that sent me into life. Dear Madam, why are much obliged and faithful humble servant, L.C. Chandos. There are few letters for 1750 in my collection. In July, Mrs. Montagu went to Tunbridge Wells, whilst Mr. Montagu prepared to accept the invitation of his Huntingdon constituents to the races, etc., held there. Miss Anstey, who had accompanied Lady Romney to Tunbridge, remained with Mrs. Montagu for a while. Dr. Kinnears Middleton and his wife, not being in good health, went to London to consult physicians. In June, from Horace Walpole's letters to George Montagu, we learn the doctor was suffering from jaundice and dropsy and was much broken in health. He died on July 28, 1750. In a letter of Mr. Montagu's, dated August 4, from London, he says, "This morning at Valantes the bookseller, I met Dr. Green, the Regius professor, who told me the Friday before his death Dr. Middleton sent for Dr. Plumtree, told him he thought he had but a very short time to live, desired him freely to tell him his opinion, which from the knowledge he had of him, he hoped he would make no scruple to do, upon which the professor told him he thought he could live but a few hours. Then he asked the professor if from his pulse he thought his death would be easy, who answered that he did. He further told the professor he had taken Dr. Heberden's medicines till he found they did him no good, his case being out of the power of physic. Dr. Green said he had left his niece an annuity, but did not say what, nor any further about his will. He was buried at St. Michael's, Cambridge. Née Priscilla Pym, wife of 2nd Baron Romney. Dr. John Green, born 1706, died 1779, afterwards Bishop of Lincoln. Dr. William Heberden, born 1710, died 1801, physician and author. Mrs. Montagu mourned sincerely for one who had acted as a grandfather, a godfather, and an instructor to her. Of a splendid letter she wrote to Mr. Montagu on the return of the anniversary of her wedding day, August 5, only a few sentences can be inserted from its length. My dearest, there is not any day in which you have not a right to my most grateful acknowledgments, but there is not any day that so particularly demands them as the 5th of August, when you made me your friend and companion, and gave me so near an alliance to your virtues and fortune, all so superior to what I could expect. I can truly assure you my affection and esteem for you, and happiness in you have increased every day. I am not sensible there can be any further progress or addition made, but as I owe every happiness to you, each day's felicity adds to my obligation, and I hope you think what does so increase my gratitude for 8 years. Happiness in a state so often wretched, inexpressible thanks are due. May we enjoy many years together of this happy society, but if I should be taken from you, let the consciousness of having been the occasion of my enjoying more happiness in a short life than is the lot of thousands in a long one take out the sting of grief, and teach you to think of me with a tender but not painful remembrance. She signs. With heart and hand your grateful, affectionate, faithful, and obedient wife, E. Montagu. At Tunbridge this year, Mrs. Montagu first became acquainted with Mrs. Boscawen, wife of Admiral Boscawen. She describes her as a very sensible, lively, ingenious woman, and she seems to have good moral qualities. We often pass the evening together, partly in conversation, partly in reading. Mrs. Boscawen's maiden name was Frances Glanville. She had married Edward Boscawen, second son of 1st Viscount Falmouth, in 1742. As Dorothy Boscawen, aunt to the Admiral, married Sir Philip Meadows, the families were already connected. Mrs. Meadows writes to Mrs. Montagu, I think of Mrs. Boscawen as you do. I expect you should be fond of the Admiral, his cool courage, his firmness, good nature, diligence, and regularity, with his strong sense and good head, make a great character. Admiral the Hun. Edward Boscawen, born 1711, died 1761. Sir Dudley and Lady Ryder, Lady Townsend, and Lady Robinson, wife of short Sir Thomas Robinson, were amongst the company. A Mr. Samuel Toriano also appears as a friend of Mrs. Montagu's. He tries to find her a cottage near London, as she fancies her health would be better in the country, and yet not so far from London as Sandalford, during the winter session when Mr. Montagu would have to be in London. The reception rooms in Hill Street were to be decorated in the early spring. Hearing of a cottage at West Wickham near Croydon, Mrs. Montagu went to see it and made her first acquaintance with Mr. Gilbert West. He was the son of the Reverend Dr. Richard West by Maria, daughter of Sir Richard Temple, of Stowe. He married in 1729 Catherine Bartlett, by whom he had an only son, Richard. With them lived Miss Maria West, his sister. His mother had remarried Lord John Langham. West was a cousin of Mr. Botham, S., also of Mr. Littleton, afterwards Sir George Littleton. Writing to Mrs. Boscawen, Mrs. Montagu says, I saw at Wickham the miracle of the moral world, a Christian poet, an humble philosopher, a great genius, without contempt of those who have none. I am charmed with Mrs. West, and approve all you say of her. She is neither a 10th muse, nor a 4th grace, but she is better than all put together. I believe it might truly be said of her that she always speaks her thought, and always thinks the very thing she ought. Her vivacity, easiness of behavior, and good sense delight me. Mr. West has been so good as to find out a cottage for me. The pleasure of being near Mr. West gets the better of all considerations in regard to the situation of my cottage. I hope it will be an inducement to you to visit my hermitage, where you shall be entertained with the wholesome fare of brown bread, sincerity, and red cow's milk, which afford good nourishment to the mind and body. Afterwards Lord Grantham, born 1706, died April 1756, author and poet, translator of Odes of Pindar, etc. Maria West, afterwards wife of 1st Viscount Bridport. On October 16 she writes, The cruel owner of the house near Mr. West makes unreasonable demands. We are going to treat for one about 2 miles from him, which Mrs. West and he went with me to see yesterday. She laments it is so far from the Wests. This house was at Hayes in Kent, or, as it is frequently spelt in the letters, Hayes. Mrs. Montagu continues. I hear there is a great strife and contention between Mr. Barry and Garrick, each acting the part of Romeo every night, and that the ladies think the first makes the best lover, by which one may learn they think beauty a better qualification than sense in that character. For Barry always seems to betray the fool in all the parts he appears in. The Duke of Ancaster is going to take unto wife the daughter of Mr. Panton. The match is at last agreed upon, and coaches and jewels and horses and servants and houses and clothes, and all the fine things with which Hymen now embroiders his saffron robe, are bespoken. Mr. Ramsay was so good as to call on us, and Mr. Montagu and I went to his house, where we had the pleasure to see some admirable pictures. Spranger Barry, born 1719, died 1777, celebrated Irish actor. Barry at Covent Garden, and Garrick at Drury Lane. Peregrine, 3rd Duke of Ancaster. Mr. Panton was master of the King's racers. Allan Ramsay, born 1709, died 1784. Eminent portrait painter, son of the poet. These letters are addressed to Hatchlands, Admiral Boscan's place near Guildford. In a letter to Sarah at this period, Mrs. Montagu mentioned the appointment of her brother Robert to a Madras and China voyage. I rejoice in the captain's appointed voyage to Madras and China. It is reckoned a profitable and healthful voyage, and all we ask for our king is, in health and wealth long to live. She then proceeds to comment on some white satin flounces Sarah wished embroidered in China. As you design them to be in white, they need only have the outline drawn on one flounce and on the sleeves and robing. Mrs. Marsh is the best contriver of flounces. She did me a white ludestring very prettily. This summer's gown is to be cut in the same manner, but not pinked. All people are buying clothes for the birthday. The prices are most unreasonable, 17 and 18 shillings a yard for damask, and 6 and 20 for flowered silks of an ordinary appearance. In November, Sarah Robinson writes to her sister as to her lover's appointment at court. Mr. Scott is appointed to have the education of Prince George. I can't give this employment any name, for none but the king has a right to appoint anyone over the young princes under the title of governor or preceptor. The salary I cannot tell you, it being not yet determined. His Royal Highness has left it to Mr. Scott's friends to name whatever they think proper, and has behaved in the handsomest manner imaginable. He was recommended to the prince for this place by a great number of people, many of whom had very little personal. The end of the letter is lost. He was made sub-preceptor. George Roman III, then 12 years old. Frederick, Prince of Wales, father of Prince George. Probably the Duchess of Portland may have been one, as she sided with Sarah in the affair, telling Mrs. Montagu that she might wish to obey her in all other respects, but could not control her affections. Lord Bolingbroke is said to have recommended him through Lord Bathurst. The ill-starred marriage took place probably at the commencement of 1751, but no letters are left recording it. On November 18, the Dowager Duchess of Chandos died at Shaw House, near Newbury, and in a letter to Miss Anstey is thus noticed. A little before I went to London, I lost my very good neighbour, the Duchess of Chandos. A stroke of the palsy carried her off in a few days. Her bodily pains were great, but her mind felt the serenity that gilds the evening of a virtuous life. She quitted the world with that decent farewell which people take of it, who rather consider it as a place in which they are to impart good than to enjoy it. Her character has made a great impression on me, as I think her a rare instance that age could not make conceited and stiff, nor retirement discontented, nor virtue inflexible and severe. To Mrs. Donnellan, on December 30, Mrs. Montagu says, "The Duchess of Chandos is greatly missed by the poor this rigorous season." In these two letters the following books and pamphlets are recommended: an occasional letter, said to be Lord Bolingbroke S. The King of Prussia's Memoirs pour servir à l'histoire de la Maison de Brandenburg, and Sully's Memoirs. Viscount Bolingbroke, born 1678, died 1751, philosopher and statesman. January 1751 finds Mrs. Montagu in London and Mr. Montagu at Sandalford Priory, engaged in business affairs. Mrs. Montagu, on January 7, writes to him, "My dearest, I am glad you are so far tired of your monastic life as to think of returning to the secular state of a husband and a member of Parliament. I believe our predecessors in the cowl had their particular kinds of volupté, which silence, secrecy, and peace might much enhance and recommend. But to those who have been used to the bustle and business of life, such pleasures want vivacity. Boileau makes a man who goes to visit the chanter just before dinner observe the luxury of a prebendal table. Says he, Il voit l'anap Messie admire la belle order, et reconnaît l'église. I have sat so constantly in Lady Sandwich's chimney corner, I can give you little account of the world. To which Mr. Montagu rejoins, I am much obliged to you for the kind impatience you show at my stay here. In a few days I now hope to convince you that, however unworthy of either state, I have deserted neither. He was accompanied to London by Captain Robinson. From a letter of Mr. Gilbert West, S. of May 16, 1751, we learn that Mrs. Montagu, though wishing to be near London and yet not in it, did not take up her temporary residence at Hayes till then. In it he says, I have agreed with a farmer at Wickham to fetch your goods at the price of 15 shillings. The wagon will be in Hill Street tomorrow morning early. He desires her to breakfast and dine at West Wickham with him, and signs himself, Dear Madam, your loving cousin to command till death, G.W. In the collection of letters published by her nephew, Matthew Robinson, 4th Baron Rokeby, he says he cannot remember the reason why West and Mrs. Montagu called each other cousins, but he had forgotten his cousinship to the Bothams, the beloved cousins of his aunt, Mrs. Montagu. The cousinhood was also the favorite term of the whole set of Wests, Pitts, and Littletons, all much connected in marriage and extreme intimacy. Gilbert West was at this period 45 years of age only, but even then a perfect martyr to gout. Amongst his poems and translations was Lucian's Triumph of the Gout, every line of which he could painfully endorse. In his Lives of the Poets, Dr. Johnson brackets him with Crashaw under the two venerable names of poet and saint. He was often visited by Littleton and Pitt, who, when they were weary of faction and debates, used at Wickham to find books and quiet, a decent table and literary conversation. V.D. Johnson's Lives of the Poets. There may still be seen at Wickham a walk made by Pitt, and at Wickham, Littleton received that conviction which produced his dissertation on St. Paul. The same spirit of cheerful and benign religion was now to exercise a large influence on Elizabeth Montagu, to strengthen her already religious turn of mind, and to enable her in the future, though living in the great world of fashion and rank, and the idol of society, to keep that sacred, secret lamp of spirituality, not of this world, alight. The family circle at the Wests was a happy one. His wife and sister adored him, and he was the magnet that attracted all to him. He had a great sense of humor and a pretty taste for decorating, as the many letters upon the subject of the adornment of the Hill Street rooms show. Mrs. Montagu took his advice in every point from this time till his death in 1756. At the period I am now writing of he was far from well off, though expecting promotion, with just reason, having been a faithful servant to the king, and secretary to Lord Townshend during his period of office as Secretary of State. Amongst the friends of the Wests, Mrs. Montagu now made acquaintance with Mr. R. Beranger, called by Mrs. West the Little Marquis. He was the son of Moses Beranger and Penelope Temple, and was therefore related on the maternal side to West. He afterwards became Gentleman of the Horse to George Roman III. He wrote a book called The History and Art of Horsemanship. He was famous for his charm in social life. Hannah More called him everybody's favorite, all chivalry, blank verse, and anecdote, and Dr. Johnson dubbed him the standard of true elegance. He was a great friend of the Garricks. Another fresh acquaintance was William Henry Littleton, brother of Sir George, afterwards Lord Westcote. R. Beranger, born 1720, died 1782. At some early period of this year, Sarah Robinson became the wife of George Lewis Scott, but no date is recorded, and no letters concerning the marriage remain. Only on June 9, when Mrs. Montagu was making her yearly visit to Tunbridge Wells in company with Lady Romney, she writes to her husband at Sandalford to say she had arrived safely. Mrs. Scott and the captain, whose departure to China had been delayed, seeing her off. From other letters it appears the Scotts, accompanied by Lady Barbara Montagu, took up their abode in Leicester Fields, now Leicester Square, doubtless to be close to Leicester House. where, with their mother, the widowed Princess of Wales, Scots royal pupils dwelt. Frederick, Prince of Wales, died March 31, 1751. At Tunbridge, Mrs. Montagu joined Mr. and Mrs. West and their son, and lodged in the same house. At Tunbridge were Sir George Lyttelton, his brother the Dean, the famous Mr. Garrick, the Bishop of London, etc. Then she wrote, Monsieur and Madame Mirepoix are come to pass a few days here, but I imagine they will soon be tired of us. The justices of peace have done great service to the imprudent part of our company by prohibiting gaming, and though you may suppose I do not number myself among them, I feel my obligations to them on account of the servants, who have one temptation less to be idle and bad. The French ambassador and his wife. She was a daughter of the Princess de Craon. She then adds grateful words to her husband, who had written to say he had made a fresh will and in her favor. Mr. Montagu was then in London, but on the eve of going north to attend to his own estates in Yorkshire and the complicated business of regulating Mr. Rogers' affairs in Northumberland. In this letter he says, I this day, though I could ill spare the time, dined in Leicester Fields with the Scots. Being in the city, I was informed by Dr. Middleton's bookseller that Mrs. Middleton has had the good luck to sell Hildersham for 2,000 guineas. It cost the doctor, he said, £1,600, besides what he laid out in building, so that if there should be some loss it cannot be much. Hildersham was some miles from Cambridge. Here Gray, the poet, loved to visit Kinnear's Middleton and improved his friendship with William Robinson, who was preparing for holy orders, and whom Gray always called the Reverend Billy. On July 23, Mr. Montagu writes from Huntingdon, I lay last night at Cambridge. I dined with Mrs. Middleton in company with your brother, and the evening I spent with the master of Clare Hall. Mrs. Middleton indulged me with the sight of some letters that passed between the doctor and a great man who formerly had a seat not far from Cambridge, and who is no more. She very obligingly of herself promised your brother all the doctor's sermons which she had in her custody, and promised also to keep it secret, which I think you and I should also do, even from the brotherhood. The races are to continue 4 days. I desire when wheat ears are plenty, and you send any to your friends in London, you would send some to Monsieur de Moivre at Pond's Coffee House in Cecil Court in St. Martin's Lane, for I think he longs to taste them. Probably the first Earl of Godolphin, who lived at Gog Magog near Cambridge. Mrs. Montagu wishing to hear about the Huntingdon races, he says, I can tell you little about the races, having no concern in the bets, but I heard Lord Trentham had lost £1,000, Captain William Montagu £200. Lord Sandwich's horse won a heat, but he did not tell me how much he won. At the ball all the family of the Naylors were there, with Captain William Montagu's lady, who danced country dances. Miss Maria Naylor danced both kind of dances, and was, I think, the lady that outshone all the rest. Her head dress was new and particular, and became her very well, and gave her the air of a shepherdess. There was Mrs. Aprice and Mrs. Alstone, who married my relation with a fortune of £4,000, and Miss Asham, etc. The distinguished amongst the men besides the Prince of Baden, and the Marquis de Bellegarde were the Duke of Kingston, Lord Montfort, Lord Onslow, Lord Goring, Lord March, Lord Egglestone, Mr. Alstone, and Mr. Aprice. The members both of the county and town. Mr. Wortley from the Huntingdon races set out for those of Reading. The second Duke, St. Baron Montfort of Horseheath, R.D. Baron Onslow. Viscount Goring, a Jacobite Viscount, R.D. Earl of March, afterwards Duke of Queensberry. Old Q, Th. Earl of Eglintown. This was young Edward Wortley Montagu. Mrs. Montagu writes to say her father had arrived at Tunbridge in great spirits with a party of 5, and she was, she adds, much better. I have a great appetite. I think I shall be able to eat for a wager with my brother-in-law. I am glad Miss Maria Naylor had an opportunity of shining in her proper sphere, the county of Huntingdon. Why should the Gunnings of universal empire drive her from her little native land? Do they want to add the epithet of great to their names? Indeed, I do not know why Gunning the Great should not sound as well as Alexander the Great. I am afraid the eldest Miss Naylor is much dejected at the infidelity of our cousin Wortley, who is greatly enamored of little Miss Ash. All collectors of natural curiosities love something of every species. Mr. Wortley has had a passion for all sorts and sizes of women. Miss Ashe is a sort of middle species between a woman and a fairy, and by her rarity worthy to be added even to so large a collection of amours. George Lewis Scott. The celebrated Irish beauties, afterwards one Countess of Coventry, the other Duchess of Hamilton and Argyll. Miss Ashe, or the Pollard Ashe, as Walpole called her, eloped with Edward Wortley Montagu in the autumn of 1751. He was soon after this put in prison with a Mr. Toff in France for robbing or cheating a Jew. As he was married before, though separated from his wife, he could not marry Miss Ashe. She afterwards married a Mr. Falconer, R.N. It was in this year Horace Walpole had written to Sir Horace Mann. Our greatest miracle is Lady Mary Wortley's son, whose adventures have made so much noise. His parts are not proportionate, but his expense is incredible. His father scarce allows him anything, yet he plays, dresses, diamonds himself, even to distinct shoe buckles for a frock, and has more snuff-boxes than would suffice a Chinese idol with 100 noses. But the most curious part of his dress, which he has brought from Paris, is an iron wig. You literally would not know it from hair. I believe it is on this account that the Royal Society have just chosen him of their body. Mrs. Montagu wrote the description of our cousin's adventures, and after several comments on Wortley's conduct, she says, "Poor Miss Ashe weeps like the forsaken Ariadne on a foreign shore." The company at Tunbridge Wells had been increased by the Duke and Duchess of Newcastle, the Duchess of Norfolk, and Mrs. Montagu writes, "We expect those goddesses called the Gunnings and Sir Thomas Robinson. My father is very gay, but complains he never saw the place so dull. I never said so to those about me, lest they should say to me as swift to the fat man who complained of a crowd, 'Friend, you make the very crowd you blame.' Mr. West reads to us in the evening, and the wit of the last age supplies us when we do not meet with any in this. At this period Mrs. Percival, Anne Donnellan's mother, died. She had long been in bad health. Dr. Shaw, the celebrated traveler, died also, and Mrs. Montagu comments thus on August 29 on the two events to her husband, who was then at Newcastle. As to poor Mrs. Percival, I hailed her voyage to the realms of rest. The last page of life is commonly a blank. But for poor Shaw, he might have lived and laughed and talked of the deluge and collected cockle shells many years longer. The death of those we esteem afflicts us. We are shocked at the death of those we have laughed at and laughed with, as we never looked upon them in so serious a light as to suppose so sad an event could happen to them. I would deck his tomb with emblems of all the wonders of the land and deep. Crocodiles should weep and tigers howl, every shell should become vocal. Seaweed should bloom immortal on his tomb, and moss, though petrified, lie lightly on his breast. What signify voyages? What signifies learning? Hebrew professor, traveler to Memphis, sole witness living of the present state of the Ptolemies, must all these glories sink into oblivion? How gloriously had he been interred had he died in the perilous pass of the pyramids, and succeeded Mark Antony in the bed of Cleopatra. I hope the poor man will have the satisfaction of being embalmed in the true Egyptian manner, for the more like a mummy his body be made, the more it will joy his gentle ghost. Nature has lost the inventory of all works in losing Shaw, for he knew every plant from the hyssop to the cedar of Lebanon, and every animal from the pismire to the whale. I am afraid his sister Sarah must again dust down those cobwebs she has been taught to venerate, and kill the moths in a stuffed turban, though it should have a horn more or a horn less. Dr. Thomas Shaw, traveler, antiquary, and naturalist. In former letters, his merry and loud laughter in the Bulstrode circle is commented on. Another Dr. Shaw is frequently mentioned as a chief physician at Tunbridge Wells, but whether he was a relation of the archaeologian and naturalist, I have not been able to ascertain. In a letter from Newcastle of September 1, Mr. Montagu, who with his steward, Mr. Carter, was regulating the business of his cousin, Mr. Rogers, mentions Denton Hall for the first time, which was eventually to become one of his residences. Note at the end of this work on Denton Hall. Yesterday Mr. Carter and I rid to Denton, which is about 3 miles from Newcastle. We first viewed the house, which is a good deal worse than I thought, and indeed so bad that it would not be justifiable to lay out any money upon it. The rooms on the second floor are pretty good, and served the family when they went there. But if ever I should be so happy as to have your company in these parts, If these should be thought fit, I would hope it would be no difficult matter to find you some better accommodation. This next week I propose to go to a farm of Mr. Arse at Jarrow, about 10 miles from Newcastle, and to Monkseaton, where he has another. I never have yet been at either of them. Amongst his other property, Mr. Rogers owned much in coal mines, some of them entirely his own, others in which, with the Claverings, Mr. Bowes, the Bishop of Durham, etc., he owned a share. Mr. Montagu was employing a Mr. Newton to value these a complicated, unfair business. Owing to Mr. Rogers' lunacy, much advantage had been taken by dishonest stewards and coal merchants, too long and complicated for description in these pages. On September 8, Mr. Montagu writes, "On Friday last I was at a farm one half whereof belongs to Mr. Rogers, the other to Sir Thomas Clavering, called Jarrow, not far from Tynemouth. It is in the parish where the venerable Bede formerly practised. Upon a key, this estate is obliged to contribute to for the repair of all the ships that come to this port. They unload their ballast, which in length of time is become an incredible heap. This estate is let at 107.10 pounds per ann. Tomorrow we go to Ravensworth, after which, when we shall have visited Seaton and Rudchester, we shall have seen all Mr. R.'s territories." In the next letter he says, "North Seaton lies upon the sea, consists of very good land with coal under, and has a quay and a granary for corn and some quarries of stone. The other estate of Rudchester is that through which the Carlisle road is to pass, and which with all the clamour of the tenants will, as we think, be rather a benefit than hurt to the estate. It is thought to have a good deal of good coal in it, and but a very little way from the river Tyne, and will be very valuable if ever the river should be made navigable so high up, as Mr. Carter thinks it may be in 20 years' time. Mr. Montagu also adds that he and Mr. Carter have discovered that Mr. Rogers owned 2/3 of a colliery at West Denton, of which they had not known. On September 13, a son was born to the Dauphin of France, and Mrs. Montagu writes on the 15th, Louis, Duke of Burgundy, son of the Dauphin. I hear Monsieur Mirepoix intends the town fine illuminations and masquerades on the birth of the Dauphin. I believe every miserable peasant in France has great joy in the birth of one who is to be his future tyrant. Strange infatuation! I wish the English loved their island as well as the French do their monarch." Louis Roman 15. On the 22nd, Mrs. Montagu writes to say she is packing up for London, and she begs her husband, who is thinking of moving southward, not to travel with a single servant, as every newspaper is filled with accounts of robbery. She congratulates him on having so well considered and settled Mr. Rogers' affairs. It appears a noble estate, and I hope to see it in your possession who would nobly enjoy it. Matthew Robinson had been in Yorkshire, and thence travelled to Scotland, then little visited. Mrs. Montagu says, "I suppose my brother Robinson is by this time returning to the known world. I expect to hear he has travelled to the extremity of Scotland, for he is a man of infinite curiosity, and would have knowledge at no entrance quite shut out." To this her husband rejoins, "Whenever I come near London I will hire a guard, and if I can give you sufficient notice shall not be sorry to be met by Brunton. He says he has not heard of Brother Robinson since he dined with him. If he has gone to Scotland, I have lately read in a book concerning the rebellion, that barbarous part of our island may in good weather be seen with pleasure." In return, his wife writes from London that she is going to Hayes to enjoy quiet and my books till you arrive. I take Mrs. Isted with me. Mrs. Isted was a poor lady who acted as housekeeper to Mrs. Montagu and had seen better days. The Scotts had been dining with her. They were then living at Chelsea, as London did not suit Sarah's delicate health. A scheme of education for the young princes had been drawn up and submitted to the king, who was much pleased with it. It was also rumored he was to take them to Hanover next year, a step which will not be popular. Dr. Middleton's works are to be printed by the booksellers by subscription. Mrs. Middleton sold the copies for £300. It seems to me an insolence in the booksellers that should not be encouraged. I should never grudge the guinea I could spare to a man of genius, but to a set of wretches that live by other people's wits, I am not so willing to part with that gold which the wise man allows to be better than anything except wisdom. It is strange malice in Apollo to make poor authors and rich booksellers. He should give his upper servants the best wages. From Hayes on September 30, she writes, I am so well in health that I scarce know myself, and I think I am a little like the humorous lieutenant that would run no hazards when he was well, though he was prodigal of life when he had a pain in his side. I am very desirous to preserve this comfortable state of health, and also my comely, plump, and jolly condition. My face is no longer a memento mori. I am like one of the goddess Hebe's elder sisters, not ever fair and young, but not so wan and decayed as of late. She adds, Lady Bab and my sister design to visit my solitude in a few days. She is much better for country air, but they do not enjoy many rural pleasures at Chelsea. It is too near London. Mrs. Donnellan, having let her house to Lord Holderness, was preparing to go to Ireland to visit Dr. and Mrs. Delaney at Delville and her relations. She was staying with her friends the Southwells at King's Weston, and as her letters throw light on the then mode of travelling, I insert portions. Delville, near Dublin, October 7. My dear Mrs. Montagu, I am sure will be pleased to hear I am got safe to the end of my journeys and voyage, and am with my good friend Mrs. Delaney resting myself after a good deal of fatigue. I left London as I told you I should, as I informed you by a letter from King's Weston, which I hope you got. Mr. Leslie, the gentleman who took the charge of conducting me to Ireland, came at the time appointed, but we heard so bad an account of the cross roads between Bristol and Chester that we were very near setting out again for London and going from thence to Chester. However, I plucked up courage, and as my good friends would do everything to accommodate me, we set out on Thursday se'nnight with Mr. Southwell's coach, 2 post-chaises and Mr. Southwell's groom and double horse, so that we had variety enough. The road for the greatest part to Gloucester was so bad I rid most of it, but hearing it would rather mend I sent back the coach, and between the chaise and the horse got to Chester and on to Park Gate in 5 days, and Mr. Leslie, my companion, being a very sensible, polite travelled man, made the journey as agreeable as such a journey could be. We found Lord and Lady Fitzwilliams and many more waiting at Park Gate for the King's yacht, but as I hate a crowded ship and am not a coward, I resolved not to wait, and the wind being fair, we hired a small ship for 10 guineas and set sail. The next morning at 6 o'clock, and with the finest weather imaginable, made our passage and landed in Dublin in 30 hours. The Bishop of Clogher, who had been inquiring for me the morning tide, came to the house when I was landed with his usual politeness and carried me to their house. And as it was too late to come here, they kept me that night. And the next day Mrs. Delaney came and brought me here, where I am extremely happy, the most polite and hearty welcome, a large and convenient house, sweet gardens, and a manner of living quite to my sober taste. Our only disturbance are visitors. We had yesterday 7 coaches and 6, mostly my own relations, my brother, sister, nephews, and nieces. Means a horse train to carry a pillion. On October 31, there is a letter dated from London to Mr. Gilbert West. In this, Mrs. Montagu is forwarding him patterns of all kinds of dove-colored paper from Mr. Bromage's shop, and Mr. Linnell was sending a marble chimney-piece for West's big room at Wickham. She says, Poor Dr. Courier notified to me that he was ill of a sore throat, and could not come to visit me, though he wanted to see me. I went to him. I was obliged to pass through all the gay vanities of Mrs. Chenevix, and then ascend a most steep and difficult staircase to get at the little philosopher. This way to wisdom through the vanities and splendid toys of the world might be prettily allegorized by the pen of the great Bunyan. The good man himself to an emblematizing genius would have afforded an ample subject. His head was enfoncé in a cap of the warmest beaver, made still more respectable by a gold orris, a wondrous hieroglyphic robe he wore, in which was portrayed all the attributes of the god Foe, with the arms and delineaments of the Cam of Tartary. I began to consider him as the best piece of Chinese furniture I had ever seen, and could hardly forbear offering him a place on my chimney-piece. He asked much after your health. There has been a terrible fracas in the court of the Grand Monarch. The people, generally credulous, have strangely taken it into their heads that the Duke of Burgundy is not legitimate, and instead of acclamations and huzzas, murmurs and sighs have echoed through the streets. On the days the feasts were made for the birth of this child. Besides this, there was conveyed into the cradle some gunpowder, and a match with an epigram expressing that they would serve to blow up the pretended Duke of Burgundy. Upon His Majesty hearing this, the gouvernante, sub-gouvernante, women of the bedchamber, even to the toothless pap tasters, were all sent to the Bastille. One of the women who said she saw a hand reach over a screen to throw a paper into the cradle is since dead. A little knowledge is allowed to be a dangerous thing. Had the lady been able to inform His Majesty at once who threw the paper, she had been safe, but it is supposed the hand that threw it, lest she should discover more, gave her a dose that has silenced her forever. The Duke and Duchess of Portland and Lord Titchfield dined with us today, and stayed till 8 o'clock. Her Grace inquired after you. Famous shop for bric-a-brac and toys. The last letter of the year is on December 17, to Mr. West, from Sandalford. From this it appears Mrs. Montagu was extremely unwell, but anxious for the health of Mr. West, who had had one of his periodical gout attacks, which had rendered his hands temporarily incapable of use. In this mention of Mr. Hooke is made. Mr. Nathaniel Hooke wrote a history of Rome and other works. He assisted the old Duchess of Marlborough to write her Memoirs of her life, for which she gave him £5,000. He was a Roman Catholic, a disciple of Fenelon S., and brought a Catholic priest to Pope on his deathbed. Pray have you made a good Protestant of Mr. Hooke? If you cure heresy and schism, should you not have your doctor's degree in divinity rather than law? Died in 1763. End of Volume I. Printed by William Clowes and Sons, Limited, London and Beccles. Volume 2. Illustration. Francis Reynolds Pinks, Letter 1D57C Townley Sculp. Mrs. Montagu. Emery Walker PHSC. Elizabeth Montagu. The Queen of the Bluestockings. Her correspondence from 1720 to 1761. By her great-great-niece, Emily J. Climenson. Authoress of History of Shiplake, Historical Guide to Henley-on-Thames, Passages from the Diaries of Mrs. P. Libpowis, etc., etc. With illustrations. In 2 volumes, Volume Roman II. London John Murray, Albemarle Street, 1906. Printed by William Clowes and Sons, Limited, London and Beccles. Contents to Volume Roman II. Pay. List of illustrations, Roman 9. Chapter 1. Reverend William Robinson Botham and Bishop Sherlock. Death of Dr. Cheselden the Scot, Separation South, Lodge, Enfield, Chinese Pomp, A Letter to Edward Montagu. Mount Morris Archibald Bower. Madonna. Inoculation Books to Read History of the Popes. G. L. Scott. The Delaney Lawsuit. Turkey. Pye. The Joyous Berenger. Death of Bishop Berkeley. A Woman in Vapors. Mrs. Lawrence. Stern Lady Butte's Assembly. A Perfect Woman. Pitt's Insomniarent of Lodgings. The Penshurst Pictures. Trinity College, Cambridge. Library. Gibside Stonelands. Minowitz. Beau Nashpit at Hayes. The New Post. Jays Bulstrode. Menagerie. Richardson's. Sir Charles Grandison. Lucian's Triumph of the Gout Schoolgirls. Bill's Death of Pelham. Tom. Littleton West appointed to Chelsea Hospital. Elizabeth Canning Moliere's Perseus's Ridicules. Hately, the artist. Lillingston Darrell. History of Bath. Pitt's Engagement and Marriage. Bishop Warburton and Bolingbroke. Pitt's Honeymoon Gossip. Joe Nathaniel Hooke. 66. Chapter 2. Lord Montfort's Suicide. Mrs. Pocock. Lord Baltimore's House. Mr. Bower's Cottage. Toriano's Marriage. Hatchland's Sheep. Lee's Painshill. Reading Sarah Scott's Daily Life. The Calm. Meek Miss Pocock. The Garrett Wellesley's Fears of French Invasion. Garrick at Drury Lane. Earthquake. At Lisbon. Death of Westwortley. Montagu's Pious Pamphlet. Captain Robert Robinson's Deathbind. David Hugh Morris Robinson's Marriage. The Eccentric Matthew Robinson. Pitt buys Hayes House. Viscount Pitts. Birth. Littleton. Appear. The Famous Boz Blue Assembly. Zeman. Windsor Election. Riot. Stillingfleet. Culham Court. George Stevens. Battle of Hastenbeck. The Severn. And why Elizabeth Wilmot. Battle of Colin. A description of Emmon is got Purewell. The Mordaunt Expedition. Dr. Monsey Admiral and Mrs. Boscon. Battle of Rossbach. 122. Chapter 3. The Delaney trial. Death of Dr. Clayton Emmon applies to Pitt. The attack on St. Malo. Death and will of John Rogers. The Garrick's letters to Mrs. Elizabeth Carter. Passam. Littleton and Monsey. The Louisbourg blockade. Correspondence with Littleton. Passam. Molly West's Marriage. Newcastle. Denton Hall. Lumley Castlehampton Court. Herefordshire. Battle of Zorndorf. Emmon on Frederick the Great. The Eau de Luce. Disaster. Mrs. Garrick. Current price of food. Athenian. Stuart Viper broth. Brusher. Mills. The snake catcher. Illness of George Roman II. Young Mr. Pitt. The Session. Open. Monsey's Doggerel. Admiral Boscon. thanked by Parliament Lady Emily Butler Helvetius. De L'Esprit attempted assassination of King of Portugal Littleton's history of Henry Roman II. Burke's sublime and beautiful Dr. Johnson Emin, off to Armenia calves pluck water Harleyford. Inverary Castle on Wickyork Glommies Castle Scotch characteristics Burke's appeal for Madrid consulship Quebec taken bonus. The picture cleaner the Lawrence Stearns 177. According to your desire by the honor of your last, I send you the bill of the two Mrs. Botham, your daughters, to ye first of this month. Although, we had spoke of it before the holidays I had quite forgot it, and was very easy on that account. I hope, sir, that you're satisfied of us, if so I shall always try, as well as my wife, to do all we can to improve your daughters in everything, especially in their morals and manners. I was very sorry of your last indisposition, and hope you're much better. It is the sincere wish of, Sir, your most humble and obedient servant, E. Sage Roberts. Kensington, the 20th January, 1754. P.S. My wife with her compliments to you joins with me in comps of the Saison, wishing you health, prosperity, and all you can wish yourself for many years. The two Mrs. Botham's bill. Pound SD, to board from the 9th of August, 1753, to the 1st January, 1754 at £25 per year, maketh 16/0 to a seat at church 8/6, to copy books, pens, pencils, ink, paper, and C070 to the dancing master 10 to sundry things furnished, viz., to a chest of drawers 50 to silver spoons, knife and fork. 10 to a tea chest, torn off to a spelling book, 1 grammar 3 to 2 hats and 2 bonnets 15/0 to 3 pair of shoes, torn to gloves, 6 pairs torn to tea and sugar, torn to thread, tape and pins, needles, worsted laces, and C13 to hair cutting, pomatum powder torn to pocket money 10/9 to pots and mugs, and C16 to a pursel wrecked. By the coach 02 to soap, oatmeal for to wash, and C26 total 15/0. In the beginning of March in this year, Mr. Pelham, the Premier, died suddenly, and there was a general election. Mr. Pelham's brother, the Duke of Newcastle, was appointed First Lord of the Treasury, Mr. Legge, Mr. Botham's uncle, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir George Littleton, Cofferer. Mr. Montagu proceeded to Hinchinbrook early in April to canvass, and his wife writes to him on the 11th. I hope you had a pleasant journey, and arrived without fatigue. You are proceeding quietly and well at Huntingdon, while many are hustling with infinite animosity in other boroughs. The votes are 1100 paid apiece at Bury, as I am informed. Morris is very busy with the Canterbury voters. He does not like them so well as law clients. Morris was canvassing for his elder brother Matthew, of Horton. Mr. Montagu writes on April 16 to say, yesterday our election came on, and was, I believe, one of the most quiet and peaceable that ever was. In her next letter to her husband, she says, I have had a letter today from my brother Robinson, informing me that he is chosen along with Creed. Mr. Best declined the poll. My brother has carried his election without expense. I cannot take leave of you without expressing my pride and satisfaction in seeing you again enter the House of Commons, where you have behaved with such steadiness and integrity. I have a joy and pride whenever I reflect on any part of your moral character. May your virtues meet with the happiness they deserve. Bower writes to Mrs. Montagu on April 16 from Oakhampton, where he had gone with Sir George Littleton for his election, in fervid Italian. He was disgusted at the orgy of the election, and says that at the election dinner given by the mayor and magistrates in their robes to Sir George Littleton, they sat down at 3:00 p.m., and none rose to leave till 2 in the morning. E tutti, o quasi tutti partirono cordialmente ubriaci, and all, nearly all, parted thoroughly drunk. He continues, the cavaliers then went from house to house to kiss the ladies, as was customary, and ask for the votes of their husbands. After fervid speeches made to the Celeste Imagen della Madonna del Monte e della Strada del Monte, the celestial image of the Madonna of the Mount and the Madonna of Hill Street, meaning Mrs. Montagu, his pen is taken up by Littleton, who says, the Italian language affords such lofty expressions, as the poverty of ours will not come up to, and therefore the Madonna must be content with my telling her that the good Father with all his devotion does not honor her more than I do. At the end of his letter he says, I hear from my wife that my boy has been with you. 1,000 thanks for your goodness to him. This is the first mention of Thomas, afterwards 2nd Baron Littleton, then only 10 years old. Lyttelton had early besought the interest and influence of Mrs. Montagu for his son and daughter by his first marriage. Both became truly attached to her, would that her influence had prevailed on Tom later in life. At this period, Mrs. Donnellan was very ill, and Mrs. Montagu did her best to nurse her. Lady Sandwich came to town to inoculate her daughter, Lady Mary. Miss Mary Pitt had been to see Mrs. Montagu, and she assures me Mr. Pitt is in good health, but has had another attack of gout in his hand, owing, tease imagined, to his being blooded for a sore throat. Mr. Montagu at this period sustained the heavy loss of his faithful agent, the second Mr. Carter, who died at Theakstone, and whose loss necessitated his immediate journey to the north to attend to his own and Mr. Rogers' affairs, all of which had been confided to Mr. Carter's care. Taking Mr. Botham as his temporary secretary and companion, they started off northward by postchaises, a most expensive process, as Mr. Montagu called it. On June 13, Mrs. Montagu writes, "I am sorry Mrs. Carter, the grandmother, has set her heart so much on having her granddaughter with her. She is of the proper age to receive instruction and take impressions. A few years passed innocently will not leave her as amiable a subject as she is now. Her mind will be less flexible. Mr. Pitt drank tea with me this afternoon. He has recovered his health entirely, if one may judge by his looks. He tells me he has built a very good house at Bath for £1,200. He mentioned to me his intention of going on Saturday to Wickham to propose the place at Chelsea to Mr. West. The offer will certainly be an agreeable one." This place was that of the paymaster to Chelsea College. In the next letter to Mrs. Boscon, Mrs. Montagu says, "The place is called £1,000 a year. It is in the gift of Mr. Pitt, and was given with grace that few know how to put into any action. They have excellent lodgings annexed to the place. Mr. Pitt dined with them on Saturday. I imagine he was very happy, but he so well deserved to be so. It is a fine thing to act the part of Providence and bless the good. Miss Carter was sent for by her old grandmother. Last week she left me." Writing to her husband on June 15, Mrs. Montagu states she shall be glad to hear as soon as Mr. Montagu thinks he will return, "that I may disfurnish Hayes, which I shall quit as a man does a homely but a quiet wife, with some little regret, but not much tender sorrow. It is not a beautiful place, but it is quiet, and when one steps out of the bustle of town, appears on that account amiable." She adds that her sister's health is greatly improved, and her temper less petulant, on account of having taken to a milk and vegetable diet. On July 9, Mrs. Montagu mentions, "My brother Robinson came to town last night. He dined here today, and we are all going to Vauxhall, where Mr. Tyers has had the ruins of Palmyra painted in the manner of the scenes so as to deceive the eye and appear buildings." Her sister Sarah and brother Charles were with her. She concludes with an affectionate appeal to her husband not to apply himself too much to business at Newcastle, but to take exercise for his health's sake. In another letter undated, but about this period, as it mentions West's thanks to Mr. Montagu for his congratulations on his appointment to Chelsea Hospital, allusion is made to Elizabeth Canning, whose curious story of having been kidnapped and ill-treated had convulsed London opinion. The town is in great agitation about Elizabeth Canning. She is condemned to transportation, but her guilt is so far from appearing certain that the sheriffs refuse to conduct her among the other felons. All the aldermen but Sir Crisp Gascoigne petition in her behalf, all the great officers of the state almost interpose for her, and the Archbishop of Canterbury also desires that she may have a decent person of her own sex to attend her over, and then to board in a private family. Some fear there will be a rising of the mob in her favor. In general, all seem to agree that the matter is entirely doubtful. As to Sir Crisp Gascoigne, he dare not stir without being guarded. I wish the whole affair was brought to light. There is great iniquity somewhere. Vide Volume Roman 9, Smollett, History of England, p. 231. Then Lord Mayor of London. On July 19, writing from Hayes, she says, "Miss Mary Pitt, youngest sister of Mr. Pitt, is come to stay a few days with me. She is a very sensible, modest, pretty sort of young woman, and as Mr. Pitt seemed to take every civility shown to her as a favor, I thought this mark of respect to her one manner of returning my obligations to him." Mr. Montagu and Mr. Botham proceeded to Newcastle to regulate Mr. Rogers' affairs, which, as before mentioned, required attention, owing to the death of the head agent, Mr. Carter. In consequence probably of worry, Mr. Montagu returned from the north at the end of July with a fever, which, as his wife writes to Sarah, bleeding and wormhood drafts have taken off, and as soon as he was fit, he was to go with her to Hayes to pack up her books. Miss Anstey was staying with them and was to accompany them to Sandalford. Mention is made of a portrait of herself which Mrs. Montagu was going to send Mrs. Scott. Mr. Cambridge called on me the other day. He spoke much in your praise. I told him I hoped he would call on you at Bath. He promised he would. This was Richard Owen Cambridge, a friend of Dr. Johnson, who wrote the Scribbleriad. Mr. Cambridge died in 1802. Writing to West from Sandalford of her neighbors at Hayes, she regrets the society of Mrs. Herring and the Archbishop, and desires her regards to them. He answers, I made your compliments to the Archbishop and Mrs. Herring, who dined with us the very day I received your letter. He is very well and as amiable and polite as ever. Dick has been very diligent and very successful in partridge shooting, and t'other day sent the prime fruits of his labors, a landrill, as a present to his Grace of Canterbury. Thomas Herring, born 1671, died 1757, Archbishop of Canterbury. Young West. At the beginning of September, through the influence of West, the Bishop of London gave the living of Ealing to Mr. Botham. Botham was at Brighthelmstone with his 2 boys for sea bathing, as they were not in health. The joy of Mrs. Montagu was great at this preferment, as the bishop permitted Mr. Botham to continue to hold Albury as well, placing a curate in the living he did not occupy. Writing again to West, Mrs. Montagu says, Dr. Mangy kept a curate at Ealing as he did not reside there, but undoubtedly Mr. Botham will discharge the duties of the living he resides at without assistance. The Bishop of London required Mr. Botham's residence. As the girls and boys are growing up and must soon live with him, they will be better placed at Ealing in a good neighborhood than at Albury. They will learn nothing there but eating and drinking plentifully of Lord Aylesford, and Mr. Godshall's house is generally full of poetic misses, who are addressing each other by the names of Parthenia, Araminta, etc., with now and then a little epistle to Strephon or Damon. I was uneasy whenever they were at home, for fear they should enter into the precious character of Mrs. Godshall. This style of conversation is taken off in Molière's Perseus's Ridicules. West's mother, Lady Langham, was now paying her son a visit. Mrs. Montagu writes, I think the vast territories of imagination could not afford any view so pleasing as the meeting of such a son and such a mother. The pictures not only pleased my mind, but warmed my heart. That you may at Lady Langham's age be as well able to take a journey, and your son as well deserve, and as joyfully receive such a visit is my sincerest and most earnest wish. Another pleasure attends you all, and which your benevolence and not your pride will feel, that of setting an example of those various charities, of parent, child, husband, and wife, which make the happiness of domestic life. And there is surely more honor in filling well the circle marked of heaven in these spheres of relation, than in running the wild career of ambition in its most shining track. Indeed, there is no part of a conduct that so certainly deserves our approbation as an acquittance of family regards. Actions of a public nature often are inspired by vanity. Domestic behavior has not popular applause for its object, though, with the sober judgment, as Mr. Pope says of silence, its very want of voice makes it a kind of fame. She then proceeds to thank West eloquently for Botham's presentation to Kingston. This must be a mistake for Ealing, and ends with desiring some paper hangings she and Mrs. Isted had laboriously adorned to be taken down with care at her house at Hayes, but leaves the rest of the hangings to the landlord. I presume some retail grocer, haberdasher of small wares, or perhaps a tallow chandler, will shortly be in possession of my castle at Hayes. At Sandalford were staying young Mr. Haitley, an artist, and Miss Anstey. The latter, being in treaty for a house in London, accepted Mr. Montagu's escort thither, and Mr. Haitley, wishing to accompany them a portion of the way, mounted a horse, which flung him at the first start off and grievously cut and bruised him. The doctor was summoned after the departure of Mr. Montagu and Miss Anstey, who blooded him, and he was ordered to take no food but balm tea lest he should have a fever. The Harvest Home supper last night was very jolly. The guests had as good appetite as those who meet to eat turtle, writes Mrs. Montagu to her husband on September 23. Miss Anstey, having lost her parents, and Trumpington having become her brother's property, had determined to live in London. She took Mr. Montagu to help her in choosing a residence in Queen Street, a new-built house for £800. Miss Anstey executed several commissions for Mrs. Montagu, amongst which she mentions, "I have sent several prints of nuns' habits, some one of which I hope may become the beautiful Alois, and I shall very much rejoice to hear she has taken the veil." Mention is made in a previous letter of Mrs. Montagu's of Hately painting a picture of Alois, but who sat for it I cannot say. Hately recovered from his accident. A new postchaise had been ordered for the Montagus, and Mr. Montagu found it nothing showy or brilliant, but his wife assures him, "I shall find no fault with the plainness of the postchaise, neatness being all that is aimed at." West, writing on October 8 from Wickham, says, "I have the honor to agree with my dearest and most excellent cousin in looking upon writing letters as one of the evils of human life, and for that reason I have always declined engaging in a correspondence of that kind with anybody but her, though I was once invited to it by the great Mr. Pope. I am now turning my thoughts towards Chelsea, where I hope to be settled for the whole winter by the beginning of next month. My mother and Mrs. Ives go from hence to my brother's house in the country, where they will remain a week or 10 days, and from there return to Lillingston. Mr. and Mrs. Darrell were prevented by the death of 2 of his aunts from making us a visit at Wickham, by which accident and the absence of my sister Molly, my mother lost the opportunity of exhibiting the pleasing picture of a hen gathering, with a careful and maternal tenderness, all her chickens at once under her wings, but she will have them by turns. Mrs. Ives appears to be Lady Langham's sister. Temple West, Lillingston Darrell in Bucks. From this, it would appear that Mrs. Darrell was a daughter of Lady Langham, S. The Darrells have owned Lillingston Darrell for some 800 years. Mrs. Meadows writes from Chute on October 16 to Mrs. Montagu. "I am impatient to wait on you. All the horses and all the maids have been taken up with Way Hill Fair. Now I hope to hire a couple of cart horses. I dare not venture with a common postboy and horses, because the postboys are not used to a 4-wheeled chaise, nor the road I must go. I wish you joy of a pleasure for life at least, the good you have done to Mr. Botham and his family. I am pleased you have hired the wood. Now one may walk in the bowling green without coveting what is your neighbor's. I hope hiring is a step to purchasing. Laying field to field is a natural thought and not a blamable one when no injustice is meant. I have often thought what a pretty place Sandalford would be if it was bounded by the Little River, Newbury Wash, and Greenham Heath. This wood was on the east side of Sandalford and was eventually purchased, and Sandalford at this moment is bounded exactly as Mrs. Meadows wished. On October 10 and 5 following days. A buck, we are told, is come to greatly, his name is Mitchell, he has laid out a £1,000 in furnishing it completely, although he could not be sure of having it more than a year. He intends to keep stags in the paddocks and turn them out on the downs, which will give him fine chases. He says the drawing-room is a good drinking-room. Sarah Scott and Lady Bab Montagu had taken a house at Bath Easton for use in the summer, and desiring plants for the garden there, Mrs. Montagu sends on November 6 to them a vast number of pinks, roses, and honeysuckles, together with a home-cured ham. In the accompanying letter she mentions Ealing being £200 a year, his house a very pretty one, a good garden with a great deal of wall fruit, and there is a neighborhood of genteel people who have all shown him great civility. Mr. Hately is still with us. He has made a very pretty landscape, with Aloysia, and her figure is pretty, her face amiably tryst. He has done my portrait so like, and got a good likeness, and with a spirit in the countenance and attitude that is very uncommon. To this Sarah writes on November 17, to thank her for the plants, and to say she and Lady Barbara had returned to Bath for the winter, Bath Easton being too near the water for them. She says, "Have I sent you word of a subscription making for Nash? I believe it began since I wrote last. It is entitled a subscription for a History of Bath and Tunbridge for these last 40 years, by Richard Nash, Esker, with an apology for the author's life. The whole money, 2 guineas, is to be paid down at once, for he does not pretend any book is to come out. Some have subscribed 10 guineas, many 5, and a great many £100 are already subscribed. It is to be kept open for life, and people give to him who will not part with a guinea to relieve the greatest real and unmerited distress imaginable. The pretense is that he has but little more than £200 a year, which is not supposed true. But if it was, surely it is full equal to his merits, whether one considers them as moral or entertaining. To such ladies as have secret histories belonging to them, he hints that he knows everyone's private life and shall publish it. This place grows so full of subscriptions that no person of moderate fortune will long be able to come to it. The people of the rooms are endeavoring to obtain a subscription of half a guinea each man and a crown each woman for the season. As yet it has not been complied with, but they require it with such insolence that I make no doubt it will be complied with. I shall be glad to hear you are safely settled in Hill Street. I assure you the picture you were so good as to give me is a great ornament to a pretty room, and people are so civil to me as to see the likeness, which I take well of them. As it is placed near the fire, it may grow warmer, which is all that can improve it. A portrait of Mr. Montagu. Beau Nash had reigned a despotic master of the ceremonies over Bath for 50 years, living in a most expensive style, mainly supported by his success at the gaming tables. The Act of Parliament against gambling put an end to his chief means of obtaining money. The corporation, however, settled a pension of 120 guineas on him for his services. He was 81 years old at this period, having been born in 1673. His rules for general behavior and manners are most amusing, but are too long to insert. Illustration: T. Rowlandson, PXD. The King's Bath at Bath. At this time, Mr. Pitt became engaged to Lady Hester Grenville, daughter of Mr. Richard Grenville and his wife, Lady Temple, and sister of Viscount Cobham. She was a cousin of West's and Sir George Lyttelton's. On November 5, Mrs. Montagu writes to West: "My dear cousin, since the days that Cupid set Hercules to the distaff, he has not had a nobler conquest than over the elevated soul of Mr. Pitt. I congratulate you on the affinity, and I hope he will be happy. His long acquaintance with the lady makes the hazard much less than where people marry without knowing the disposition of the person they choose. I believe Lady Hester Grenville is very good-humored, which is the principal article in the happiness of the marriage state. Beauty soon grows familiar to the lover, wit may be pernicious, and many brilliant qualities troublesome. But a companion of gentle disposition softens cares and lightens sorrows. The sober matches made on reflection are often happier than those made by sudden and violent passion, and I hope this will prove of this kind. And there is an authority in the character of Mr. Pitt that will secure him the deference and obedience of his wife. Proud of him abroad, she will be humble to him at home. And having said so much, I consign them over to Hymen, who, I hope, will join their hands in the most auspicious hour. I was prevented writing to you by Sunday's post, Dr. Partak having stayed with us on Saturday night, and the first Sunday of the month I always go to Newbury Church. The length of the service made me too late to write. I am glad Mr. Cambridge has been with you at Wickham. We were in Wiltshire last week to visit Mrs. Meadows. She ends with expressing a wish to exchange the country for London, but is determined not to say a word to Mr. Montagu, whose health had been recently restored by country air. St. Nicholas, Newbury. They generally attended Newtown Church, as it was nearer. In her next letter to West, of November 14, she says, "As the virtues and graces as well as Cupid and Hymen will assist at Mr. Pitt's nuptials, I think he could not choose a better place for their celebration than Wickham, their capital seat. I wish them many happy years together, and God bless them with health and every good. I hope, while you are at Croydon, the good Archbishop will animate you to defy that foul fiend my Lord Bolingbroke. I believe I shall take some of Ward's sneezing powder to clear my head of the impieties and impurities of his book. I am not satisfied with Mr. Warburton's answer. The levity shocks me, the indecency displeases me, the grossièreté disgusts me. I love to see the doctrine of Christianity defended by the spirit of Christianity. When absurdity is mixed with impiety, it ceases to be a jest. I can laugh at his lordship's cavils at Mr. Locke, his envy to Plato and all the old philosophers, but I could with great seriousness apply to him the words of his friend and poet to the dunces. 'Tis yours a Bacon and a Locke to blame, a Newton's genius or a Milton's flame. But oh, with one, immortal one dispense the source of Newton's light or Bacon's sense. But I must do his lordship the justice to say that what he wants in faith he makes up in confidence, For after having assured you it is absurd to affirm God is just or good, he declared he is willing to trust the being whose attributes he cannot know, to dispose of him in another world, not at all doubting that the Supreme Being will be good to him, without goodness, and just to him without justice. He laughs at the faith of Abraham, and I should do so too if Abraham had disputed God's veracity and then trusted to his promises. I never read such a mass of inconsistencies and contradictions, such a vain ostentation of learning, and if I durst, I would say it, all that can show the trifling head or the corrupted heart. I think I may venture to say trifling, for whatever does not relate to the argument is so, and to tease the gentle reader with all the miserable sophisms that perplexed the world 2,000 years ago, is barbarous. I wanted to apply to him the epigram on Hearn the antiquarian. Fie on thee, quoth Time to Thomas Hearn, whatever I forget you learn. I thank his lordship, though, for making me once more look into Mr. Locke and Dr. Clarke, in the veneration of whom I believe I shall live and die. Reverend William Warburton, born 1698, died 1779. Chaplain to the King, Bishop of Gloucester, author of various works. Thomas Hearn, born 1678, died 1735, antiquarian and author. Samuel Clarke, D.D., born 1675, died 1729, celebrated theologian and natural philosopher. The return letter from West is so interesting that I give it in extenso. Croydon, November 18, 1754. My dear cousin, your admirable letter found me at the Archiepiscopal Palace at Croydon, where Mrs. West, Dick and I had been ever since Wednesday. And it was lucky that it found me there, as I had by that means an opportunity of showing the Archbishop, whom you very properly style good, your most ingenious and judicious reflections of Lord Bolingbroke's pompous rhetorical and inconsistent declamations with which his Grace, who, by the by, agrees entirely with you in the censure you there passed upon Mr. W. Arberton's way of answering him, was so pleased that he desired me to give him a copy of the whole paragraph, promising that if he showed it to anybody he would, however, cautiously conceal the name of the author. After this, I need not tell you how much we both said in praise of you. I shall only add that I, this morning, received his commands to present his respects to you, and to tell you in his name that if you allowed yourself the liberty of saying fine things of him, he would be even with you. These are his own words, grounded on a piece of information I had given him of the great honor and esteem you had for him. We quitted Wickham, as I told you on Wednesday last, that we might throw no obstacle in the way of that amorous impatience which Mr. Pitt had in all his notes expressed of bringing Lady Hester to our sweet and hospitable habitation, as he called it. But to our great surprise, and to the no small mortification of Mrs. West in particular, who was afraid that all the good things, with which she had filled her larder, would be spoiled by their delay the happy bridegroom, and his bride did not arrive till Saturday, on which morning they were married by Dr. Eiskopf with the Archbishop's license. They came down alone, and have continued alone ever since, and, I imagine, will continue during their stay at Wickham, in that paradisaical solitude, though, by the quantity of provisions which Mr. Campion brought with him, and more which he has since sent for from Croydon, we conclude he expected some visitants from town, as Lord Temple, etc. But having heard of no such visitants being expected, I suppose that all this profusion was owing to Mr. Campion's solicitude to testify in his own way his respects to his new lady, and make his compliments on this joyous occasion, in the polite, that is, in the French phraseology. This is all the intelligence I can at present give you of this important affair, for we have had no communication by messages, either to or from Mr. Pitt, whom we were unwilling to disturb or interrupt the free course of those pleasures, which for a time at least, possess the whole mind, and are most relished when most private. For this reason, I cannot yet acquaint you when we shall leave Wickham, but I believe it will be about the middle of this week, and I suppose we shall not be able to go to Chelsea before the latter end of the next, or the beginning of the week after. And by that time, I am still in hopes you will come to Hill Street, and by giving me the pleasure of seeing you there in good health, complete the happy change which you observe is already begun in the once gloomy month of November. I do often, my dear cousin, look back with pleasure and thankfulness on many incidents of my past life, and compare them with my present situation, So much changed for the better in 1,000 instances, such as health, fortune, and friendship, among which there is none that has given me more happiness than yours, and which therefore I hope will continue, till it is lost where only it can be lost, in the brighter and warmer radiance of an unchangeable and everlasting society, where I hope to have it continued to me through all eternity. I am going to take the air with the good and amiable Archbishop, and therefore must conclude. Adieu, my dear, dear cousin, and assure yourself that all that period I shall continue. Ever most affectionately yours, etc. Gill, West. Mrs. West and Mrs. Herring desire their compliments to Mrs. Montagu and Miss Anstey. Married November 16, 1754, by special license, in Argyle Street. Reverend Francis Icecoff, D.D., married Anne Littleton, Sir George's sister. The chef. Richard Earl Temple, brother of Lady Hester. Illustration. W. Hoare Arapinks, Emery Walker Ph., S.C. Philip, 4th Earl of Chesterfield. I give a portion of the reply to the foregoing letter. Hill Street, November 23, 1754. My dearest cousin, from Country Joan, I am, according to my ambitious views, turned into Gossip Joan, and by no supernatural metamorphosing power, but merely by the help of so ordinary a vehicle as a postchaise, which wrought this happy change between the hours of 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. The subject, no doubt, was well prepared that would so easily receive the alteration. In my town character, I made 15 visits last night. I should not so suddenly have assumed my great hoop if I had not desired to pay the earliest respect to Lady Hester Pitt. I came to town on Wednesday night and was too weary to write to you. I proposed doing it on Thursday evening, but my brother Robinson hindered me by making a long visit. Yesterday morning was divided amongst milliners, mantua makers, mercers, and such as deal in the small wares of vanity. The year ends with a letter from Mr. Nathaniel Hooke. Cookham, December 22, 1754. Madam, if it were not for a certain text of Scripture, I should be very impatient for the time to come when I must be in London for some days. The idea of Hill Street and what is to be seen and heard there is very lively and pressing. But alas, what says St. John the Divine? Little children, keep yourselves from idols. If you can satisfy my conscience in this point, I shall be much obliged to you, and I beg you will study it thoroughly, and let me have your resolution by a line, directed to be left at Mr. Watson, S. in Cavendish Street. 'Tis uncertain just now when I shall move, but I think it will be some time this week. Till then I am not your religious worshipper, but madam, your most obliged and most obedient and most humble servant, N. Hooke. Give me leave to add best compliments to Mr. Montagu. Burning to learn the art of war as practised by the British soldiers in India, and his father opposing him, Emmon determined on flight to England, and, taking what money he possessed, he kissed the feet of Capt. Fox of the ship Walpole 100 times to let me work my passage to Europe before he would heed to me, but he did at last admit me, and I came to England with much labor. Arrived in England, he entered Mr. Middleton's academy and was first a scholar, and then, when his money was exhausted, worked there as a servant for his learning. His master becoming bankrupt, Emmon lost his all and was reduced to the streets. At last he obtained service with a Mr. Rogers, a grocer, as porter. In this time I carried burthens of near 200 pounds upon my back and paid out of my wages to learn geometry, complete my writing, and learn a little French. Overstraining himself, he could no longer carry such heavy burthens, and was reduced to living on 1/2d a day, but a friend recommended him to a Mr. Webster, an attorney in Cheapside, with whom he got work for a time. His uncle sent £60 to Governor Davis to take Emmon home to India, but after a while, meeting by chance some gentleman who encouraged me and lent me books, and advised me to kiss Colonel Dingley's hands and show him my business, he was a brave soldier, took me by the hand, spoke to his own sergeant, an honest man, to teach me manual exercise, and gave me Bland's military discipline, and promised to help me learn gunnery and fortification. Unfortunately, Colonel Dingley died, and Emmon, in despair, and by the advice of the gentleman mentioned before, who appear from the letters to have been a Calcutta lawyer and Edmund Burke, applied to the Earl of Northumberland in a long letter, passages of which I have quoted. Emmon proposes that his lordship should apply to Governor Davis for some of the money his uncle had sent to pay for his passage back to India to enable him, Emmon, to join the Black Armenians in the mountains, as I heard they had never been conquered, to teach him the art of war. The Earl of Northumberland at last after, Emmon waiting at his house often from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., took notice of him and sent his servant to fetch him to see him, and on hearing his story said, Ammon, it is very hard to live in this country without friends and without money. Almost 4 years, therefore the Lord is with you, be contented. I will from this time provide and furnish you with all necessaries. And said he, I will mediate to the son of our king. And after you have learned the art of war, I will send you to your father and your uncles. The noble lady comforted me also likewise. Lord Northumberland introduced Emmon to Sir Charles Stanhope, and he in turn to Lord Cathcart, who gave him great encouragement. Lord Northumberland now introduced him to the Duke of Cumberland, who henceforth took an interest in him. Emmon applied for military service in a long letter to Heraclius Roman II, King of Georgia and Armenia, who was anxious to shake off the yoke of the Persians, but evidently the reply was delayed, and the next we hear of him is that he had been sent to Woolwich Academy, to Mr. Heaton's on Churchill, to learn the art of war. Having effected a reconciliation with his father, it is interesting to read what presents he desired him to send this noble patron, the Earl of Northumberland. Send to my protector nobleman spices of the finest pulem of Radnagher, 2 pieces of the finest mulmul, and 2 pieces of Madras red handkerchiefs, 2 pieces of Kuzumzar silk handkerchiefs to be ornamented at both ends at Dhaka. The passage took from February 3, from Hooghly, to December 10 months. The gentlemen were a Calcutta lawyer, Emmon or Joseph Ammon, and Edmund Burke, who at once protected Emmon. Elizabeth, only daughter and heiress of Algernon Seymour, Duke of Somerset. Sir Charles Stanhope, died 1759 Lord Cathcart, aide-de-camp to the Duke of Cumberland, etc., etc. So ends 1756. On May 10, 1757, Emmon writes from Woolwich to implore Mrs. Montagu to use her influence with her brother-in-law, Mr. Meadows, who was intimate with the Duke of Marlborough, to get him a commission in the Royal Artillery, in order to enable him to join the British Army then fighting to defend Hanover, and assist the King of Prussia against the inroads of the French. This letter, speaking of Mrs. Montagu, addresses her as my Queen of Sheba, and alludes to all the noble ladies of her circle, and Dr. Monsey as my honest, dear Dr. Monsey. From a letter printed in my grandfather's collection of his aunt's letters, dated March 8, 1757, but which I do not possess, Mrs. Montagu writes to Dr. Monsey, then at Gog Magog, Lord Godolphin's Cambridgeshire seat. Dear Doctor, that is because you have made me well. Dear Sir, because you make me laugh. In this letter, too long to insert here, she says there have been great efforts to save Mr. Byng. She says Stillingfleet had left off his Bluestockings and was at gay operas and assemblies each night. From Windsor Castle, where Lady Sandwich had been granted apartments and was living with her sister, Miss Fane, this interesting letter from Mrs. Montagu, who was on a visit there, is dated Windsor Castle, Friday. My dearest, I know you will be curious to hear how the famous election has been carried at Windsor, and the greatest pleasure I can have is to impart any to you. Mr. Fox had a majority of 52. The mayor, who is Mr. Bowles' friend, owns he had a legal majority of 9. The boxers and the bruisers Mr. Fox had on his side beat the Windsor mob out of the field, but they had once the courage to attack Mr. Fox's person, and pulled off his wig, and threw it in his face. In short, the affair has been very tumultuous. The town is quiet, none are actually dead, but 4 or 5 are dangerously ill, and the doctors and apothecaries had a great harvest of bruises and fractures. The ladies wore party gowns, Fox S is partly yellow and green, and the others blue. Our sex have a wise way of expressing their political principles. Henry Fox, born 1705, died 1774, afterwards Baron Holland. On June 28, being returned to Sandalford, writing to Mr. Montagu, she mentions, "The poor are very riotous on market days, and it was rumored, as I am told, that you had some corn in the granary, and also the same of Mr. Herbert, at which they were very angry. But I hope they will patiently wait its going to market, for there is still a great while to harvest. Corn fell last week, and bears but 8s. 6d. A bushel, but gin and idleness give the poor a riotous and licentious spirit. Lady Sandwich has got a very pretty habitation in the castle. We went into the little park in the evening. That, and all I saw of the environs of Windsor delighted me extremely. There was a great dearth of corn at this period, and a bill had to be passed prohibiting exportation. Mr. Herbert, of Highclere. Mr. Montagu thanked his wife on July 10 for telling him about the election, and says, "I hear it cost him, Mr. Fox, £3,000, that he gave £50 apiece for many of his votes, and carried it by 31. The first letter of Dr. Stillingfleet's I possess is written on July 23 to Mrs. Montagu. His handwriting is clear, but he always uses a small I alone instead of a capital I, except at the beginning of a sentence. Portions I copy. I have been at Malvern about 12 days, where with difficulty I have got a lodging. The place is so very full, nor do I wonder at it, there being some instances of very extraordinary cures in cases looked on as desperate, even by Dr. Wall, the physician, who first brought the waters into vogue. I do not doubt but that the air and exercise, which at present is absolutely necessary here, the well being at over 2 miles from the town, contribute very much towards restoring the health of the patients. The road is very fine and made on purpose for the drinkers. It is on the side of a hill, which I am told is found by exact mensuration in some part to be half a mile perpendicularly high, above a wide plain that lies at the bottom. Towards the well the road ascends considerably, so that I imagine the end of it is not much less than halfway up to the top. A gentleman in the neighborhood has, at his own expense, made a walk a little above the well. This walk runs on a level for about 600 yards, winding with the breaks of the hill, and makes the noblest terrace I ever saw, the plain over which you look being bounded by some fine hills, and on it, lying on one side, Worcester, on the other Gloucester. The hill is fed with sheep, here and there some cattle graze, overhead I see my favorite bird, the kite, sailing, and all the while I tread on porphyry, the consciousness of which, you may guess, adds not a little to my satisfaction, when I consider that princes are proud to have a few pillars of this material. The town lies high on the side of the hill, and still on porphyry. The church, which stands a little lower, was a priory. Not far below the church is a spring of the same nature with that of Tunbridge. I wish this place was nearer to London, for it seems exactly adapted to do you good. There is a subscription going forward for building a large lodging house near the well. At present, there is only one old house in the town, turned entirely to that purpose, which contains about 15 persons and one large room in it, where once a week there is a sort of public breakfast and dinner. We have had one public tea drinking and card playing in the afternoon, by particular invitation. Today it will begin on another footing, and is to be weekly. Dr. Benjamin Stillingfleet, born 1702, died 1771. Wrote Calendar of Flora, etc., etc. Dr. John Wall, an eminent physician, first made Malvern known as a spa and founded the porcelain manufactory at Worcester. Dr. Wall died in 1776. Matlock Bathnow. Soon after the receipt of this letter, Mrs. Montagu set out on a visit to Lady Bab Montagu and Mrs. Scott at Bath Easton, and Mr. Montagu on July 28 writes to say he purposes driving to Kilham to see his friend Mr. Stevens. Kilham was Culham Court, Berks. George Stevens, a very eccentric character, afterwards, in 1766, published an edition of Shakespeare, and 3 years later some notes were incorporated in it of Dr. Johnson's. Mr. Montagu writes this description of Kilham. His house is a very good one, built about 50 years ago, the rooms large and wainscoted with oak, and 3 very good bedchambers with beds that at some time cost a good deal of money, but are the worse for time. He has been pulling down walls, and everything lies rough and without order or neatness, and to finish the account of it, very much resembled its owner. Its situation is what I think fine and much pleases me. It is in a valley which begins at the foot of that hill which we see on Maidenhead Thicket, and goes as far as Henley and further. The Thames runs quite through it, is of good breadth, and with a great number of little islands scattered here, and there makes a most beautiful appearance. On the bank of this river, on a terrace the house is built. It is of considerable extent, and if adorned with plantations and buildings would be very pretty and pleasant, but to do this may require a greater expense than may be convenient, so that all he at present thinks of doing is the improving the lawn. You might blame me if I omitted giving you some account of one of a kind very uncommon. I mean Mr. Hart's Chinese house. This stands in a beech wood of Mr. Stevens about half a mile from him, consists of a suite of rooms paved with pantiles and hung with paper, and on the outside is embellished with very costly decoration of the Chinese manner. Mr. Stevens says the cost has been about £2,000, but I don't believe 3 would pay for it. It seems to me no more than a whim, and so much money flung away. It stands very high and has a more extensive view than Mr. Stevens. It might be agreeable to entertain a company there in the finest and warmest weather, but one cannot think of it as an habitation without shuddering. At present, no use is made of it. 3 servants are kept there who have no other business than to look after the house, keep the wood walks in order, and breed pheasants. In about 15 years the lease expires, and then it comes to Mr. Stevens. Mr. Montagu says, I have some other thoughts of taking another ramble about the middle of the week to Winchester, and perhaps Southampton. This would place the building of Culham Court as taking place in 1707. See the first line of the next page. George Stevens, born 1736, died 1800. This was Rose Hill, built by Governor Hart, now the property of General E. Micklem. Mrs. Montagu had written to ask for a pair of horses and a coachman to be sent to Bath Easton, in order to convey herself and sister to stay at King's Weston with Mrs. Southwell. A man at Bath Easton will feed each horse at 6d. a day, Mr. Montagu sends them, but says, they may possibly serve to carry you to King's Weston and bring you part of the way home, but for any expeditions out of the turnpike roads I fear they will not endure it. In replying to her husband, the following character of Mr. Stevens is given. I look upon Mr. Stevens as a man who has disfranchised himself from all slavery to custom and fashion, and who as seldom brushes up or new, trims his modes of living as his coat, but wears both as long as they fit him, in spite of what fops and tailors may say. I hope he will come to Sandalford, for he has parts enough to make his singularities amusing. I dare say he was very happy in the visit you made him, both for the pleasure of your conversation and from a little vanity, for though the modes of singularity may give a man an air of designing to live alone and of contemplation in the world, I believe one may venture to say, none are more desirous of regard and notice than those who affect to retire and be singular. They rather design their peculiarities for a badge of distinction than a line of separation between them and society. And a man in low life may go ungartered or cross-gartered, who in another station would have been ambitious of a blue garter, and their installment into a particular character is a matter of great wit. We had a report that the Duke had killed 3,000 French, but he is well off if he can keep on the defensive. I had a letter from Mr. Emmon that the Duke of Cumberland received him in the most gracious manner, and he is so pleased, I believe he thinks one more step will put him on the Persian throne. It is happy to be born of a hoping constitution. His daydreams are very pleasant. I wish his patriot spirit was communicated to a dozen or 2 of our great men. Emmon had joined the English army under the Duke of Cumberland, then fighting the French. On July 30, he wrote to Dr. Monsey, enclosing a letter to his patronesses to be copied for each lady. In the postscript is the first mention of Edmund Burke. Now I would have you ask Mr. Burke's advice about this letter before you copy it for my friends. Pray don't be mad because my friend is an Irish gentleman, but I can tell you that he is your beloved son-in-law's countryman. I dare say you will be mighty pleased at being acquainted with him. Dr. Monsey's only child married William Alexander, elder brother 1st Earl Caledon. Emmon's letter begins, Limburg, August 1, 1757. To all the ladies and patronesses of Joseph Emmon. My noble ladies, I believe your ladyships have been in a long expectation to hear from this part of the world, more especially of the battle, which began on the 23rd of July. In the morning, we were ordered out with 25 horses and 200 foot irregulars to secure a post, where we found 300 hussars and 700 foot soldiers, upon which we began immediately to fire, and they retreated very soon. And in the afternoon His Highness, hearing that the French were advancing with their whole army, ordered that the part of his army were to advance also, but it was very unlucky for us that our infantry was too late. And before they could come up, the enemy begun from some distance to fire upon us with their cannon, with no manner of execution. His Royal Highness thought proper to return to his camp in Eferdon. The next day, the enemy, still advancing from their camp at Halle all along the river Weser, and were retreating until we halted upon a high hill with full of trees, and they on another, where the firing of cannon began again on both sides, and lasted till evening. Our situation not being so well as we could wish, we still retreated till we come to Hamelin. There we posted the right of our army, and our left at Arnsberg, and unfortunate Hasenbeck between us and the enemy, which was soon burnt down. The 25th, about 4 in the morning, the enemy began to advance with their musics and drums, making a very great noise, more like Indians than Europeans, and was soon silenced, as a few of our balls and cannonading begun of both sides briskly. At that time your slave was upon a hill with no more than 200 irregulars, commanded by my friend, Major Fredag, a man of good conduct and judgment, where we could see the two armies very plain. It was a place had it not been so dangerous, as the cannon balls were flying like so many flies over our heads. I would wish my noble friend ladies, who are my patronesses, and who are so fond of heroes and hearing of battles, to have seen it, which would really have been worth their while. Then I would have wished again that the heavenly chariots were descended from the gods above, to have transported them to their native and blessed island. Peradventure they should have been in the greatest of dangers. For we saw about 11 of the clock the enemy, with no less than 6,000 of horses and foot, coming up to us of all sides with a great fury, except a little grass that led us down to our army. But this bravery of theirs was greatly owing to an information which they had of us a day before. Knowing that we were no more than 200 men, or else they wowed not be so furious in their attack, for they are vastly like the Black Indians, fire at a great distance and run away. However, we stood almost half an hour, our men rallied 3 times and killed no less than 300 of them, for our men are brought up from their infantry sick. As huntsmen, they never miss their mark. I have seen them shoot at 300 yards distance. They are like the mountaineers of Armenia and Dagestan. The French hussars run away as soon as they see us. You see, my noble ladies, what great advantage it is to a nation who has the liberty not only to kill the partridges, but to kill as many deers and other animals as they please. The loss of ours was but 26 wounded. We could not support any longer and were obliged to retreat and join the army. And about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the enemy retreated with the loss of 11 cannon, and had taken some of ours, but we retaken them again. But the battle continued still, and lasted from 4 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. The loss of their side was about 3,000 and about 1,200 of ours. We don't look upon this as a battle in Persia, but as a skirmish sick. The inventor of gunpowder, though, he is cursed by many ignorant people, but his invention has been a very great service towards preservation of mankind. Gunpowder is a thing which makes a great noise like lightning and thunder keep mankind distant with an awe. The thought of gunpowder, says the great Marshal de Saxe, is more than the danger itself. I would wish to have no more than 1,500 Persian horse, if it is not too bold, and your humble servant the teacher of them. We could soon show the French that the effect of scimitars, sick, would be greater than that of gunpowder, though their number of what we hear is 150,000 men, and ours are you very well know. At present, we are upon marches and countermarches. At the end of the letter he says he has received nothing as yet from his royal master, and that if he does not, he must unwillingly return to his father in India, as he will not be a begar any longer on his noble patrons. River Weser. Hamelin. Hasenbeck. This battle was that of Hasenbeck. The Duke of Cumberland had placed the archives and valuable effects from Hanover in the town of Stat, and from Stat came a letter from Emmen to Dr. Monsey, on September 13, just after the famous Convention of Kloster 7 had, by the intervention of the King of Denmark, been signed and peace arranged. In reply to Dr. Monsey's inquiry about the Duke of Cumberland's health, Emmen says, "You are desirous to know how my royal master is. Mr. Andrews, valet, with his comps. To you, says his Royal Highness's leg is quite well, so you may be easy." To return to Mrs. Montagu, staying at Bath Easton on August 1, writing to her husband, she expresses herself uneasy, as Admiral Boscawen was recalled from the fleet, for what he knew not. Mr. Boscawen will be busy inquiring the cause of his being recalled. He has merit and a powerful family, and I hope his enemies cannot oppress though they may oppose him. Do not mention this affair. In July, Mrs. Morris Robinson had presented her husband with a son and heir, who was christened Morris after his father, and became eventually 3rd Baron Rokeby. Morris, little boy, goes on well. Mr. Potter made a fine harangue to the Bath Corporation on Mr. Pitt's election. The circus, I am told, is but little nearer finished than when we were here. The circus at Bath. In the next letter, after comments on the beauties of things at Weston, she writes, "Yesterday morning, Mrs. Southwell and I got into her postchaise early, and went to the passage of the Severn, got into the ferry boat and crossed over to Chepstow in Monmouthshire. And from Chepstow, we went to Mr. Morris, called Piercefield, a place so far exceeding anything I ever saw or expect to see, I must reserve the description till I see you. A reach of the Severn of 40 miles is one of the most inconsiderable advantages of the place. Every beauty of land, sea, rocks, verdure, cultivation, old ruins, villages, churches are there in the highest perfection. The River Wye forms a most beautiful half-island in one part as the Severn Sea adorns the other." Mr. Montagu replies, "On Tuesday night, as I was at supper about 10 o'clock, who should come in to me but my cousin Wortley, he had been making a visit to somebody near Wallingford. He missed his way. The roads were so bad and rough that 2 of the glasses of his new chaise were broken, and he could not get any reparation at Newbury." In commenting on political subjects, he adds, "I suppose now everybody will be sensible of the folly we have been guilty of in so long suffering the wild boar of Germany to enter and destroy our vineyard." Mr. Wortley Montagu, Sr., husband of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, first cousin to Mr. Edward Montagu. Mrs. Montagu answers, "I assure you it is with a melancholy pleasure I often look on this charming country. Perhaps this is the last summer I may ever be an idle traveler through a peaceable country. However, I have one comfort, that as you are innocent of the evils that may overwhelm us, you will the better support yourself and me under them, and that the best we can hope is to be tributary vassals to France. Perhaps they will invade and conquer us, but God forbid." Mrs. Talbot, writing from Barrington, bids Mrs. Montagu to come and stay with her. The letter is not a remarkable one, but it says, "Have you heard lately from Lady Sandwich? I find the old countess is dead at last at Paris." This was the eccentric Elizabeth Wilmot, sister of the Earl of Rochester, and grandmother of John, Lord Sandwich, widow of the 3rd Earl. It is said she governed her husband to such a degree that he was almost a cipher and a prisoner in his own house, she being, though an indifferent wife, a most brilliant-spirited woman. After her lord's death in 1729, she lived in Paris, where she was the friend of Ninon de l'Enclos and Saint Evremont. Both Pope and Lord Chesterfield have mentioned her as extremely spirited and having great intellectual ability. Mrs. Talbot, widow of Edward Talbot, Bishop of Durham. Barrington Park, near Burford, Auxonne. She died July 2, 1757, at Rue Vaugirard, Paris. Her daughter-in-law, Lady Hinchinbroke, née Elizabeth Popham, lost her husband, Lord Hinchinbroke, in 1722, and I have several curious letters written by her to Mrs. Montagu in 1739, respecting her son John, 4th Earl of Sandwich, Jimmy Twitcher. He was then 11 years old, and his mother sent him to sea. Probably he was even then very unruly, but he could not bear the sea, and through Mr. Montagu she applied to their common connection, John, Duke of Montagu, to get him a commission in the army, buying it as an ensign in a marching regiment. The Duke's reply to this is singularly indifferent in expression, and his spelling terrible. On August 6, writing from Bath Easton to her husband, Mrs. Montagu alludes to the defeat of Frederick the Great at Kolin in Bohemia, on June 18, by General Daun. Emin had written to her, saying, "The French seem afraid of us, though so much inferior in numbers. I hear the King of Prussia takes to himself the whole blame of his disgrace in the late affair, and says, if he had followed the advice of the Prince of Bevern, it had not happened. There is something more great perhaps in a monarch owning his error than in gaining a victory, but it will not have the same effect in establishing his affairs in Germany, so that in his situation the least advantage over the Empress Queen would have been of better consequence. Sir John Mordaunt, General Conway, and Call Cornwallis are going abroad with some forces as the newspapers tell us. and the French seem again disposed to disturb us with the apprehension of an invasion. Maria Theresa, Empress of Austria, born 1717, died 1780. Seymour Henry Conway, the cousin and bosom friend of Horace Walpole, born 1720, died 1795. Writing to Dr. Stillingfleet on August 7, in return for his description of Malvern, Mrs. Montagu gives this fine description of Emmon. Mr. Emmon was most graciously received by the Duke, had offers of money and all marks of regard from His Royal Highness, so that his letters express the highest satisfaction. There must be a nobler seat than the Persian throne reserved for that fine spirit which, born in slavery and nurtured in ignorance, aspired to give liberty, knowledge, and civil arts to his country. To compass this, he risked his life, and endured the greatest hardships, and ventured all dangers and uncertainties in a country whose very language he was a stranger to. How different from so many of our countrymen, who, for little additions of power and greater gratifications of luxury, in spite of their pride of birth and advantage of a liberal education, and the incitements of the great examples of all ages and nations, will hazard enslaving us to a nation our forefathers despised. In this letter, we learn that Lord Lyttelton had returned from a Welsh tour very unwell, had spent 2 days with her and Mrs. Scott at Bath Easton, en route to Hagley, and that on her return to Sandalford, she expected a visit from Dr. Monsey. In a letter from Reverend Charles Lyttelton from Hagley of August 17, one catches a glimpse of the second Lady Lyttelton's temper. He says, "My brother Lord Lyttelton returned from his Welsh expedition the same day I came home, and you will easily believe how welcome he was to Miss West and me, as we had nobody to converse with or rather to eat with, but ye amiable lady of ye house, for she does not deign to converse or hardly say a single word to either of us. On Saturday, Hester arrived, so we are now a strong party, and her ladyship may be as sulky and silent as she pleases. Lord Lyttelton is got pure well." This expression is often used in the 18th century writings. Apparently, it meant perfect health at that time. Lady Hester Pitt. From Merton on August 30, Lady Frances Williams writes to Mrs. Montagu, and in her letter alludes with joy to Emmon's safety, and then adds, "By the accounts arrived from Lord Loudon, the Mediterranean tragedy seems to be acting over again in the American seas. A council of war was called to advise whether the 10,000 men brought to Louisbourg should be landed or not. It was determined in the negative upon finding the French had 2 more ships than we had. Lord Charles Hayes only entering his protest, and they are returned to Halifax to wait a reinforcement. This brings to my mind the death of Admiral West, and the disgust given our friend Admiral Boscawen, which I look upon as a retaliation from the Pittites for the dismission of the former last spring." Lady Frances Williams was daughter of the Earl of Coningsby. Her husband, Sir Charles Hanbury Williams, was a statesman, poet, and wit. Lord Loudon, commander-in-chief of the English army in America against the French. Louisbourg in Nova Scotia. The English were attacking the French Canadian provinces. In a letter from Fulham on September 15, Mrs. Donnellan alludes to the expedition under Sir Edward Hawke and Sir John Mordaunt against the French, which was kept very secret. They say Sir John Mordaunt said to the officers, "You will have but a short bout, but it will be a brisk one, and I hope we shall all behave as we ought to. 'Tis supposed we shall hear in less than a week something about it. Whatever it is, Mr. Pitt sick will either have the glory or disgrace of it, for every one calls it his scheme. The king, they say, had a fainting fit about a week ago as he sat at cards, but is now well and seems cheerful. Lord Bolingbroke and Lady were in such a hurry of passion they could not wait for settlements, but were married upon an article. May one not think of an old proverb, marry in haste? Lady Bolingbroke was a daughter of Charles Spencer, Duke of Marlborough, and Mrs. Donnellan's prophecy came true, but not till 1768, when she was divorced and married Topham Beauclerk, son of Lord Sidney Beauclerk. Sir Edward Hawke commanded the navy, and Sir John Mordaunt the army. It was against the French and proved a failure, costing nearly $1 million. On September 15, Mrs. Montagu wrote a long letter to Dr. Stillingfleet from Sandalford. In this, she alludes to the humorous affection for her which Dr. Monsey had developed. "You must know, sir, Dr. Monsey is fallen desperately in love with me, and I am most passionately in love with him, the darts on both sides have not been the porcupine, but the gray goose quill. We have said so many tender things to each other by the post, that at last we thought it would be better to sigh in soft dialogue than by letter. We agreed to meet, and the rather, as all the lovers we had read of, and being in love with each other only du côté de l'esprit, you may suppose we woo by book, had always complained of absence as the most dreadful thing imaginable. He said, nay, he swore, he would come to Sandalford, and twice had named the day. But each time his granddaughter fell sick, and I know not whether he will keep the third appointment, which is for next Monday. These disappointments have made me resolve, and I really believe it will not be difficult to keep the resolution, never again to fall in love with a man who is a grandfather. In all other respects, the doctor is a perfect Pastor Fido, and I believe when we get to Elysium, all the lovers who wander in the myrtle groves there will throw their garlands at our feet. Further on she alludes to Emin, who was at Stat, and had written her a most devoted letter. I do not indeed hope to see him on the Persian throne or giving laws to the East, but I know he sits on the summit of human virtue, and obeys the laws of him who made that world the ambitious are contending for, and to such only my esteem pays homage. In a letter to Mrs. Scott of this period occurs Mrs. Montagu's opinion of the character of her friend, Mrs. Boscon. She is in very good spirits, and sensible of her many felicities, which I pray God to preserve to her, but her cup is so full of good, I am always afraid it will spill. She is one of the few whom an unbounded prosperity could not spoil. I think there is not a grain of evil in her composition. She is humble, charitable, pious, of gentle temper, with the firmest principles and with a great deal of discretion, void of any degree of art, warm and constant in her affections, mild towards offenders but rigorous towards offence. Née Frances Glanville, daughter of William Evelyn Glanville, of St. Clair, Kent. I make extracts from a splendid letter to Mrs. Boscon of October 25. Admiral Boscon had just received a commission rather unexpectedly, owing to the failure of the Hawke and Mordaunt expedition. I am a little uneasy lest the surprise should have hurt you. Satisfy me in that matter, and my imagination will then sit down and weave laurel garlands for your husband's head, and I too will rejoice in the advantage which I hope his country will reap from his arms. But think me not ignoble if I own. Glory is but a bright moonshine when compared to your welfare, and think me not below the standard of true patriotism. If I confess, it is for the sake of such as you, my country is a name so dear. I know you are too reasonable to wish Mr. Boscon might avoid the hazards of his profession. The Duke of Marlborough, his kinsman, lived to old age and survived perhaps all the cowards that were born on the same day. The accidents of life are more than the chances of war. Be not afraid, but commit it all to the great and wise disposer of all events. A firm hope and cheerful reliance on Providence I do believe to be the best means to bring about what we wish, and that such confidence does it far better than all our anxious foresight, our provident schemes and measuring of security. I remember with sorrow and shame, I trusted much to a continual watching of my son. I would not have committed him to a sea voyage, or for the world in a town besieged. I forgot at whose will the waves are still, and who breaketh the bow and knappeth the spear asunder. What was the reward of this confidence of my own care and diffidence of his who only could protect him? Why, such as it deserved, I lost my beloved object, and with him my hopes, my joys, and my health, and I lost him too, not by those things I had feared for him, but by the pain of a tooth. Pray God keep you from my offense and the punishment of it. I do not mean that you should be void of anxiety in times of hazard, but offer them to God every night and sleep in peace, the same every morning, and rise with confidence. I am much pleased with His Majesty's confidence in Mr. Boscon. The Duke, it seems, is gone to plant cabbages. As soon as these great folks are disgusted, they go into the country. The indignant statesman plants trees upon which he wishes all his enemies hanged. His occupations are changed, but his passions not altered. The angry warrior rides a hunting. Mais le chagrin monte en croupe et galop avec lui. Nor can the hounds and horn, that cheerily rouse the slumbering morn, content the sense that wants to hear piercing fife and spirit-stirring drum. Not having been well, she adds she is moving to London to consult her doctors, leaving Mr. Montagu to plant trees, etc., before joining her. I expect a cargo of Morgans and good folk from Newbury to dine here. I always endeavor to depart the country in an odor of civility. alluding to her only child, John alias Punch's death. The Duke of Cumberland. A letter from Mrs. Donnellan throws a light on the Mordaunt affair. All I can gather of this most shameful affair is that there will be no more known till there is a public inquiry, and then if the scheme is proved by the general officers to have been impracticable, those who sent them on it must suffer, but if it is found that they might have made more of it, I suppose they will. It will be deferred, the inquiry, I mean, till the sitting of Parliament. Sir J. Mordaunt and Admiral Hawke have both been to court. The Admiral was received graciously, the other taken no notice of. Tease said he stooped to kiss the royal hand, but it was pulled back from him. Would it not have been more kingly to have forbidden his coming? Tease said soon after some of the troops were in the boats in order to land. There was a council of war called, and when Hawke thought they were landed, they were ordered on board again. Tease certain there were 5 or 6 days spent on councils of war, and then Hawke, who was not concerned in them, desired them to come to some resolution, for he would either land them or return home. Colonel Conway, I hear, showed the most spirit, and that our common men showed no unwillingness to action. The Duke came through the city on Thursday at 4 in the afternoon. I saw some who saw him. There was no sort of notice taken of him. I think he was well off. I suppose you have seen the King of Prussia's letter to our king, Tease denied but believed to be genuine. I think your remarks on the correspondence between the King of Prussia and Voltaire, very just. However, I forgive him some levity when conversed with a wit, and part since he knows when 'tis proper to the king. I have got since I came home, Taylor's sermons. He is so good he frightens me, and so witty he makes me laugh. The Mordaunt inquiry warrant was not signed till December 3, 1757. Illustration: J. G. Eckhart, Pinks, Faber, Mezzo. Coniers, Middleton, D.D. Emery Walker, Ph., S.C. Mr. Montagu, writing from Sandalford on November 6, to his wife, mentions Hawke being sent out again with Boscawen, was a clear proof that they had nothing to impute to him which was faulty. He was busy planting at Sandalford, and said he must get chestnuts and acorns when he came to London, as the last sown had been rotten. According to Miller, the way of trying them is somewhat like that formerly used in the case of witches. Such of them as swim are to be rejected, and those that sink esteemed good. Mrs. Montagu, with the advice of Dr. Shaw and Dr. Monsey, gradually recovered her health. Wormhood draughts were prescribed. Her illness appears to have been a nervous fever, with weakness and loss of appetite. Of Dr. Monsey she says, "He has given me as much attendance as if I was a princess of the blood, though I have never given him a fee." Dr. Shaw had been called off to the Duchess of Newcastle at Claremont, who was suffering in the same way. Great discussion is given as to giving of the bark without danger, and when to do so. Dr. Shaw has had 6 guineas of me. I shall give him no more. I had difficulty to make him accept the last, but he attended me at first twice a day. The Mordaunt affair is alluded to in each letter. In one occurs the following. Lord Chesterfield, in a letter from Bath to Lady Allen, writes thus: "Your ladyship may believe all the circles here think they have a right to form a court-martial, to sit on Sir J.M. for my part one wait for information. I can never believe he wants courage or capacity, as I imagine he will show the scheme was impracticable, and they must answer who sent him." On November 7, Mr. Montagu writes to announce his intention of joining his wife, and adds, "I see by the Gazette that the King of Prussia has obtained a great victory over the combined army under Prince Soubise. This is an unexpected event, and must give a turn to his affairs. One thing seems to be collected from it, that this enterprising, courageous prince has not made peace, nor flung himself into the arms of France, as we were given to believe." This was the Battle of Rossbach in Saxony, won against the Austrians and French by Frederick the Great of Prussia on November 5, 1757. The year's correspondence ends with a letter to Emmon of Lady A. Sophia Egerton, enclosing a letter of recommendation of him to her uncle, Mr. Bentinck, then in diplomatic service in Holland. Emmon was going to rejoin the Prussian army. I never was so much at a loss as I find myself at this instant, that I am going to answer the letter I have had the honor and happiness to receive from you by Mr. Toriano. Being 10 times more oppressed with the excess of your candor and goodness than I was before with the subject of my complaint. It was entirely owing to the idea I had in common with all the world of Mrs. Montagu's that I felt sorrow at all or communicated what I felt to my friend. Which last step I should not have taken, but from the great reliance I had upon the excellency of your character. I wanted mercy but not sacrifice, and am obliged in my turn to beg pardon of you, which I do from my soul, for putting you to the pain of excusing what in fact was more a misfortune than a fault, and but a necessary consequence of a train of impressions given to my disadvantage. The Chancellor of York, Dr. Herring, was, I suppose, the person who interested himself in the honor of the Dean of York, and requested that act of friendship to be done to the Dean, by bringing about a separation betwixt the Dean and myself. The poor gentleman has been laboring this point many years, but not out of zeal for the Dean's character, but to secure the next residentiaryship to the Dean of St. Asolph, his son. He was outwitted himself at last, and has now all the foul play to settle with his conscience, without gaining or being ever likely to gain his purpose. I take the liberty of enclosing a letter I wrote last month to the Dean, which will give some light into my hard measure, and show you that I was as much a protection to the Dean of York as he to me. The answer to this has made me easy with regard to my views in the Church of York, and as it has cemented anew the Dean and myself beyond the power of any future breach, I thought it would give you satisfaction to see how my interests stand, and how much and how undeserved I have been abused. When you have read it, it shall never be read more, for reasons your penetration will see at once. I return you thanks for the interest you took in my wife, and there is not an honest man who will not do me the justice to say, I have ever given her the character of as moral and virtuous a woman as ever God made. What occasion discontent ever betwixt us is now no more. We have settled accounts to each other's satisfaction and honor, and I am persuaded shall end our days without one word of reproach or even incivility. Mr. Toriano made me happy in acquainting me that I was to dine with you on Friday. It shall ever be my care, as well as my principle, ever to behave so that you may have no cause to repent of your goodness to me. I am, madam, with the truest gratitude, your most obliged and a FF letter 1D57 letter 1D49 kinsman, Lor. Stern. A fragment, also undated, from Mrs. Stern may be placed here, but I have failed to find any allusion to it in other letters. Could Mrs. Montagu think this the way to make a bad husband better, she might indeed have found a better, which I have often urged, though to little purpose, namely some little mark of kindness or regard to me as a kinswoman. I meant not such as would have cost her money, but indeed this neither she or any one of the Robinsons vouchsafe to do, though they have seen Mr. Stern frequently the last 2 winters, and will the next. So that surely never poor girl, who had done no one thing to merit such neglect, was ever so cast off by her relations as I have been. I writ 3 posts ago to inform Mrs. Montagu of the sorrow her indifferation had brought upon me, and begged she would do all that was in her power to undo the mischief, though I can't for my soul see which way, and must expect to the last hour of my life to be reproached by Mr. Stern as the blaster of his fortunes. I learn from Mr. Stern that there was both letters and conversations passed betwixt them last winter on this subject, and though I was an utter stranger to that and every part of this affair till 10 days ago, when the Chancellor wrote his first letter, which Mr. Stern communicated to me, yet in several he wrote to me from London, he talked much of the honors and civilities Mrs. Montagu showed him, which I was well pleased to hear, as the contrary behavior must have wrought me sorrow. I only wished that amongst them she had mixed some to her cousin, but that I heard not one syllable of. I beg you will give me one gleam of comfort by answering this directly. Mr. Stern is on the wing for London, and we remove to York at the same time, so that I fear thy letter will not arrive before me. Direct to Newton. Mine and Lydia's love. Thine most truly and affectionately, E. Stern. Commenting on Mrs. Stern's character some years after this date, Mrs. Montagu said she was a woman of good parts, of a temper, like the fretful porcupine, always darting her quills at somebody or something. Lady Meadows, Mr. Montagu's sister, who had long been suffering from cancer, died at the end of October. Horace Walpole says in his letter to George Montagu that she left Lady Sandwich's daughter £9,000 after the death of her husband, Sir Sidney Meadows. Chapter 4. 1760 to the death of George Roman II. in London, at Tonbridge, and in Northumberland correspondence chiefly with Lord Lyttelton. The year 1760 opens on January 1 with a letter to Lord Lyttelton from Mrs. Montagu, a portion of which I copy. Can I begin the new year more auspiciously than by dedicating the first hours of the New Year's Day to that person from whose friendship I hope to derive so much of the honor and happiness of every year of my life? Among the wishes I form for myself, not the least earnest are those of seeing Lord Lyttelton and his son enjoy all the health, felicity, and fame that can be attained in this world, with the cheering prospect of a better state. The world much admires the pamphlet, and Lord Bath does not deny he is the author as I am told. I ordered Mr. Bower to send it to your lordship, but it is out of print. The hereditary prince is gone to the King of Prussia with 18,000 gallant men. I was at Lady Hervey's last night. She is very well. Probably the letter to two great men of Walpole's Memoirs of George I. ed. 1847, volume Roman 3, p. 250. Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick. The next letter of January 15, to the same, is as follows. My eyes have at last served me to read the collection of letters which have afforded me much entertainment. Those from the illustrious I consider as written in their theatrical character, for though they are written behind the scenes, which gives them an air of reality, they are made to suit the assumed character. Lord B. Ath is patriot and philosopher. After the manner of the ancients, his letters bear a consular and stoical dignity, and when I expect to see them signed Marcus, Cato, or Caius Cassius, he surprises me with a Christian name and modern title. Those of another eminent person appear more natural, though perhaps they are not more sincere, but the modes we are used to by their familiarity appear less constrained and artificial. I will send Mr. Lyttelton the Gazette Extraordinary from Quebec next post. It is from the Indian savages and expressed in hieroglyphics. It will give him an idea of the expresses sent by the Mexicans and Montezuma. I will send him the explanation with it. Mr. Stewart gave me this curious piece this morning. I did not say Lord Bath owned, but that he did not stoutly deny the pamphlet. Mr. Pitt and his party are angry at it, and I hear H. Walpole has answered it. Tom Lyttelton writes from Eton, March 8, to Mrs. Montagu to beg her to write to him. Her eyes had been very weak lately, and writing was an effort. In this Tom says, I hear my cousin Pitt is gone abroad with Lord Kinnell. I wish his tour may afford him as much pleasure as it will improvement, but nothing can ever hinder a mind like his, active and desirous of knowledge from improving itself everywhere, but particularly in foreign countries. I only wish the eyes of the handsome Spanish ladies may not make a greater impression on his heart than the beautiful vales of Aragon and Castile. Thomas Pitt had gone to Lisbon with the embassy under Lord Strathmore, which England sent after the attempted assassination of the King of Portugal. In a letter to Lord Lyttelton from Lisbon on March 27, 1760, Mr. Pitt describes Lisbon. John Lyon, 7th Earl of Strathmore. The Tagus is extremely noble, and the shore on the other side is covered with woods of pine and fir. The city is quite destroyed, and though they talk of magnificent plans for the rebuilding it, there is little likelihood that it should rise out of its ruins for many years. He then alludes to the late attempted assassination of the king, but his account is too long to copy in extenso. The story of a conspiracy is universally disbelieved. The whole is attributed to the malignity of the Duke of Aveiro, and the resentment of the old Marquis and Marchioness of Tavora for the dishonor done to their family since the late dreadful execution, which is followed by the erection of the Bastille, into which people of the first rank are committed without any cause assigned, makes them afraid to be even seen with one another. I hear my little friend Tom has not forgot me in my peregrinations, has apprehensions from the impressions I may receive from the Spanish ladies. Pray give my love to him, and assure him if they resemble those of Portugal, I never was in less danger. The king had opposed the marriage of the Duke of Tavora's son to a sister of the Duc de Cadaval. In his next letter of April 14, to Mrs. Montagu, he says, I am going in about a week or 10 days into the true country of knight-errantry. I shall set out for Spain and pass through Andalusia and Granada before I go to Madrid, but instead of Rocinante and the Barber's Basin, I shall provide myself with side-creeping mules and a heavy, crazy old coach that has outlived the earthquake. I propose being at Madrid about the time the king makes his public entry, which is to be extremely magnificent. I shall dispute the prize at every tilt and tournament, and expect to send you a lock of hair plucked as a trophy from the forehead of a wild bull that I have laid dead at my feet. We have a very good chance of escaping the corsairs, and see sickness, as the French ambassador here has had the goodness to write to his court for a passport to enable us to get to Italy through the south of France. Monsieur de Merle. The next letter is from Lord Chesterfield to Lord Lyttelton. Blackheath, May 7, 1760. My lord, I return you my sincerest and warmest thanks for your most entertaining and instructive present. When I heard that you had undertaken that work, I expected no less, and now that I have it, without a compliment I could wish for no more from you. You have applied history to its best use, the advantage of morality. You have exposed vice and folly, but with so noble a hand that both fools and knaves must feel that you would rather correct than execute them. You have even shown mercy to one who never showed nor felt it. I mean that disgrace to humanity, that sanguinary monster of the North, distinguished only by his barbarism and his barbarity, Charles XII of Sweden. I would fain have homicide no longer reckoned as hitherto it has been, a title to heroism, and the infamous but fashionable traffic of human blood, no matter for or against, who, if they pay but well, called by its true name assassination. Your lordship has still a great field left open to you for another and yet another volume, which nobody can range in so usefully to mankind as yourself. I must take the liberty of troubling your lordship with a petition to your brother, the governor of Jamaica, whom I have not the pleasure of being acquainted with myself. It is to recommend to his protection and favor a relation of mine, one Captain Stanhope, who is now there, and I believe has some little employment given him by the present deputy governor, Mr. Moore. My kinsman was formerly an officer of the Foot Guards, but being a man of wit and pleasure, shared the common fate of that sort of gentleman, and was obliged to leave England and go to Jamaica, for I doubt more than suspicion of debt. I am assured that he is now quite reformed, and has a mind to be an honest man. I am with the greatest honor and esteem, your lordship's most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Lord Chesterfield's handwriting is beautiful, and the easiest possible to read. Philip Dormer Stanhope, Earl of Chesterfield, born 1694, died. His Dialogues of the Dead, just published. Allusion to Dialogue number 20 on Charles Roman 12, and Alexander the Great. William Henry, son of Sir Thomas Lyttelton. He was created Baron Westcote of Ballymore in 1776, died in 1808. Lord Lyttelton's Dialogues of the Dead had just appeared. Of these misses, Montagu wrote 3, viz., Dialogues 26, 27, 28. Writing to Mrs. Carter, she says, I have just received my dear Mrs. Carter's letter, and am very happy in her approbation of the Dialogues. With her encouragement, I do not know, but at last I may become an author in form. It enlarges the sphere of action and lengthens the short period of human life. To become universal and lasting is an ambition which none but great geniuses should indulge, but to be read by a few years, may be aspired to. The Dialogues, I mean the 3 worst, have had a more favorable reception than I expected. Lord Lyttelton's have been admired to the greatest degree. Mrs. Montagu had vainly tried to conceal her part as joint author of the Dialogues. Mrs. Donnellan immediately challenged her as to whether she or Mrs. Carter had written them, and Mrs. Montagu was fain to confess Mrs. Carter was not responsible for them. The fine ladies were much offended at Dialogue 27, between Mercury and Mrs. Modish, a modern fine lady, in which they were taken off. The authoress was disgusted at the fine lady's conduct in going to the trial and sentence of Lord Ferrers for murdering his steward. She says to Mrs. Carter, I on the late instance of their going to hear Lord Ferrers, sentence particularly provoked me. The ladies crowded to the House of Lords to see a wretch brought, loaded with crime and shame, to the bar, to hear sentence of a cruel and ignominious death, which, considering only this world, casts shame back on his ancestors and all his succeeding family. Lawrence, Earl Ferrers, was hanged at Tyburn on May 5, 1760. The Reverend William Robinson had become engaged to a Miss Mary Richardson, daughter of Mr. Adam Richardson. She had a portion of £10,000. The poet Gray called her a very good-humored, cheerful woman. From other letters, it appears she was not good-looking, but amiable. This letter, written by Mrs. Montagu to her sister Sarah, describes the wedding, which appears to have taken place at the end of June. Saturday night, after 10. My dearest sister, I'll tell thee, Saul, where I have been, where I the rarest sights have seen, sights beyond compare. The bride tryst, the bridegroom tristissimo. But to the order of the nuptials, Papa Robinson and Mr. Richardson in Papa's postchaise, bride and bridegroom, Mrs. M. Orris, Robinson and Sister Montagu in her coach and six. Brother Morris Robinson and Mr. Montagu and Brother Morris, postchaise, so went we to Kensington Church, the neighbors gazing, the children running, the mob gathering. From church we went to Greenwich, where the bridegroom gave us a very elegant and splendid dinner. Then we walked in Greenwich Park, returned to the inn to drink tea. After tea, the bride and bridegroom and Mr. Richardson got into my coach. I carried them to Kensington, and there I left the lovely loving pair. William smiled and looked in high beauty as we went. As we returned, he was grave, angry perhaps, that Phoebus did not gallop apace his fiery-footed steeds and hasten on the happy hour. Never was wedding so decent, so orderly, so unlike a wedding. None of your fulsome fondness, I assure you, a few fond glances, but not a syllable addressed to each other. I believe William will behave well, and she is sensible and good-natured. I am glad the wedding is over that I may depart on Monday to Tunbridge. I have been disappointed of my lodgings, the lady who was to have left them being ill, but I have got a house for a week till I can have that I had hired. The bride's brother, her father was dead. From Tunbridge Wells on Tuesday, June 30, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband, then in Hill Street. My dearest, I had a very agreeable journey hither, but found my present lodging too small to receive the maids who are to come in the postchaise, so cannot send for them till Lady Fitzwilliam is well enough to leave Dr. Morley. S. I can give but little account of Tunbridge as yet. I drank the waters at the well this morning, and have now taken leave of the walks till tomorrow, as this fine weather will be better spent in an airing than on the Pantiles. Lord Bath was on the walks, and General Pulteney, and Mr. and Mrs. Toriano and Mr. Marriott. Many of the ladies are too lazy to come down in a morning, and those that do come to the well are an hour later than when I was here last. Lord Bath's brother, Miss Botham, now joined Mrs. Montagu, who is looking out for a house for Lord Lyttelton. I believe your lordship must accept of a house on Mount Ephraim, which Lady Pembroke laid in last year, for I do not believe I can get you a better. Order your postilion to stop at Mr. Dowding, S. on Mount Ephraim when you come, and there your lordship shall be informed of the certain place of your abode. On July 14, Dr. Stillingfleet writes from Stratton to Mrs. Montagu to thank her for a letter, and says he was out of health and spirits. This has hindered me from receiving so much pleasure from the unexpected kindness of Lord Barrington as might naturally have been expected. He then comments on her disappointment, at the smallness of the favor conferred upon me, for it seems to me much superior to anything I would have expected. However favorable you, dear madam, may judge me, I cannot rate my talents so highly as to think they are undervalued at £100 per ann, when no business is to be done for it. This was his appointment as Master of Kensington Barracks, which took place on June 12. I had a letter from Dr. Monsey dated Wotton that gives me much concern, for by his account he seems to be in a bad state of health, and I should think by no means qualified to travel in the pies sick, do tender, but he is a thorough-paced hero, and can be romantic in the midst of pain. Should you lose your knight-errant eye, do not think the world can furnish you with a successor, for amongst all your other admirers, you will not perhaps meet with one who at 70 is capable of all the tenderness which they have at 20. After this, he alludes to the inflammation of the eyes Mrs. Montagu was suffering from. If you cannot see to write, he and all your friends will lose one of their greatest pleasures. Has he prescribed the vitriol water? N.D. Viscount Barrington, Secretary for War in 1755, etc. Miss Anne Stanley, daughter of Mr. Stanley, of Paultons, Hants, and granddaughter of Sir Hans Sloane, now joined Mrs. Montagu from Clewer, near Windsor. Anne and Sarah Stanley lived with their mother, Sarah Stanley, and were the intimate friends of Lord Lyttelton, whom Anne mentions in a letter of July 29. Lord Lyttelton returned to us yesterday, and has had a bad night with the pain in his back, which has made him resolve to give up sunning hill waters. Anne eventually married Welbore Ellis, afterwards Lord Mendip. Sarah married Christopher Doyley, MP. Their one brother was the Right Hun, Hans Stanley, Lord of the Admiralty from 1757 to 1763. Now known as Cluer. He died in 1780. On August 2, Lord Lyttelton writes from Hill Street, Monsieur Deschamps brought me his translation of your 3 dialogues. They are as well done as the poverty of the French tongue will admit, but such eloquence as yours must lose by being transposed into any other language. There is great mourning in the gay world for poor Lady Lincoln. I have seen her so lively, so cheerful, so happy, that it shocks me to think of her sudden dissolution, and it frights me when I think that I have very dear friends who may as suddenly die, and especially some whose spirits, like hers, exceed their strength. Monsey says he cannot tell what was the cause of her death. Catherine Pelham, daughter of Henry Pelham, brother to the first Duke of Newcastle. She died July 27, 1760. In the next letter to her husband, who was going to Sandalford, Mrs. Montagu says, I went to the ball last Friday. It was the first time I had been to the public rooms, and it had like to have been fatal to me, for the coachman not being acquainted with the place, the night dark, and having no flambeaux, had like to have overturned just coming out from Joy's rooms, down a place where the coach would have been entirely topsy-turvy. The footmen were thrown off from behind, but several people being by, the coach was held up, and I got safe out, and no hurt done to the persons or machine. My fright was such I did not get my rest till 6 o'clock in the morning. I had many civil messages in the morning, and Lord and Lady Feversham came up the hill to inquire after me. My nerves are still a little the worse. If the coach had fallen, it would have gone down some feet, but the standers, behaved with great humanity, bearing a very heavy load on their shoulders. I believe our new coachman is too lazy to serve us. The danger I was in when John and the postilion were drunk, and had like to have overturned us on a gallop against a post when we came from Windsor. And my second peril on Friday makes me tremble whenever I get into the machine. To this Mr. Montagu replies, My dearest, I am more concerned than J can express at the peril you were in. I tremble and shudder when J consider how fatal the consequences might have been if you had been actually overturned. I have inquired after the cause of this unhappy affair, and though Ned says he cannot say the coachman was drunk, still he had been at the alehouse, and when he came home said there was no danger, and that the boys made almost as much noise as his mistress. I find he is a lazy, proud, and what they call a gentleman coachman, and such as J would very soon get rid of. Ned was the head groom, and Mrs. Montagu proposed substituting him for the coachman, as he was honest and sober. To this her husband replies, I wish he had more experience, but J should with all that think J run no great hazard in trusting him. Besides, he might practice to go out with the 6 horses of times when you did not want him. To turn a lumbering coach and 6 must have been a most intricate affair. Ned was promoted to be coachman, but only to practice with the coach and 6. A coachman to a Mr. Lambard, and afterwards to Captain Pannell's heir, was employed when the coach went out, being then under a job master. One Mr. Jarrett, and a chaise and pair conveyed Mrs. Montagu to the Wells. The gentleman here ordered the place of my danger to be mended, and acquainted me he had done so, and hoped I should not be frighted away from the balls. Sir Roger Twiston inquired much after you and my father. He stays but a few days here. Lord Bath was ill again yesterday. He told me he was mortified that he had never been able to wait on me, but he was so weak he could not venture to trouble anyone with a visit. I think he is in a bad way, but has a great deal of wit whenever he is tolerably well. His lordship, I know, has been prejudiced in my favor by some of his friends, who are also friends of mine and Mr. Domville in particular, which I believe has given him a desire to be acquainted with me, but I believe he will hardly be able to make a visit this season, and in London he never visits anyone who does not inhabit a ground floor. He has still a fine countenance, and those piercing eyes that denote a mind extraordinarily lively and penetrating. William Pulteney, Earl of Bath, was born in April, 1684, hence he was at this period turned 76. He had lost his wife, née Anna Maria Gumley, in 1758. Mrs. Montagu must have known him in a superficial society way, as a description of a great rout given by Lady Bath some years previously is in this book. But now was to commence that tender intimacy and affectionate friendship between them that lasted to his death, and which prompted him, even in the act of dying, to stagger from his bed and write a few lines of adieu to her as his last effort-sacred lines which I possess and treasure. For his political character, I must refer the reader to history and the Dictionary of National Biography. As regards his private character, I cannot do better than quote Elizabeth Carter's account of him in Memoirs of Her Life. It was probable that through Mrs. Carter, who was a great friend of his, he began to appreciate the manifold charms of Elizabeth Montagu. This is what Mrs. Carter says. None of his friends, I believe, will remember him longer and very few with equal affection. Indeed, there was something in his conversation and manners more engaging than can be described. With all those talents which had so long rendered him the object of popular admiration, he had not the least tincture of that vanity and importance which is too often the consequence of popular applause. He never took the lead in conversation, or even assumed that superiority to which he had a claim, as he was blessed with an exemption from many of the pains and infirmities of old age. He had none of its defects. In so many months as I was continually in his company last year, 1763, I do not recollect a single instance of peevishness the whole time. His temper always appeared equal. There was a perpetual flow of vivacity and good humor in his conversation, and the most attentive politeness in his behavior, nor was this the constrained effort of external and partial good breeding, but the natural turn of his mind, and operated so uniformly on all occasions that I never heard him use a harsh or even an uncivil expression to any of his servants. At the end of Mrs. Montagu's letter, she states that Lord Mansfield had shown her great civilities the few hours he was here. An old Quaker of fourscore, who is reckoned one of the greatest chimists in Europe, and is a man of wit and learning, and who is connected with all the wits of the last age, has taken a great fancy to me because he will believe, in spite of all I can say, that I wrote certain dialogues. And he sits by me so cordially and attends on me so much, that if he was 40 and I was 20 years younger it would be scandalous. Toriana will be killed by the Archbishop's sumptuous fare, who feeds more like a pig of Epicurus than the head of a Christian church. William Murray, Earl of Mansfield, born 1704, died 1793, eminent statesman, Lord Chief Justice, etc. John Gilbert, Archbishop of York, 1757 to 1761. Toriano seems to have been then his secretary. Mr. Montagu had been at Sandalford, where Morris, his wife, and little boy were spending some time. The little Morris was a great favorite and delight to poor Mr. Montagu, who loved children. He was now preparing to set off northwards to Northumberland, having 2 collieries which he was going to work, or, as the expression was, to win, viz., Leamington and Denton. The first would cost a £1,000, the latter, now called Montagu's Main, £5,000. He consults his wife about all this, and adds, I think J shall not while J live get rid of the trouble my succession has brought upon me, and have only one object, who, J hope, will reap the benefit of all my labor. This meant his wife. At Tunbridge, his wife, with all our fine ladies and gentlemen, was attending Mr. Ferguson's lectures on philosophy. In a letter of Lord Lyttelton's, he mentions his brother Richard. Sir Richard, or rather Duke Lyttelton, Royal Villa at Richmond, a finer room I never saw, and he seems made to sit in it, with all the dignity of a gouty prince. But though I greatly admired it, I would not have his gout to have his room. He had married the Dowager Duchess of Bridgewater in 1745. She was second wife to Scroop, first Duke of Bridgewater. To this letter a long answer is returned by Mrs. Montagu, and she informs Lord Lyttelton that, despite her eyes being very weak, she had been reading the new translation of Sophocles. The Oedipus Coloneus affected me extremely, and would have done so more if it had not been for the constant presence of the chorus, but the passions are awed and checked by a crowd. I am more than ever averse to the chorus because, though the translator tells us the choruses of Sophocles are less alien to the subject of the drama than those of any other tragedian, yet here they hurt the interest of it very much. She adds that she has sent 4 sets of dressing boxes from hence as your lordship desired. At the same time, I took the liberty to send on a cheap set of teacups and coffee cups for a Tunbridge fairing. Lord Lyttelton returns answer, saying, I dined at Dicky Bateman's half-Gothic, half-Attic, half-Chinese and completely fribble house. There he met my old love, Lady Hervey, and my new love, Mrs. Hancock, not to mention Lady Primrose, for whom I have a great friendship. Lord Lyttelton was highly delighted with a favorable criticism of his first volumes of his History of Henry Roman II. By the great Earl of Hardwicke, too long to be inserted here, Lord Lyttelton had been rebuilding Hagley House, his seat in Worcestershire, which was about to be publicly reopened. On August 18, he writes from there to say he has had to put this off till September 1. I have the pleasure to tell you that I find everything done incomparably well, as far as is done, and that the beauty and elegance of my house, upon the whole, exceeds my expectations. The bed which is adorned with your handiwork is so pretty that if you were to see it, I think you would own your pains were not lost. And then the prospect out of that chamber is so delightful, and in case of a rainy day the prints it is hung with are so amusing that if you were at Hagley I believe you would wish to lodge there yourself, and leave the best apartment to vulgar women of quality, who love finery better than the delicate beauties of nature and art. My lower print room in the attics is also much obliged to you for the boxes of its toilette, which suit admirably well with the furniture of it. He then points out to her that the glass lustres and the feathers for my bedroom are wanting, and to order their dispatch. A celebrated beauty, née Mary Lepel, widow of John, Lord Hervey, Pope's Sporus. Mrs. Hancock, sister-in-law to Mrs. Vesey, by Mrs. Vesey's first marriage. Lady Primrose, widow of 3rd Viscount Primrose. Philip York, 1st Earl of Hardwicke, born 1690, died 1764, Lord Chancellor, etc. Mr. Miller was the architect. In reply to this, Mrs. Montagu writes to Tom, to spare his father's writing, to say she delivered the girandoles herself to Mr. Griffith. I shall be mortified if they do not make part of the glories of the first. My imagination will attend all the ceremonies of the day, and should my spirit appear, it will not come like Banquo's ghost to frown on the banquet, and least of all to frighten and menace the noble master of the feast, to whom I wrote a long and happy enjoyment of his new palace. Anne Stanley now left Mrs. Montagu, and her sister Sarah, afterwards Mrs. Doyley, took her place. Mr. Montagu, who was contemplating going to Northumberland, paid his wife a short visit at Tunbridge, and started back to London on September 2. On September 4, his wife, in her letter to him, says, "You may remember to have heard Lord Bath talk of a robbery here which a gentleman was suspected to have committed, of bank bills to the amount of £300. This person, finding he was suspected, it is supposed, threw them this morning into the music gallery on the walks, where one of the fiddlers found them, and is entitled to 30 reward. The person who was guilty of this theft is a gentleman, and his brother is an officer of credit in the army, so one is glad he escapes, but the circumstances almost amount to a conviction. The person robbed was so overjoyed at finding his bills, he seemed in a fever this morning. Dr. Monsey, seriously unwell, but anxious to see his beloved friend, paid Mrs. Montagu a short visit at Tunbridge to take farewell of her before her setting out to join her husband in Northumberland. In a letter to Lord Lyttelton of September 7, she says, "The great Monsey came hither on Friday and stays till Thursday. He is an excellent piece of Tunbridge ware. He is great in the coffee-house, great in the rooms, and great on the pantiles. Bucks, divines, misses, and virtuosi are all equally agreeable to him. Miss Sally Stanley leaves me on Friday. There is no abatement of Lord Bath's passion, and I have had 2 sides of folio paper from the Bishop of London, so affectionate, so polite, so batting it would surprise you. I answered his lordship's first letter, concerning the Highland poems, and with great deference urged the reasons which induced me to esteem them genuine. His lordship pays great compliment to what I had said on the subject, answering other parts of my letter with spirit and gaiety, and at last concludes that, in spite of 83, without a voice, and with shaking hands, he had endeavored to follow my train of thought, which he should always look upon as a very good direction. Lord Bath had become an ardent admirer of her. Thomas Sherlock, born 1678, died 1761. Macpherson's Fragments of Ancient Poetry, from the Gaelic. She then informs Lord Lyttelton, "I shall take leave of Tunbridge tomorrow se'nnight, the 15th of September. I shall take 2 days' rest in London, and propose to set out on Thursday, 18th. Mrs. Montagu had invited Mr. and Mrs. Allan Ramsay to visit her at Tunbridge. Allan Ramsay was a portrait painter of note, son of Allan Ramsay, the Scotch poet, who wrote The Gentle Shepherd and other poems. He writes on September 11 thus: Allan Ramsay, the poet born 1686, died 1758. Madam, by a letter from my wife last post, I learn that you have been so good as to renew your invitation to us to be your guests at Tunbridge offer so advantageous that my not availing myself of it sooner must put my understanding in a suspicious light. From whence I should be glad to have it extricated, and not to write so long an apology as Collie Cibber. S for my life, thus it is. 2 small daughters were inoculated. It was necessary for me and mine to perform quarantine at a distance from many of our most respectable friends, particularly from you. I had some business to settle in Scotland, and my friend Wedderburn was going thither alone. Having finished my business within my fortnight of quarantine, I have been detained from day to day in hopes of seeing His Grace of Argyll, of whose setting out we got the first certain account yesterday by a letter from Grantham. Whether this relation will give you a more favorable opinion of my sense than you would have had without it, I don't know, but by much drinking with David Hume and his associates, I have learnt to be very historical, and am nightly confirmed in the belief that it is much easier to tell the how than the why of anything, and that it is, moreover, better suited to the state of man, who, we are satisfied from self-examination, is anything rather than a rational animal. I am sorry to hear that you propose to leave Tunbridge so soon as the 15th. If you happen to have such heavenly weather there as we have in this place, you will be probably tempted to stay some days longer, in which case my wife and I may still enjoy the pleasure, with which we flattered ourselves, of passing a day or two with you. I see by the newspapers that Admiral Boscawen is come safe home, and when you write to the lady, be so good as to transmit my hearty congratulations, who am, with the greatest respect, Madam, your most obliged and most faithful servant, Allan Ramsay. Edinburgh, Sept. 11, 1760. Sir John Wedderburn, born 1729, died 1803. On September 15, Mrs. Montagu returned to Hill Street. On Thursday, the 18th, she enclosed Bishop Sherlock's letter to her for the Duchess of Portland to read. Thomas Sherlock, born 1678, died 1761. Hill Street, Thursday. Madam, I have enclosed the Bishop of London's letter, which I beg of your grace to keep till you have a leisure hour in which I may receive it from your hands, either here or at Whitehall. In the meantime, I am perfectly satisfied as to the letter being safe, and shall not wish to have it returned till it is most convenient to your grace to pay me for any pleasure it may have given you. By that I shall have in its procuring me an hour of your company. I think indeed the letter will afford you a good deal of pleasure. It must be a great comfort to every good mind to see how religion can impart not only patience, but even cheerfulness under the greatest bodily infirmities. I find it will be necessary to trouble your grace with some explanation of the bishop's letter. Before I went to Tunbridge, I sent his lordship the Highland Poems, by the Dean of York, and the day before I went to Tunbridge my lord sent them back with a very obliging note to thank me for them, but expressed his opinion that they were not genuine. I was a little distressed by this favor, as I had not an opportunity to wait on the bishop before my journey. I thought to write to him, and assume the air of being his correspondent would have too much appearance of presumption, and not to thank him for his note might look like neglect. So I waited till the season allowed me to send him some wheatears, and to assure him I wrote only as his poulterer. As it was natural to take notice of what his lordship had said concerning the poems, I ventured with the utmost deference to give the reasons why I should have believed them to be genuine and original, and then returned back to my character of poulterer, and desired his lordship to forgive my presumption and order my letter to be put on the wheatears when roasting to preserve them from being burnt. I ask pardon for this long story, but it was necessary as a key to the bishop's letter. Your grace will find some mistakes made by his secretary. I was misinformed the other night when I told your grace Mr. Wortley Montagu was gone abroad. He is in England, but wears a secret even to his lawyer and those who are employed on his affairs. I thought it right to let your grace know this, as it appears to me very singular, as he is now under the protection of privilege. I know you will be so good as not to mention I told your grace this unless it be to Lady Bute, who I should think had better know this circumstance. I beg my best respects to my Lord Duke and Lady Harriet Bentinck. With the greatest regard. I am, Madam, your Grace's most obliged, most obed letter 1D57, and faithful humble serv letter 1D57, E. Montagu. Fragments of Ancient Poetry, translated from the Erse or Gaelic language by James Macpherson. This is the Bishop's letter. Fulham, ye first Septembr, 1760. Madam, when I was a boy at Eton School, I remember it was a principle of the law martial, practised there, that he who gave the second blow was the beginner of the fray, and there is something in it if you consider it. However, at this time, it will help to excuse me from the presumption and folly of inviting you to a combat in which I can have no hopes of success. When I read on, and observe with what accuracy and finesse you trace the motions of the heart, and call nature from the inmost recesses to discover plainly what arts is usually employed to conceal, I am confounded. It is true indeed that you have named the passions and qualifications of the person to be described, but what work will a man make, who should think that he had got all the secrets, though he was unacquainted or incapable to understand it, to such a man? Alexander the Great and Diogenes, are characters alike, for they were both actuated by the spirit of ambition, one who wanted a new world to display himself in, the other valued nothing beyond the tub he lived in. In the midst of this philosophical inquiry about the passions, you very artfully turn to your family affairs and give, I doubt not, excellent directions to the cook. W letter 1D9C aspirated shows you to be as great in the kitchen as in the closet, which indeed is the only way of being great in either. Nothing, I think, is more disagreeable than learning in a female, when the mistress studies Newton, which perhaps she neither does nor ever will understand, to the absolute neglect of her children and servants. You conclude by putting in your claim for the lady's privilege, which is a very extensive one. Give me leave to tell you a short story. There was a poor printer who had got a little sum of money by publishing the last words of a dying criminal, and he grew so fond of last words that after the man had been long dead, he published another paper called More Last Words. Thus you see, madam, that I have, in spite of 83, without a voice, and with shaking hands, endeavored to follow your strain of thought, which I shall always look upon to be a very good direction. My time of life calls upon me to think of other subjects, and the greatest of all to justify the ways of God to men. This theme can never wear out. It takes in the whole of God's dispensation, with respect to the religion of the world, and shows by the connection in the several parts that the whole is the work of perfect wisdom. But I am going to preach instead of answering a short letter. You will pardon me for looking back upon my old profession, and believe me to be, with the greatest sincerity, Madam, your most obedient humble serv letter 1D57, though, London. P.S. Mrs. Sherlock and Mrs. Chester desire their respectful compliments. The bishop's amanuensis, spelling, and capital letters are singular. The letter is signed in trembling characters, though, London. On September 19, Mrs. Montagu set out from Hill Street on her journey to Northumberland, starting in a post-chaise and picking up Ned and her own horses at Baldock, and so reached Buckton on the same day. She writes to Mr. Montagu. I called on Dr. Young at Welling and stayed about 2 hours with him. He received me with great cordiality, and I think appears in better health than ever I saw him. His house is happily opposite to a churchyard, which is to him a fine prospect. He has taught his imagination to sport with skulls like the grave digger in Hamlet. He invited me to stay all night, and if my impatience to see you had not impelled me on, I had been tempted to it. His conversation has always something in it very delightful. In the first place, it is animated by the warmest benevolence. Then his imagination soars above the material world. Some people would say his conversation is not natural. I say it is natural of him to be unnatural, that is, out of the ordinary course of things. It would be easier for him to give you a catalogue of the stars than an inventory of the household furniture he uses every day. The busy world may say what it pleases, but some men were made for speculation. Metaphysical men, like jars and flower pots, make good furniture for a cabinet, though useless in the kitchen, the pantry, and the dairy. In a fragment of a letter to Lord Lyttelton, Mrs. Montagu describes her visit to Dr. Young. She had heard the dialogues of the dead praised to the highest degree, and with taste and judgment in a most delicate sense of their moral merits. Through Mrs. Montagu, Dr. Monsey sends to Dr. Young a powder for his rheumatism. From Hog Magog on September 26, Dr. Monsey writes a long letter to Lord Lyttelton, describing his visit to Tunbridge to see dear Amadissa, meaning Mrs. Montagu. In it he says, "It may be new to your lordship, though not strange, that the Earl of Bath is fallen desperately in love with one who seems not insensible of his passion, and I think 'tis time for you and I to look about us, for an earl is better than a baron or a quack doctor. It is impossible for me to tell your lordship with what warmth he talked to me about her, and so now there are 3 fools of us. She is the most extraordinary woman in the world, with a nod of the head and a grave face. She beats a French duchess with an hard name all to pieces. Upon my word, doctor, she is, aye, so she is, my lord, but neither I nor you know what. Suppose we say angel." "No," says I, devil, for she leads us all into temptation. On receipt of this, Lord Lyttelton wrote to Mrs. Montagu, and says, "I wish Lady Hervey mayn't poison you for stealing Lord Bath from her. As for myself, I will not plead against him as my rival that I am a younger man, for that plea you will not regard, but that I am an older friend. Adieu, inconstant woman, I feel horribly jealous, but if you won't love me better, pray love me next to Lord Bath." He also chaffs her for spoiling Miss Stanley's chance of marrying Lord Bath. Lady Hervey was a great friend of Lord Bath's. From Newcastle, on September 26, Mrs. Montagu writes to her father, "Sir, I arrived here last night and had the pleasure of finding Mr. Montagu very well. He went this morning to Gibside to attend Mr. Bowes' funeral obsequies, which according to the custom of this county are to be very pompous. Lord Ravensworth, Sir Walter Blackett, and all the gentlemen of Northumberland and the county of Durham are to be at it, and I fear it will be late at night before it is over, though they are to set out about 4 from Gibside to go to the church. My cousin Roger's funeral we had ordered to be as private as decency would permit, as he had been so long dead to society, but even that was attended by 38 gentlemen's coaches, so I suppose a public funeral must be 300 or 400. In the South people live with more pomp and die with less. I hope not to outlive all my vanity, for I have seldom seen a good and never an agreeable character without it, but I think it should not survive one, and I should desire not to go to the grave with all this bustle, not that I should be afraid anyone should say of my funeral, as Pope does of Sir John Cutler's. When dead 1,000 lights attend the wretch who, living, salved a candle's end. I love a blaze of wax lights and my friends about my living person very well, but the torches and the crowd about my dead body would give me neither light nor amusement. Sir Walter Blackett called here this morning, and said he hoped to ride in Hyde Park with you about the 15th of November. I had a very pleasant journey, for fine weather, like a good-humored companion, makes ordinary scenes appear cheerful and pleasant, but from the time I left Hertfordshire till I got to Doncaster, the counties I passed through were dreary and barren. But if these prospects in the other counties were brown, these in Northumberland are bleak, the people in them a parcel of dirty savages. So that I cannot say with the psalmist that my lot is fallen in a fair ground. It is some comfort it is in a rich one. As I shall see its produce at Sir James Colebrook's in Threadneedle Street with great pleasure. I met Sir Thomas Clavering just before I got to Darlington. He desired me to present his best respects to you and beg your vote and interest. He sets up for the county of Durham in the room of Mr. Bowes. Mr. Montagu gives him all his interest. If the Bishop of Durham should declare for Mr. Shafto, a very young man whose father formerly served for Durham, Sir Thomas will be hard-pressed. Lord Darlington will support Mr. Shafto, and most people imagine the Bishop of Durham will do so too. When applied to for Sir Thomas Clavering, he answered he should act as he found most agreeable to the majority of the county gentlemen. Now I imagine bishops as well as women, both wear petticoats and a character of gentleness, command while seeming to submit, and win their way by yielding to the tide, and that my Lord Bishop in a mild way of suggestion will bring the gentlemen to that side he likes best, while he persuades them he follows their inclination. I must say his lordship is much beloved from his liberality and affability, which are fine moral qualities. As to Shion graces, No doubt, but he has them in a higher degree, so that as Prince Palatine or Bishop he must influence many. The Dean of Durham is strongly engaged to Sir Thomas, and there will be a sort of schism in the church. The Montagus were residing in Pilgrim Street at the town house of the late Mr. Rogers. An exceeding good house, it is called. In conclusion, Mrs. Montagu says, I shall send you some fatted moor game by the first opportunity. George Bowes, of Gibside and Streatham Castle. On October 11, Lord Lyttelton writes a long letter to Madonna from Hagley, commenting on Mr. Bowes' death. As his vanity descends with his estate to his daughter, I don't wish to see her my daughter-in-law, though she would make my son one of the richest and consequently, in our present ideas of greatness, one of the great peers of the realm. But she will probably be the prize of some needy duke, who will want her estate to repair the disasters of Newmarket and Arthur's, or if she marries for love, of some ensign of the guards or smart militia captain. Lord Lyttelton had just lost his clerical friend, Mr. Meadowcourt, of Lindridge, to whom he pays a high tribute. His house was the abode of philosophical quiet and disinterested friendship. The scene about it was elegant, mild, and beautiful nature. The hills on each side and the vale underneath it were covered with orchards, with hop yards, with corn or fine grazing grounds through, which wound a river. Now the master is dead, it is fallen to the dullest of all dull divines, one Stillingfleet, cousin to him you know, who has not taste enough to live there himself, but leaves it to a curate. He desires his compliments to Dr. Gregory, who is staying with the Montagus, and adds, I am glad the Scotch like my dialogues. He also desires if the Bishop of Ossory, Richard Partak, is with them to send him on to Hagley, and assures Mrs. Montagu he is very well and grown quite plump. His thinness was a constant joke with his friends, who called him nothing but bones, and he contends if weighed in the balance with Lord Bath, he would be found very wanting. The devil take him for having so much wit with so much flesh. He commends his new house and his daughter, now living with him. Dr. Monsey writes to Mrs. Montagu from St. James's on October 12, beginning the letter at 10 a.m., continued at 9 p.m., and finished the next day at Claremont. At the end of this letter, he says that he has been very unwell and reported dead. He had made his will. While I am writing, I have your letter come in, which gives an account of my death, which is true, but save yourself the trouble of an epitaph for me or your funeral sermon, for I have really given my body away by will to a surgeon at Cambridge, who is to make a skeleton of my bones for the use of students in physic. So if you have begun your epitaph with, here he's interred, etc., change it to here hang the bones, etc., and convert your sermon into an osteological lecture. Mrs. Montagu, in a long letter to Lord Lyttelton upon Euripides and Sophocles, plays contrasted with Shakespeare, says, I am actually an inhabitant of Newcastle, and am taking out my freedom, not out of a gold box, but by entering into all the diversions of the place. I was at a musical entertainment yesterday morning, at a concert last night, at a musical entertainment this morning. I have bespoken a play for tomorrow night, and shall go to a ball on choosing a mayor on Monday night. To this Lord Lyttelton replies from Hagley on October 18. You tell me, good Madonna, that you are grown as robust as a milkmaid. If you are so, I have no objection to your going to balls, plays, or poppet shows if you please every night, but you have sometimes the spirits of a milkmaid without the strength. However, I believe diversions are better for you than too much reading, and therefore I am not sorry you have no time to commit excess with your books. If I were to live with you, I would not trust you in a library or alone in your room, but at stated hours with proper intervals of exercise and conversation. I am glad to hear we shall have another volume of Highland poems. To stay your stomach, for, as I know, your appetite is eager towards them. I send you a copy of 4 of a later date than the others now printed, and not much inferior to them in the natural beauty and force of description, though not, I think, so bold and sublime. Being purely descriptive, they could have nothing dramatic or passionate in them as most of the others have. But at the end of these, you will find some objections I have as a chronologist and historian to the authenticity of the printed ones which it will be hard to get over. Yet I am not persuaded myself they are not genuine, for who can write so now? Mr. Rust was so struck with them, he read them every morning and evening aloud to the family, as a chaplain does prayers. And the more I consider them, the more I admire them. I have seen some specimens in a Latin translation of the poetry of the two most admired Welsh bards, but they don't in any degree approach to the greatness and the beauty of these. I am charmed with your comparison between the Greek plays and Shakespeare. He is indeed unequaled in the power of painting nature as she is, and giving you sometimes the utmost energy of a character of a passion in short stroke and dash of his pen. I also agree with you that the moral reflections in Shakespeare's plays are much more affecting by coming warm from the heart of the interested persons than put into the mouth of a chorus, as in the Greek plays. I am glad you like my favorite Philoctetes. The faults you find with the Ajax are perfectly just, yet I feel the grief of that hero when he returns to his reason, and especially in the scene between him and Termessa. Suppose Belisarius had gone mad with the unjust disgrace he had suffered, and in his distraction had done actions which dishonored and exposed him to the ridicule of his enemies. What a fine subject would it be for a play if he had killed himself upon recovering the use of reason. Setting aside the poetical fiction, Ajax is Belisarius, and Sophocles has painted the horrors of a great mind so overwhelmed and confounded with shame in a very masterly manner. I am glad your three dialogues are well liked in Scotland, where the author is not known. Those who know you and believe they are yours are hardly fair judges. Your form and manners would seduce Apollo himself in his throne of criticism on Parnassus itself. Mr. Rust was traveling companion to the son of Mr. Hoare, of Stourhead, the great banker. Alluding to her visit to Tunbridge and the society there, he says, "There is envy and malice enough against beauty alone, but beauty, wit, wisdom, learning, and virtue united, to say nothing about wealth, are sure to excite a legion of devils against the possessor. It is amazing to me that with all these dangerous things about you, you have not been driven out of society a great while ago." In a fragment of a letter Lord Lyttelton writes, "I presume Lady Hervey really likes them, the dialogues. Lord Chesterfield's warmth in their praise has secured her vote in their favor, in spite of Horace Walpole and of Lord Bath." From Newcastle, on October 24, Mrs. Montagu writes to Mrs. Carter, telling her she had been suffering from toothache. She mentions a sonnet sent to her by Mrs. Carter, which would have given me a pleasing melancholy if it had not represented your state and condition as it did. It cost me some tears and obliged me to go from table where I received your letter. Teach me to love you less or imitate you better. I admire the resignation with which you submit to your pain. Mrs. Carter suffered from excruciating headaches at this period. Lord Bath said that if she would drink less green tea, take less snuff, and not study so much, they would disappear. Mrs. Montagu says the house at Newcastle was very comfortable, and instead of an equipage, she could pay visits to her neighbors in a sedan chair. That I might not offend here, I entered into all the diversions of this town, visits, concerts, plays, and balls. The desire of pleasure and love of dissipation rages here as much as in London. Diversions here are less elegant and conversation less polite, but no one imagines retirement has any comforts, so that in a little while, if one would enjoy retired leisure, one must dwell amidst inaccessible mountains and unnavigable rivers. Dr. and Mrs. Delaney had just paid a visit to Hagley, which pleased them much. Dean Lyttelton, writing on October 25 from Hagley, regrets that Bishop Partak of Ossory had not visited Hagley on his return from Northumberland, where he had been staying with the Montagus. Evidently old Mrs. Partak, the bishop's wife, was dead, as the dean says it is fortunate for the bishop his sister has made up her mind to remain at Newtown. Such a low-bred, narrow-spirited woman would disgrace an episcopal house. Mr. Palgrave spent 2 days here last week, and brought us some new Erse poems which Lord Lyttelton sent you a few days since. His strange figure and awkward silent behavior did not recommend him greatly to the inhabitants of Hagley, or do much honor to my nephew's taste in his friendships. Her mother's house near Newbury. On October 25, King George Roman II died suddenly. Dr. Monsey wrote to inform Mrs. Montagu of this event from St. James's, and that the suddenness of his death made people call it an apoplexy, but I conclude otherwise from it. An apoplexy, except when a vessel breaks in the brain, is not so very rapid. People live 4 or 6 days or more, that is, they breathe and have a pulse. The king died in an instant, and from some strange odd faintnesses and oppressions upon his breath, I was almost sure 'twas in his heart or the great vessels near. and upon opening him, the aorta, the canal which receives the blood directly, was found burst, a very uncommon case. The Duke of Leeds says, I have known and seen it thickened, cartilaginous, crusty, and ossified, but I never met with a broken one. However, 'tis a species of death he wished for, sudden, and nothing could be more so than this, for the instant that vessel breaks, the heart stops for ever and for ever. The king had a levee today at 1 o'clock at Leicester House, and the Duke of Leeds, who with Mr. Godolphin dined with us today, says he so designs every day. No women are to appear at court yet, so you may finish your affairs without being in a hurry. The court goes into mourning on Sunday next, 'tis said, and about a month hence the king is to be buried. George Roman III. From Hagley on October 26, Lord Lyttelton writes, Madonna, the sudden death of the king will make me leave this place tomorrow, a week sooner than I had intended, and I propose to be in town on Tuesday or Wednesday. This is only to notify you, as I have not a moment to spare. I suppose all things will go on as they did for some time in the court and the nation. Certainly it is no season for any great changes. As to my own situation, I doubt not it will be as it is. The Dean received an admirable letter from you last post. I have read it over and over with infinite pleasure. Come well to London, and let all the world go as it will. Adieu, you shall hear from me again as soon as I have seen my friends in town, and can tell you any news. I am perfectly well, and am, madam, your most faithful and obedient humble SERV letter 1D57, Lyttelton. My respectful compliments to Mr. Montagu. To this Mrs. Montagu replies, Newcastle, ye 31st October, 1760. My lord, it would be perfect sacrilege, and robbing the mighty dead of his due rights, if one began one's letter with any subject but the loss of our sovereign, on which I condole with your lordship, in whom the virtue of patriotism and the antiquated one of loyalty still remain. I know you had that veneration for our late king which the justice and prudence of his government so well deserved. With him our laws and liberties were safe. He possessed in a great degree the confidence of his people and the respect of foreign governments, and a certain steadiness of character made him of great consequence in these unsettled times. During his long reign, we never were subject to the insolence and rapaciousness of favorites, a grievance of all others most intolerable, when persons born only one's equals shall by the basest means perhaps possess themselves of all the strength of sovereign power, and keep their fellow subjects in a dependence on a legal authority, which insults while it subjects, and is more grievous to the spirits than even to the fortunes of free-born men. If we consider only the evils we have avoided during his late Majesty's reign, we shall find abundant matter of gratitude towards him and respect for his memory. His character would not afford subject for epic poetry, but will look well in the sober page of history. Conscious, perhaps, of this, he was too little regardful of sciences and the fine arts. He considered common sense as his best panegyrist. The monarch whose qualities are brilliant enough to entitle him to glory cultivates the love of the muses and their handmade arts, painting, sculpture, etc., sensible that they will blazon and adorn his fame. I hope our young monarch will copy his predecessor's solid virtues, and if he endeavors to make them more brilliant by the help of poetry, eloquence, etc., etc., the happiness and glory of Britain will be great. His present Majesty's religious disposition and decent moral conduct give us hope we shall not be plunged into riot and lost in debauchery and libertinism, which, if it were to take place at court, would soon affect a rich and luxurious nation. And the profaneness and immorality of Charles II's days would, from the more prosperous state of our nation at present, be outdone. I will now thank your lordship for your letter and the Highland compositions. Your remarks go far in staggering my faith as to their authenticity. I think they convince me the poems cannot be as ancient as pretended. It seems to me possible that some great bard might from uncertain and broken tradition, and from the scattered songs of former bards, form an epic poem, which might not agree with history. The pillars in the Hall of Fingal struck me at first reading, but I imagined they might not refer to polished marble pillars, but to smooth lime or beech trees, which one may suppose to have been used as supporters in very rude buildings, and which would look smooth and shapely to one not used to polished marble. And I imagine convenience taught the use of such supporters long before they were introduced as ornaments. I hear Lord Marchmont says our old Highland bard is a modern gentleman of his acquaintance. If it is so, we have a living poet who may dispute the paw on Parnassus with Pindar and the greatest of the ancients, and I honor him for carrying the muses into the country and letting them step majestic over hills, mountains, and rivers instead of tamely walking in the park or Piccadilly. The Bishop of Ossory tells me Mr. Macpherson receives an £100 per annum subscription while he stays in the Highlands to translate the poems. If he is writing them, he should have 1,000 at least. Dr. Gregory, in talking of Mr. Hume, said he had a great respect for your lordship. The dialogue of Bale and Locke could not be agreeable to him. Dr. Gregory says Mr. Hume told him he spent an evening with me at Mr. Ramsay's, and he had received very favorable impressions of me, and I find, said much more of me than I deserve. The doctor told him I was not of his free-thinking system, but Mr. Hume thinks that no fault in a woman. Dr. Monsey is revenging my coquetry with Lord Bath by an assiduous courtship of Miss Talbot, but he can no more be untrue to me than the needle to the pole. The same day, October 31, Lord Lyttelton writes from his house in Hill Street. Madonna, according to my promise, I now write to tell you the news of the town, and it is with great pleasure that I can assure you all parties unite in the strongest expressions of zeal and affection for our young king, and approbation of his behavior. Since his accession, he has shown the most obliging kindness to all the royal family, and done everything that was necessary to give his government quiet and unanimity in this difficult crisis. There will be no changes in the ministry, and I believe few at court. The Duke of Newcastle hesitated some time whether he should undertake his arduous office in a new reign, but has yielded at last to the earnest desires of the king himself, of the Duke of Cumberland, and of the heads of all parties and factions, even those who were formerly most hostile to him. His friend and mine, Lord Hardwicke, has been most graciously talked to by the king in 2 or 3 audiences, and will, I doubt not, continue in the Cabinet Council with the weight and influence he ought to have there. Lord George Sackville has been admitted to kiss the king's hand, and thus ends my Gazette Extraordinary. As for myself, I got well to town on Wednesday night, was at court on Thursday morning, was spoken graciously to by the king, and am told by everybody that I grow fat. He then urges Mrs. Montagu to return from Northumberland at once. I have often told you that you are a mere hothouse plant, fine and rare, but incapable of enduring the cold of our climate, if you are not housed the first day that the white frosts come in. I found Mrs. Pitt in pretty good health and spirits. She is well housed, though she has left your palace in Hill Street. This was Anne Pitt, late maid of honor, who had been staying in Mrs. Montagu's house till her own was furnished. Further on in the same letter he says, "The king has opened his grandfather's will in presence of all the royal family, and it is said the Duke of Cumberland is heir to the much greater part of what his majesty had to dispose of, but that is much less than was supposed. The next best share is the Princess Amelia's. The sums are not mentioned. Mr. Pitt has just had a new and very extraordinary mark of the affection of the city in an inscription they have put upon the first stone of the new bridge. I would have sent it you with today's paper in which it is printed, but somebody has stolen it out of my room. You will see it in the next chronicle. It speaks of a certain contagion by which generals, admirals, armies, and fleets catch valor and prudence from him, to the great benefit of our affairs. Sister of Lord Chatham, sometimes called Princess Amelia, daughter of George Roman II. From Hill Street on November 5, Lord Lyttelton again writes to Mrs. Montagu. If I were to write the history of my own times, I would transcribe into it your character of the late king, and should thereby pay my debt of gratitude to his memory. I would only add to it that it appears from several wills he has left, that he never had been such a hoarder of treasure as was generally supposed. And of what he had saved this war has consumed so much that he was able to leave no more to his 3 children than £30,000 in equal proportions, and I have heard that the Duke has given up his to his sisters. Princess Emily is come to live in my brother's house like a private woman. It is said the Princess of Wales will not come to St. James's. The great court offices are not yet settled, but I believe it is certain that Lord Bute will be continued groom of the stole, and Lord Huntingdon master of the horse. In a later part of the letter, he assures her that Emin, who had been reported murdered by the Turks, had got back safely to his father in Calcutta. I presume he will go to some Indian nabob or raja, and then you may have the pleasure of tracing his marches on the banks of the Ganges, and over many regions where the gorgeous East showers on her king's barbaric pearls and gold. And if he is successful, large tribute of those pearls and gold will come to you. John Stuart, 3rd Earl of Bute, born 1713, died 1792, married Mary Wortley Montagu. Francis, 10th Earl of Huntingdon, son of the famous Lady Huntingdon, the patroness of the Huntingdon Connection, branch of the Methodists. Mention is made of Mr. Vesey visiting Hagley, his wife too indisposed to accompany him. Alas! In all that prospect I have not one glimpse of you. When will you come and dance on my lawns, or sport on my hills with the Muses, or meditate in my woods with the pensive goddess of wisdom? Mrs. Montagu started on her return to London on November 10. From Wetherby she answers the above letter on November 11, having journeyed 48 miles through the roughest roads in the gloomiest day in the dreariest month of the year. Mention is made of the king's funeral. I approve much of your lordship's prudence in not going to the king's funeral. It is a ceremony for those who wish to catch a cold rather than for one who wants to get rid of one. The funeral of King George took place the same day, November 1760. From Ferrybridge, on the 15th, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband that the rain had been so heavy that the waters of Newark were said to be impassable. Arrived at Grantham on Sunday the 17th, she writes, "My dearest, I got here very safe tonight, but the journey from Ferrybridge has been very unpleasant, from the great depth of the waters. Our coach is fortunately hung very high. All the people who passed Newark today got a great deal of water into their carriage, but I had very little. The waters were impassable till this morning, and it is now raining hard, so I had good fortune to get through in the short interval. Some of the water near Barnby Moor was as deep as at Newark, and though this is only a long day's journey, I have got out every day as soon as it was light. The horses perform admirably. I shall get to Stilton tomorrow, and, I hope, get you some cheese." Writing the same evening to Lord Lyttelton, she says, "Do not figure to yourself that I sit like Aurora in her car drawn by the rosy-bosomed hours, lest you at less risk, but imagine Dobbin and Whitenose, and their 4 companions all mire and dirt, dragging me through deep water, over huge stones, the winds blowing, the clouds lowering and rain darkening the windows of the coach." In a letter to Mr. Montagu, from Stilton, is this amusing passage: "Lord Panmure passed me on the road yesterday, and I hear all the Scotch are gone to town from peers to peddlers, and I suppose all with the same intention to sell something and to get money. I found that a Scotch countess had bought all the black cloth, crapes and bombazine, black ribbons, and fans at Darlington before the poor shopkeepers knew of the king's death. She bought a great many suits of broadcloth and crape, which must be with an intention to sell them at a higher price in town, but surely nothing could be more mean than to enter into such a traffic and take advantage of the shopkeeper's ignorance, and it seems to me not honest. This lady is wife to Lord C.T. I believe I mistook when I called her a countess. The town was soon informed of the reason she had bought such a quantity of mourning, and I wonder she was not mobbed. The ladies at Darlington and in the neighborhood are very angry, for she left but 2 yards of crape in the whole town." Lady Frances Williams, writing on November 19 to Mrs. Montagu from Bath, where she was drinking the waters, says, "I no sooner heard of the loss of our good old king than I thought with regret of our friend Mrs. Pitt. I believe it has prevented her coming to this place, where I proposed much pleasure in meeting her. I hear the G.T. minister's friends, the mob, have posted upon all the palaces. A pittical administration no siege influence. And on the Royal Exchange. No petticoat administration, no Lord G. Eskale at court." Lord George Sackville, writing on November 20 to her husband, Mrs. Montagu says, "The young king spoke his speech with great grace. His voice, they say, is very fine, and his delivery most remarkably good. The Princess Dowager is not to be at St. James's, and people think she looks chagrined. No doubt she had visions of power and authority which will probably not be answered. All people seem glad that she is not likely to have influence. Dr. Wilson made a very flattering sermon at court, upon which the king expressed great displeasure, and ordered all the chaplains should be told he did not come to church to hear himself praised. Lord Egremont made a fine speech in the House of Lords for the address. Lord Royston is to move for the address in the House of Commons today, and Sir Richard Grosvenor, who is to be made a peer, it is said, seconds him. Mr. Pratt is to be made Lord Chief Justice in Room of Wills, whose son is to be Solicitor General, and Mr. York Attorney. Some say Pratt is to be made a peer. There seems a very strong union between Pitt and the Duke of Newcastle, but as yet no one knows how things will combine. The whole cocoa tree and every human creature has been at court, and this being said one day in a large company, I was asked when I should go. I said not till you came to town, but when you did you intended I should be presented. Mrs. Boscon said she supposed I should be introduced by Lady Bute, as we were relations, and visited. I answered no, for I should not go as a courtier. I should ask Lady Cardigan to carry me, who was the head of the Montagu family, and a person who went as a great independent lady to pay her duty to her sovereign without being a courtier. It seems if I am to go to court, I must not appear anywhere till I have kissed hands, which makes it necessary, if done, to be done soon, but I shall wait your orders, and I beg you to speak freely. Parliament met on November 13. Charles Wyndham, 2nd Earl of Egremont. Sir Richard Grosvenor, afterwards 1st Earl Grosvenor. Made 1st Earl Camden, became Lord Chancellor and Lord President of the Council. A famous Whig coffee house. To this letter Mr. Montagu replies, "The distance J am now at from you, unhappily hinders me from discussing an affair of this moment with you, and consulting with mine or your friends. At present, J can only say that if you mean nothing more than paying your duty to our new sovereign, J see no harm in it, and J think Lady Cardigan of all others the properest person to introduce you. But if you go further, before you give your attendance at a court, J wish you would take the consequences into your most serious thoughts. The principal reason of my absenting myself ever since J was Member of Parliament was that J did not concur in the measures that were then taking, and the principal members in the opposition thought they had no business at St. James, and J believed neither the wives of the peers nor of the members of the House of Commons were found there. If J should be still so unhappy as out of dislike for the present measures not to alter my way of acting, and not to appear at court, would it be proper for you to be attendant? Indeed, it seems to me that it would not, but if you can make out the contrary upon any sound principles of reason, J will readily submit. I have for many years lived in a state of independency, though J may truly call it of prescription, so far as those could make it to those who thought not, and acted not with them where politics they thought endangered the liberties and good of their country. Am J to alter now, or maintain the same conduct J hitherto have done? Whilst J flattered myself that we were in the same way of thinking, and that my conduct met with your approbation, J did hardly suffer anything. I then thought, and still reflect with the utmost sense of gratitude on the sacrifice you made me in your early bloom, by giving up all the pleasures and gaieties of a court, and it was the greater because you had all the advantages of beauty and sense to shine and make a figure there. I think that capacity is not so far gone as you in your modesty are pleased to say, and J may add in some sense perhaps improved. Either at a court or anywhere else, J wish you everything that is good, that you may long enjoy that good will and esteem which your merit has acquired you, and leave the rest to your own candid and impartial consideration." To this his wife replies, "I had yesterday your most kind and judicious letter, and my own way of thinking coincides so much with yours I have no merit in acquiescence. Your wanted independency I hope in God you will ever preserve. If you should be in opposition, I shall drop going at all. As to peers, all who were not professed Jacobites, and also their wives, always went to St. James, even the most protesting lords, till the division between the late King and late Prince of Wales." At the end of the letter, Lord Bath is mentioned as urging her to kiss hands, and she declares she will only attend 2 drawing-rooms a year, and not those if Mr. Montagu disapproves. On November 22, from Hill Street, Mrs. Montagu writes to her husband that her toothache having been very agonizing, she had sent to Mr. Lodomy to examine her teeth. As he is often mentioned, he must have been the fashionable dentist of that period. In the same letter we read that there has been a quarrel between General Townshend and Lord Albemarle, which had ended in a duel if Mr. Stanley had not carried the captain of the guards to take them into custody. The story is too long for a letter. Mr. Townshend appears to have been too hasty. Lord Albemarle behaved very well, and all is now made up. Mr. Beckford in the House of Commons the day before yesterday called our German campaign this year a languid campaign, for which Mr. Pitt gave him a notable thrashing, repeating languid and languor several times. And once how rash must that gentleman be? How inconsiderate, if he calls this languid, after repeating what had been done, and after enlarging on everything again, and again, retorting the languid upon Beckford, who himself made a languid campaign, not returning to the charge. I heard of a good piece of wit of Mr. Pitt on my Lord Mayor of London's absurdly asking him in the drawing-room, where the secret expedition was destined. He asked his lordship if he could keep a secret, which the grave magistrate assured him he could upon his honor, and expected to be informed, on which Mr. Pitt only made a low bow and said, "So can I, sir," a very proper reproof for his impertinent question. George Townshend, 4th Viscount and Marquis, born 1723, died. George Capel, 15th Earl of Albemarle. Hans Stanley, of Paulton's Hants. December 2, Mrs. Montagu writes to Lord Bath. Mrs. Montagu presents her compliments to my Lord Bath, and has the pleasure to send him the Bishop of London's letter to the King, which she had never been able to get till yesterday. She begs of his lordship not to give any copy of the letter. If the bishop should have any human vanity still subsisting, it must be of such a kind as will be gratified by the approbation of Lord Bath, but would disdain common and ordinary applause. Mrs. Montagu hopes my Lord Bath remembers he was so good as to promise her the honor and pleasure of his company at dinner on Sunday next. Hill Street, Tuesday ye 2nd of Dick Burr. The bishop's letter is dated November 1, 1760. Sire, amidst the congratulations that surround the throne, permit me to lay before your majesty the sentiments of a heart, which though oppressed with age and infirmity, is no stranger to the joys of my country. When the melancholy news of the late king's demise reached us, it naturally led us to consider the loss we had sustained, and upon what our hopes of futurity depended. The first part excited grief and put all the tender passions into motion, but the second brought life and spirit with it, and wiped away the tear from every face. Oh, how graciously did the providence of God provide a successor able to bear the weight of government in that unexpected event. You, sir, are the person whom the people ardently desire, which affection of theirs is happily returned by your majesty's declared concern for their prosperity, and let nothing disturb this mutual consent. Let there never be but one contest between them, whether the king loves the people best, or the people him, and may it be a long, very long, contest between them, may it never be decided. But let it remain doubtful, and may the paternal affection on one side, and the filial obedience on the other, be had in perpetual remembrance. As this will probably be the last time I shall ever trouble your majesty, I beg leave to express my warmest wishes and prayers on your behalf. May the God of heaven and earth have you always under his protection, and direct you to seek his honor and glory in all you do, and may you reap the benefit by an increase of happiness in this world and in the next. Lord Bath's answer was, Madam, I suppose you intended that I should return you the bishop's letter, which I promise you nobody has taken a copy of, nor have I done it myself, and I have shown it but to 2 persons. What a charming thing it is to be able to write with such vivacity and spirit, at past 80, and oppressed, as he says, with age and infirmities. But strange as that may be, I know a more extraordinary thing, and that is of a person near the same age, but without infirmities indeed, that is at this instant over head and ears in love. How does he wish he could write with as much spirit and love to his mistress, as the bishop does with loyalty to his master? With this difference only, the one wishes this contention of love may never be decided. The other hopes it may be brought to an issue as soon as possible, by the only proper means of determination, and let the posterity arising from thence be a proof to future generations of the ardency of the affection of her most passionate adorer. Wednesday, 10 o'clock Decker, 1760. To this Mrs. Montagu replies, My lord, I have sent your lordship back the Bishop of London's letters, which cannot be more honorably placed than in your cabinet, from an apprehension that this letter may be degraded by appearing in a magazine or chronicle. I was desirous to communicate it to my friends, under such restraints as would secure me from blame in case of accident. As I do not expect a billet doux every morning, I was unluckily asleep. Observe that I do not say not dreaming of Lord Bath when your letter arrived. I cannot express how much I admire your lordship's parody of a bishop's pastoral letter. As I have got but halfway towards the ardors of fourscore, your lordship will not expect I should immediately comply with your proposal. But if you will be content with a sentimental love till I arrive at the tender age of 80, a person and a passion so ripened by time must be very yielding. And according to the latest reckoning of the learned and ingenious Mr. Whiston, the millennium will then commence, so that we may have a proper period in which to prove our constancy and love, and at a moderate computation may produce 1,000 of those proofs of it which your lordship seems to think the best testimony. I am now very much, but at the commencement of the next century hope to be entirely yours. I hope your lordship will not forget your engagement on Sunday, for I have been interrupted in my letter by a visit from a very pretty man of 25, whose conversation is so far from the spirit of your lordship's letter that I cannot but be tired of the insipidity of these young people. Writing to her husband on December 2, Mrs. Montagu says, I dined with Lord Bath on Sunday. He was in high spirits. At his table I heard an admirable bon mot of Lord Chesterfield S. He said the king was in doubt whether he should burn Scotch coal, Pitt coal, or Newcastle coal. Our young king had a fall from his horse this morning, but no mischief, except a little bruise on his shoulder. His attendants seemed much frightened, at which he smiled and told them they forgot he had 4 brothers. Mr. Montagu writes on December 7 from Newcastle to say that he is going to the election at Durham to vote for Sir Thomas Clavering. He says, I shall set off with Sir Thomas, cavalcade tomorrow, and to dine and lie at Newton, where Mr. Liddell has invited me to take a bed during the whole time of the poll. On December 12, he writes to say the poll was not over and cost each candidate £1,000 a day. Lord Bath writes to Mrs. Montagu in return for her last letter. Madam, I have sent you some game, which I hope to partake with you tomorrow. Indeed, madam, you are too cruel to desire to postpone my happiness till the beginning of the next century. I can die for the lady I love any day she pleases to command me, but to live 40 years for her is more than I can promise. Besides, madam, I would have you consider that in all the conquests love makes, there is on the male side constantly a little pride and vanity. Do you think that I have not something of that kind, in the pleasure I propose to myself of making Mr. Montagu jealous, and of triumphing and insulting over Dr. Monsey? And can you yourself promise me either of these 40 years hence? In conscience, therefore, reduce the horrid period of 40 years to 20 at most, and tell me in your next, come 20 years hence and be happy. But all you promise in your letter is, that the beginning of next century, perhaps, you may begin to listen. This cold proceeding, with an impetuous lover of fourscore, who is impatient to convince you how much he loves you and how passionately he is yours for the remainder of the millennium, whenever it begins. Bath. From St. James's on December 14, Dr. Monsey writes a folio letter to Mrs. Montagu, beginning, Serenissima Principessa. There are no bounds to pride. Because an earl is fallen in love with you, you must kiss a king, and just as he is on the brink of matrimony. How dare you do so audacious a thing, whilst your hubby is alive too? Had he broke his neck down a coal pit, the matter had been nothing, but to inflame the heart of a young monarch when he can reap no benefit from it without breaking the laws of his kingdom, or your breaking the laws of God. Let me tell you, madam, if I now may presume to tell you anything, it is a very imprudent step. Emin has miscarried in Persia, and so now you will let yourself down to the deluding hopes of being Queen of England. Can you sleep this night while Majesty lies tumbling and tossing, and starts at Montagu peeping through his curtains, my kingdom for this woman, or this woman for my kingdom? Have you chosen your ladies of the bedchamber, pitched upon your coronation, and made me your chief physician? After a long rhodomontade, he falls into doggerel verse, a frequent habit of his in his letters. As I have not hitherto recorded any verses of his in this work, I will give this specimen. What power can withstand G.T.? Britain's king, where for a queen he is so fair a thing, nations fight nations, and one fool beats t'other, and Frederick pommels his dear Polish brother. He burns a town and then knocks down a church, then dawn comes thundering with a rod of birch. He scampers, then he rallies, whip goes dawn, old boy, I'll meet you on a Torgau lawn. They meet, they fight, and then more bloody noses, and then great victories, as our news supposes. They both are victors, yet both beaten well, and whose best man the devil himself can't tell. Things are by both into confusion hurled, Montagu speaks, and she subdues the world. Frederick the Great. The Battle of Torgau, fought on November 3, 1760. Lord Bath had been most anxious about his son, Lord Pulteney, who had been appointed to the secret expedition which Mr. Pitt designed to send to France. This scheme was given up, and Mrs. Montagu wrote to congratulate Lord Bath upon this. In a letter to Mr. Montagu, his wife informs him that Lord Bute has given Mr. R. Beringer a place of £300 per annum, with a house in the Mews. It came apropos, for a few weeks ago he was in danger of a perpetual lodging at the Fleet. It will be remembered Beringer was nephew to Mr. Gilbert West, his mother being a Temple. Master of the Horse, author of the History and Art of Horsemanship. Lady Forbes, mother of Mrs. Gregory, wrote on December 20 to Mr. Montagu to ask his influence in procuring for Dr. Gregory the professorship of botany at the University of Edinburgh. In a letter dated 1760, presumably in February, Lord Bath writes to Mrs. Montagu, Madam, there is more easy natural wit in any two of your most careless lines than there is in all Climen's play. And as for his dedication, you may be sure the rogue meant to abuse me for pretending to chide him for his neglect of Lord Cook. However, I have this day, to amend his manners, constituted him a judge in Shropshire, on condition that he never makes another rhyme, unless it be an epithalamium 20 years hence, when the millennium begins. I return you many thanks for the kind present you sent me, and will keep them till you do me the honor to dine with me, which I hope will be Wednesday or Thursday, as you choose. But on Tuesday evening I cannot be sure of being free, since Sir Phil Boteler, Miss de Spooveries, and some other company are to dine with me, and stay the evening at cards. George Climen was nephew by marriage to Lord Bath, his mother being a Miss Gumley, sister of Lady Bath. George Climen the elder, born 1732, died 1794. Dramatist, etc. His first acknowledged comedy, The Jealous Wife, first acted at Drury Lane on the 12th of February, 1761, and dedicated to the Earl of Bath as a lover of the belles letters. Means Lord Coke, in his work upon Littleton. In 1757, Climen had been entered by Lord Bath at Lincoln's Inn and called to the bar. Chapter 5. 1761, Death of Admiral Boscawen. Correspondence with Lord Bath. Coronation of George Roman III. In London, at Sandalford, and at Tunbridge Wells. Matthew Robinson, Mrs. Montagu's eldest brother, who had been member for the borough of Canterbury, did not propose to offer himself for re-election to the new Parliament, but presented the Canterbury address to the new king at court. He was clad in such a peculiar and uncourtier-like garb that his sister writes to her husband at Newcastle, I am glad he is gone into the country, but he has made a most astonishing appearance at court with the Canterbury address. Morris says he hears of nothing else. I wish the beefeaters had not let him pass the door. Lord Harry Beauclerk, on the buzz his appearance occasioned, desired the people to be quiet, for that he had never seen the gentleman so well dressed before. Mr. Montagu, having attended the Durham election in favor of Sir Thomas Clavering, was preparing to go to Huntingdon for his own re-election. In Mrs. Montagu's next letter she says, I told you in my last that Admiral Boscawen was ill of a fever. I hope he is out of danger. The noble admiral does not fight so well with a fever as he does with the French. He will not lie in bed, where he would soonest subdue it. Poor Mrs. Boscawen is very anxious and unhappy about the admiral, and indeed the loss to her and her children would be as great as possible. In this letter she remarks upon having heard from Mrs. William Robinson, her sister-in-law, from Lisbon dated November 12. They are all well and going on to Madrid. They were the Reverend William Robinson, his wife, and her brother, Mr. Richardson, who, being in bad health, was ordered abroad and was going to Italy. On December 20, Admiral Boscawen is reported as out of danger, but on the 27th Mrs. Montagu writes, his fever still hangs upon him, his strength is quite subdued. Any sudden attack, any degree more of fever, and my dear friend loses a good husband. Her children a fond father, their situation in life will suffer a grievous alteration, and the public will be deprived of a man who serves it with zeal and ability and is always more tender of the honor of his country than of his own person. The Admiral had a relapse, and Mrs. Montagu, with her husband's permission, flew to see her friend, but, to avoid alarming the Admiral, slept at Mr. Botham's at Albury. She, however, returned to London, as the Admiral could not bear his wife out of his sight, and begrudged any friend taking her away from him for an instant. In this same letter she mentions that old Mr. Wortley Montagu was very ill. Dr. Monsey, who himself was very unwell, wrote on January 9 to tell Mrs. Montagu he was sure the Admiral would not recover. He begs her to remember it is God's will, and to try and guard Mrs. Boscan's mind, and let money and the world be thrown into the coal-hole. The Admiral expired on January 10 at 7 a.m. He died of a putrid fever, and before death sent for his sister, Mrs. Frederick, to desire her to take his wife and children to London the moment he was dead. Mrs. Montagu went at once to her friend to endeavor to comfort her. Mr. Montagu, with his characteristic kindness, begged Mrs. Boscan to go to Hill Street, but she remained at the Admiralty. Mrs. Montagu writes of her on January 17. I thank God her mind is very calm and settled. She endeavors all she can to bring herself to submit to this dire misfortune. I know time must be her best comforter, so that I oppose her lamentations rarely and gently, but when they continue long, set before her the merit of her 5 children, the want they will have of her, and the comfort she may derive from them. Mr. Boscan has left all his fortune, except a purchase he made in Cornwall, to Mrs. Boscan at her entire disposition. The land in Cornwall he has left her only for life, and then to his eldest son. This estate cost but £10,000, and so is a small part of his fortune, so that the children are entirely dependent on her. I hear old Mr. Wortley can last but a very short time. It is supposed Lady Mary will come to England. Writing to her husband, still at Newcastle at the end of January, Mrs. Montagu says, I believe it will be agreeable to you to hear that Lord Sandwich called on me this morning to desire me to write you word that he hopes that the 2nd week in February you will be ready for Huntingdon. His lordship says he will give you only 2 days, trouble, one to canvass, another to be elected. Mr. Wortley Montagu died last night, the disposition of his effects not known as yet. By next post you shall hear. In her next letter she says, I have had a full account of Mr. Wortley's will. It runs thus to his son £1,000 per annum rent charge. With an order it should not be liable to his debts, which by the by is nonsense. The Leicestershire estate, we know to our sorrow, is his. If the present wife dies and he has legitimate issue, that issue is to have the Wortley estate. In case he has not such issue, then the whole of his personal and real estate is to go to Lady Bute's second son, he taking the noble name of Wortley. £2,000 apiece, indeed, to each of Lady Bute's younger children. The old gentleman's wealth is reckoned immense. Caroline Farrow, née Dormer. In another letter his estate is stated to be £800,000 in money, and £17,000 per annum in land, mines, etc. Mr. Montagu writes in reply to this, I am extremely sorry that Mr. Wortley has made such a will as you mention. I think he has been unworthy of being a father. I cannot pretend to say, but his son gave him too good reason to take care he should not waste and consume his estate. It was mine and the opinion of others that, as the phrase is, he would have tied him up. But if he had done it in the literal sense, he would have been less cruel to him. This poor man was not without very good parts. He was greatly altered. If he had done kindly by him, it was not impossible that he might have been reclaimed and have yet made some figure in life. What is now to become of him, I don't know. I suppose he is not to come into Parliament again, and if so, I cannot see what he can do but leave his native country and live in perpetual banishment abroad. I cannot but greatly commiserate this poor man and reflect with horror on his cruel, unrelenting parent. On February 15, Mr. Montagu writes from Hinchingbrooke, as he spells it. My dearest, we got here on Friday night. Our canvassing the town is put off to Tuesday. Lord Hinching is here, who is much grown and every way improved. My lord has made considerable alterations to the house, and by the addition of 2 or 3 rooms is very convenient, and he says without much expense. Calling at Barnet, J heard poor Wortley's stock upon his farm was the day before sold by auction, and fetched £1,000, which J fear will be devoured by the creditors. Viscount Hinchinbrook, afterwards 5th Earl of Sandwich, born 3, died 1814. Soon after this Mr. Montagu joined his wife in Hill Street. A folio letter from James Stewart, Athenian Stewart, ends the month of February. In it, he represents himself as an English horsa hunter dragging Greek treasures to Mrs. Montagu, whom he addresses in verse as, "Fairest and best, hail Montagu Minerva, smile on my labors. Say that my rich freightage amply deserved the price and pains it cost, so that the muses thy companions dear, the graces and the virtues all approve my bold emprise, and end at once and recompense my toil." James Stewart, born 1713, died 1788, author of Antiquities of Athens. Lord Bath writes March 4, 1761. Madam, I am sorry that I cannot wait on you this evening, being engaged to go to Lady Strafford S., and afterwards to Lady Darlington S. to play at cards. But on Saturday I will have the honor to call on you and stay the evening with you, if you are not otherwise engaged, and your feverish disorder will allow you to come downstairs. I have sent for your amusement Voltaire's Tancred, which has many fine lines in it, but the speeches are too long, as they generally are in French plays. When I have the honor of waiting on you, I will bring with me Emmons' letter. I am M. a D. letter 1D50, letter 1D49. Yours most truly, B. Lady Strafford, Anne, second daughter of the second Duke of Argyll. Lady Darlington was a cousin of Lord Bath S. Her mother was a Pulteney. To this Mrs. Montagu replies, My lord, I return the tragedy with many thanks. The character your lordship gave of it kept up my hopes and my spirits through the long, tedious speeches with which it opens, and upon the whole it appears to me to be one of the best of Voltaire's tragedies, as it is, what few of his are, interesting. Pompous declamation seasoned with moral reflections is surely far from the perfection of dramatic writing, though, in a nation too much polished and refined, it is preferred to the natural sallies of passion in our Shakespeare, as fops love essences better than the flowers from whence they are extracted. I find in this tragedy many petty larcenies from Corneille. The character of Amunade is in part an imitation of the sister of Horatius, but the Roman name supports the fierté of her character. Born in any other city I should call her a termagant. There I consider her, as a she Roman, the female of the lion. The fair Amunade is too much an esprit fort in regard to her duties to please me. She does not follow virtue as by law established, but despises forms and follows sentiment, a dangerous guide. Designed by nature to act but a second part, it is a woman's duty to obey rules, she is not to make or redress them. I must confess that Amunade is noble and heroic, and a proper mistress for a knight-errant, whose motto is El amor et el honor. I have seen many poems formed on the manners of chivalry, but I never saw them before in drama. They admit of the bombast in honor and love, which the French and Spanish theater affect, and will furnish those brilliant sentiments they so much admire, but which indeed come better from any muse but the pathetic Melpomene. I shall be very glad of the honor of your lordship's company on Saturday evening. I was to have gone to the play that night, but if my fever should have left me by that time, I have a cough which would be louder than Mrs. Pritchard. I have taken the liberty to enclose Mr. Macpherson's proposals, and if your lordship designs to subscribe to the work, and have not already done so, I should be very glad to have the honor of your name on my list. I have read the first canto, which far exceeded my expectation. The various incidents recited take off that sameness of character which appeared in the detached pieces and which were their greatest fault. The original Ersch is to be seen at Mr. Miller's. I have also enclosed a letter from Edinburgh which gives an account of these poems. By this long letter I have taken some revenge upon your lordship for not coming here last night, and now I am in perfect charity, mixed with some compassion for the trouble I have given you. My lord, your lordship's most obliged and obedient H letter 1D47L letter 1D49, SER letter 1D5B letter 1D57. EM. Celebrated actress. This must be Fingal. At this period, Mrs. Montagu and Mrs. Carter went to stay with Lord Bath at Ives Place. Dr. Monsey was to have accompanied them, but he was suffering with acute pain in his back, for which Dr. Gadacre gave him a plaister, which he said would pull his head to his back. His country house near Maidenhead. Lord Bath writes to Mrs. Montagu the following. Madam, I am going to entrust you with a most prodigious secret, and in order to engage you the better to keep it, must desire you to be a joint agent with me in conducting it, and carrying it on, and yet it is not every woman neither that can keep that very important secret of joint agency. But you, I am very sure, will be true to me when I tell you what it is. You must know, madam, that I have a great desire of making a small present to Mrs. Carter, to make her fine, when she comes to Tunbridge, and I must beg of you to take the trouble of buying the silk or damask, or what you please. And in order to engage her to have no difficulty or scruples in accepting it, I will send with it the following letter. To Mrs. Carter. Madam, I have sent you a trifling present which I desire you will accept, and that you may have no difficulty in doing it, I will tell you the plain truth. The first thing is this: I have found in my library some books, which though they may be very good ones, can be of no use to me, as they are in Greek, and possibly they may be of service to you. The next thing is that I have 2 pounds of very bad tea, which I cannot so much as take myself, nor offer to anybody else unless it be to you. The last thing is this. I found in the drawer of an old India cabinet a piece of silk, with this wrote in a paper upon it, enough for a mantua and petticoat. Now, madam, as I neither wear a mantua nor petticoats, I do not know what to do with it, unless you will accept of it, which you may very readily do, since you may perceive that it lays you under no manner of obligation to your, etc. Bath. But after all I have said, if you think, madam, giving you the 2 enclosed bank bills of £20 each to send privately to her without letting her know or guess from whom they come, may be of more real use and service to her, you may do it as you think fit. And I can venture to say of the bank bills just what I have done of the Greek books, that they are of little use to me, and possibly may be of great service to her, and more in that I hope than any other. I am, madam, your most obedient and very humble servant, Bath. Piccadilly, April 2, 1761. P.S. I am afraid you will be puzzled at first to know what all this nonsensical stuff can mean, but you may remember that when you were at Ives Place, I mentioned something of this kind to you. This is an affectation, as he constantly uses Greek phrases in Greek character in his later letters. Mrs. Montagu and Mrs. Carter proposed a visit to Dr. Young at Welwyn, and on April 9 he writes as follows. Dear Madam, your letter, etc., lay me under great obligations, but the greatest lies in the kind promise you make me that I shall kiss the hands of 2 fair pilgrims at Welwyn. I hope they are too much Protestants to think there is anything sacred in the shrine you speak of. I have too many sins beside to pretend that I am a saint. Was I a saint, and could work miracles, I would reduce you 2 ladies to the common level of your sex, being jealous for the credit of my own, which has hitherto presumed to boast in usurped superiority in the realms of genius and the lettered world. For you, madam, I shall say nothing, for who can say enough? Miss Carter has my high esteem for showing us in so masterly a manner that Christianity has a foil in one of the brightest jewels of pagan wisdom, a jewel which you will allow she has set in gold. Might not such an honor from a fair hand make even an Epictetus proud without being blamed for it? Nor let Miss Carter's amiable modesty become blamable by taking offense at the truth, but stand the shock of applause which she has brought upon herself. For though it pains her, it does credit to the public, and she should support it patiently, as her stoical hero did his broken leg. I rejoice that you are recovered. I too, madam, have been very ill of late, and stand in no small need of a cordial. Hasten therefore your favor, which the sooner it is, will be the kinder to, dear madam. Your most obedient and obliged, humble servant, E. Young. On April 28, Lord Bath writes to Mrs. Montagu. Madam, I would sooner have answered your letter, and sent you back the enclosed dialogue, but that I went out to take the air in my chaise. You may depend upon my secrecy, but should it ever be published, it will be known to be yours, because nobody can write like it. I will endeavor to wait on you when you return from Dr. Young's, unless I go to Ives Place for a day or 2. I am, with the greatest regard and truth, your most humble and obedient servant, Bath. This is the dialogue, which I believe has not yet been published. Berenice and Cleopatra. Berenice, the similitudes and dissimilitudes of our fortune have long made me wish to converse with you. If the charming, the victorious Cleopatra by her lover preferred to glory, to empire, to life, will deign to hold converse with the forsaken, the abandoned, the discarded Berenice. Cleopatra, the scorns of Octavius, the bite of the aspic, the waters of Lethe have so subdued my female vanity, that I will own to you I greatly suspect my greater success with my lover did not arise so much from my charms as in my skill of management of them. Berenice, I can scarce understand you. Beauty and love I thought to be the greatest attractions. In the first you must have excelled me, but in the second you certainly could not. I had beauty, youth, regal dignity, and an elevated mind. I was distinguished by many qualities and accomplishments which were so dedicated to my lover, that of all I had been and all I could be, I would be, only Ella Monte of Titus. I thought the next person in merit and dignity to Titus himself was the woman who adored him, and I was more proud of the homage I paid him than of all I had received from lovers or subjects. But you, Cleopatra, had loved Caesar before Anthony, and other passions besides the gentle one of love seemed still to have your heart. Yet for you Anthony despised the dangers of war, the competition of a rival in empire, the motives of military glory, and the resentment of a senate, and people not yet taught to submit to or flatter the passions of a master. Over these you triumphed, but I was sacrificed to the low murmurs of the people and the cautious counsels of gray-headed statesmen. Was it that Minerva desired to triumph over Venus in the noblest and gentlest heart that ever was contained in the breast of mortal? Tell me, Cleopatra, for 1700 years have not made me forget my love and my grief. Cleopatra, I have often with attention listened to your story, and your looks, on which still remain the sadness of a lover's farewell, move my compassion. I wish I could have assisted you with my counsels when Titus was meditating your departure. I would have taught you those arts by which I enslaved the soul of Anthony, and brought ambition and the Roman eagles to lie at my feet. Berenice, your arts would have been of little service to me. I had no occasion to counterfeit love. From Titus's perfection one learned to love in reality beyond whatever fiction pretended. No feigned complacence could imitate my sympathy. If he sighed, I wept. If he was grave, I grew melancholy. If he sickened, I died. My heart echoed his praises. It beat for his glory. It rejoiced in his fortunes. It trembled at his dangers. Cleopatra. Indeed, Berenice, you talk more like a shepherdess than a great queen. You might perhaps in the simplicity of pastoral life have engaged some humble swain, but there was too much of nature and too little of art in your conduct to captivate a man used to flattery, to pleasures, to variety. I find you was but the mirror of Titus. You gave him back his own image, while I presented every hour a new Cleopatra to Anthony. I was gay, voluptuous, haughty, gracious, fond, and indifferent by turns. If he frowned on me, I smiled on Dolabella. If he grew thoughtful, I turned the banquet to a riot. I dashed the soberness of counsels by the vivacity of mirth, and gilded over his disgrace by show and magnificence. If his reason began to return, I subdued it by fondness or disturbed it by jealousy. Thus did I preserve my conquest, establish my fame, and put Anthony first in the list of all the mighty names by love undone. Had I only wept when Honor and Octavia called him home, I might have been the burthen of a love ballad, or subject of a tender elegy, who now am the glory of our sex, and the great instance of beauty's power. Do not you wish you had used the same managements? Berenice, I might have used them had I loved the same man. Cleopatra, the coquette, was a proper mistress for the reveler Anthony, but the godlike Titus, the delight as well as master of mankind, left no part of the heart unengaged and at liberty to dissemble. What had not yielded to his wisdom, submitted to his wit, was subdued by his magnanimity, or won by his gentleness. When affection does not vary, behavior cannot change. And methinks Anthony should have quitted you from distrust of your love, and Titus have retained me from confidence in mine. After what you have told me, I am more than ever surprised at your fate and my own. Cleopatra, if you want this explained, ask Aeneas, Theseus, Jason, and the infinite multitude of faithless lovers. But if my authority will pass, believe me, Anthony was preserved by his doubt of my love, and Titus was lost by his confidence in yours. Do not look so concerned. From the era of your disaster to this very day, you will find every faithful and fond Berenice discarded, while the gay, vain, and capricious fair one is to her Anthony a Cleopatra, and the world well lost. From the following letter of Dr. Young's to Mrs. Montagu, it would appear that she had sent this dialogue for him to read. Dear Madam, I hope you will allow that a curiosity is better than a good thing. I send you a paper which may be called a curiosity, as it is printed, but not for the public, only for your ease in perusing it. I much thank you for the bright specimen of genius you was so kind as to send me. I admire it as much as you. I hope you are recovered of the indisposition you mentioned in your last, and that you, the cloud removed, will continue to shine on. Dear Madam, your most obedient and humble SERV Letter 1D57, E. Young. May 26, 1761. Emin from Stangate Creek on board of the ship Northumberland writes on May 5 to Mrs. Montagu, addressing her thus. To the wisdom of Europe, sister to the great King of Prussia, excellent Mrs. Montagu. Not only did he think Mrs. Montagu equal in cleverness to Frederick the Great, but he considered her forehead and eyes like his, to the great indignation of Lord Bath and Dr. Monsey, who pronounced it impossible she should resemble so bloodthirsty a character. Mrs. Carter took leave of Mrs. Montagu on May 18, and that very evening Mrs. Montagu writes to her. You left London only this morning, and I am writing to you tonight. Does it not seem unreasonable? I hope not, as you must know there are habits which it is hard to break, and alas, I was in the habit of conversing with you every day. I feel like a traveler, who by the cheerful light of the sun has pleasantly pursued his day's journey, but seeing it below the horizon, enjoys and would fain prolong the twilight, which though it has not the warmth and luster of the noonday, yet is a kind interposition between it and the gloom of the night. She dates her letter from Ealing, where she had gone to the Bothams for the night, imagining I should hear your tones better from the nightingale than in the din and chatter of London. So much did Mrs. Carter value Mrs. Montagu's letters that she always noted the day and year of their reception of them, which is a great help to an editor in compiling, as many of Mrs. Montagu's letters are undated. In the end of this letter, she mentions that she is returning to London next day to spend the evening with Mrs. Boscon, who was to leave the Admiralty that day for her new house. She will be too apt to reflect on the change of her condition upon such an occasion, and the less time she has to dwell on the subject the better. Alas, how few people are there so happily situated that they can intrepidly look on their condition. Mr. Melmoth made me a visit this evening. I exhorted him to give his leisure hours to the public, and hope he will do it, as his health is now much improved. William Melmoth, born 1710, died 1799. English scholar translated the Letters of Pliny, etc., etc. A most curious anonymous letter to Lord Bath concerning his house in Piccadilly, dated June 5, 1761, is next in order. The handwriting is large and bold. My lord, a zeal for the glory of the nation and of the town, also of your lordship, induces me to recommend to you to modernize your house in Piccadilly, at least externally, by facing it with stone or stucco, as brick has an ignoble appearance, and is considered by foreigners only fit for a mason bourgeois. A portico with a ramp, as at the hotels of Prince Eugene and Schwarzenberg at Vienna, unites conveniency, elegance, and grandeur, as chairs and coaches can go up the ramp and under the portico, whereas apron or open steps are always inconvenient, and often dangerous in snowy, wet, and frosty weather. I hope that your lordship will give a proof and monument of your taste, spirit, and generosity in architecture, contributing thereby to the embellishment of the metropolis. A house of distinction should be always insulated, without any building contiguous thereto, which insulation has many advantages. I have the honor to be, with respect, etc. June 5, 1761. Means a rising gradient. A flight of steps. The British Museum, containing the library and collection of Sir Hans Sloane, the Catinian and Harleian MSS, etc., had been established in Montagu House, bought of the Earl of Halifax, and opened in 1759. The following letter from Mr. Charles Morton, the curator, will show the conditions under which the museum was then shown. The Earl of Halifax, who had owned Montagu House, was a cousin of Mr. Montagu's. To Mrs. Montagu. Madam, I am extremely sorry not to have received the honor of your message before 11 o'clock last night, being detained abroad by business till that time. I flatter myself, however, that the affair you mention will not have suffered by my absence. For on Fridays and Mondays, the museum is open in the afternoon only at the hours of 4 and 6, calculated to accommodate for a few months persons of a different class, and on Saturdays the museum is shut up. I have therefore secured places for Mrs. Montagu and her company for Tuesday se'nnight, at 1 o'clock, and promise myself the pleasure to send the tickets on Wednesday next, unless the time I have engaged should be inconvenient to you, in which latter case, I beg the honor of a note tomorrow sometime before noon. Madam, I remain, with great respect, your most obedient and most humble servant, Chas. Morton. Montagu House, June 7, 1761. From Sandalford, on June 23, Mrs. Montagu writes to Mrs. Carter. Dear Madam, I told you in my last that I was going to take a flight into Berkshire, and here I have been ever since Friday evening, leading a pastoral life in the finest weather I ever saw. Though the most sage Horace says we change our climate without changing our disposition, I must be of another opinion, for by only the difference of latitude and longitude between Hill Street and Sandalford, I am become one of the most reasonable, quiet, good kind of country gentlewoman that ever was. In the days when misses employed their crimping and wimpling irons upon cheesecakes and tarts, not on flounces and furbelows, and matrons used no rouge, but a little cochineal to give a fine color to a dried neatsfoot tongue, they could not be further from the temper and qualities and conditions of a fine lady than your humble servant at this present writing. My health is much improved by the country air. I saunter all day, and when Phoebus sets in the material world, he rises in the intellectual. Then I sit down to read what he has inspired, and I find the amusements of the day here prepare me well for my evening's lecture. The mention of poetry puts me in mind to tell you I am very well satisfied with the share of praise you give to Cowley. He had a rich vein of thought, but being too ostentatious of it, we are disgusted at the proud display of his treasures, as at the pomp of a rich man, when it goes beyond the bounds modesty, and a sound judgment should set to it. I agree with you that his love verses are insufferable. I think you and I, who have never been in love, could describe it better were we asked, what is it like? I think some of his verses, like Anacreon, very pretty, and the verses by the god of love in honor of Anacreon are very pretty though a little too long. I think you was too temperate in your commendation of La Morte d'Abel. I was infinitely delighted with it as a work of genius. On your recommendation, I lent it to my Lord Lyttelton, who sent it back with great approbation. But to be sincere in spite of you both, some silly prejudices against the author and the language the poem was originally written in a little damped my expectations, and the beginning, in which he imitates Milton, with all the faintness of reflected beams, make me advance very soberly. But what a feast is the patriarchal dinner! How sweetly innocent their manners! Eve's horror at the first storm, her surprise at Adam's fastening up the mouth of the cave, concern at the first sight of death, which is finally supposed to seize a dove, because in that animal only could the grief of a surviving friend be shown, with 10,000 other circumstances in hers and Adam's narration, all so natural, and yet so new that I must call Mr. Gessner a poet. A poet should create, but he should not make monsters. I think our author has not the sublime, but his genius suits his subject. What a noble piety, what a purity of heart in Abel, and how finely is his character contrasted with Cain. Abel's are virtues of disposition and temper in a great degree, and so are Cain's vices, which rightly imagined in a state of life where example and discipline could not have so much influence as in a larger society and more mixed life. Milton's and Mr. Gessner's pastoral scenes are so ennobled and refined by religion that the shepherds and shepherdesses who worship the wanton Pan and drunken Silenus make a mean figure when compared to them. I agree with you in liking Mr. Gessner's pastorals extremely, but let him still keep to the more than golden age of the poets. I would fain propose to him to take the story of Joseph next. He has a fine genius for drama. The last 3 books of Abel make a noble tragedy. Did you not drop a tear at the lamentation of Cain's children over Abel's body? Il nisi revelera plus. Il nisi revelera plus. How simple, how natural, how affecting. What a witchcraft is there in words. Repeat, il est mort, it is nothing, but the simplicity of children who had not a name for death and the words at once signifying the circumstance is very touching. I have taken a house at Tunbridge from the 3rd of July. I hope my dear friend will be ready to come to me. I shall send the postchaise to you as soon as I am at Tunbridge. I am, my dear madam, with most sincere and tender affection, yours, E. Montagu. Abraham Cowley, born 1618, died 1667, poet. By Salomon Gessner, born 1730, died 1788, Todd Abels. Writing from Sandalford on June 26 to Mrs. Scott, Mrs. Montagu mentions that she is going to Tunbridge for 6 or 7 weeks perhaps, and the rest of the summer I shall pass at Sandalford, except my excursion to Bath Easton. Mrs. Carter is to come to Tunbridge to me as soon as I get thither, and, I hope, stay with me the whole season. I was so fortunate as to enjoy her company much longer in town this year than usual, but that only makes me wish the more to have her again. She was not in the house with me in town, preferring the quiet of a lodging to herself, and indeed it would not be any delight to Mr. Montagu to have her in the house, though he says she would be a good sort of woman if she was not so pious. My Lord Bath told me he was to go to Bath on Wednesday, the day we dined with him. I shall have Mrs. Boscon for my neighbour at Tunbridge. She is to be at Sir Sidney Smythe's, only 3 miles from the Wells. Lady Frances Williams is in the deepest affliction for Lady Coningsby. To show the last respect to her, Lady Frances stayed in the house with the dead body in spite of all her friends could do. She did not leave Lady Coningsby's house till last Saturday. She has been so singularly unfortunate that, had she not the strongest piety and the strongest reason to support her, she must sink under the repeated strokes of affliction. I suppose you have read Dr. Hawkesworth's Oriental Tales. It is not written with so much spirit as the Oriental Tales in The Adventurer, which were by him, but there are some fine things in it. I have heard my Lord Bath speak with great regard for you and Lady Bab Montagu. I believe we shall call on him on Monday, on our way to London. We were asked to dine or lie there in our journey down, and at our return. He has recovered his health and spirits, and is the most delightful companion imaginable. I think he has great good qualities, and I do not perceive the least of that covetousness which was attributed to him while his wife lived. He lives nobly, entertains generously, and I know many acts of generosity he has done, and I have known them from the report and acknowledgments of the persons obliged. For by his behavior to such of them as I have seen at his house, you would think he had received favors from them, which nobly enhances the benefit. He seems to have the strongest sense of religion, and on all occasions to show it without the ostentation of one who wants to be praised for piety, nor does he ever in the gayest of his conversation forget the respect due to every moral duty. It would give one pain to discover any faults in one who has such extraordinary perfections and endowments, and I think his lordship has outlived the errors which the hustling of a mighty spirit may in youth have led him. As to his consort, she was, in Milton's phrase, a cleaving mischief in his way to virtue. I am glad Lord Bath is to be at Tunbridge. Mrs. Carter is a great favourite, and I hope we shall have a good deal of his company. She winds up her letter with high commendation of Gessner's Death of Abel, mentioned before. Mr. Montagu, though a most moral man and a church attendant, objected to religious conversation. Her sister, John Hawkesworth, LL.D., eskist and novelist, died 1773. Dr. Young now writes, Dear Madam, you and I are playing blind man's buff. We both fancy we are catching something, and we are both mistaken. You say you have sent me 2 somethings, and I have not received so much as one, and you expected one from me, which is not yet come to your hand, which will kiss your hand this week, and if you are at the trouble of reading it over you will find a sufficient excuse for my delay. By what you say in your kind letter, you give me a very keen appetite for both the books which you promise. I have heard nothing yet of the time of my going to Kew. When I am there I shall make it my endeavour to enjoy as much of you as I can. I have been in very great pain with my rheumatism for some time, but now, I bless God, I hope the worst is over. May health and peace keep company with that benevolence and genius which are already with you. I am, dear madam, your much obliged and most obedient humble servant, E. Young. Mrs. Hallows sends her best respects. Welwyn, the 2nd July, 61. Mrs. Hallows was Dr. Young's lady housekeeper. Dr. Young's allusion to Q was the fact that he had recently been appointed Clerk of the Closet to the Princess Dowager of Wales. On July 7, Mrs. Montagu started for Tunbridge Wells, and on the following Monday sent her postchaise to fetch Mrs. Carter, and Lord Bath arrived from London on the same day. Mr. Montagu, who was going to Sandalford for a while, mentions in a letter of July 11 to his wife that there was a great appearance of the Privy Council when the king declared his intention of demanding the Princess of Mecklenburg in marriage, a request that can never be denied. The family is ancient, and the blood high, but I suppose the dukedom not very rich. But this may be helped with subsidies, etc. But this is not much to be grudged if by making our young monarch happy it contributes to that of the nation. Though princes are under a disadvantage from which their subjects are free, of marrying those whom they have never seen or conversed with, still I hope there is reason to be believed that this alliance, as it was of the young monarch's choosing, and not of the imposing of a father. And as money, etc., is out of the case, that care has been taken by those employed to give a true information both of the perfections of the mind and body of this princess, and he will be happy. Mr. Montagu adds that the pictures at Newbold Verdon were to be sold for Mr. Edward Wortley Montagu's debts, but that a list of them had been sent to him by Mr. E. Wortley Montagu, who desired to know which he would accept of as a present. Mr. Montagu had marked his brother's portrait, Mr. James Montagu, and asks his wife to say if there were any she wished for. Very probably the picture by Sir Peter Lely of the first Earl of Sandwich, Mr. Montagu's grandfather, which I possess, came from there. Lord Bath conveyed Mrs. Montagu and Mrs. Carter to Mr. Pratt's place, called Bayham Abbey, which I believe you once saw with Mr. Pitt. The ruins of the abbey are very noble. Though the Gothic buildings have not in their time of utmost perfection the beauty of the Grecian, time seems to have a greater triumph in the destruction of strength than of grace. I have just now the pleasure of hearing Pondicherry is taken. I hope this will depress the spirits of the French. Lord Bath and Lord Lyttelton and Mrs. Carter and Dr. Smythe and many others desire their compliments. Afterwards Lord Camden. Pondicherry and the East Indies was taken on January 15, 1761. On July 20, Dr. Stillingfleet writes from Stanlake, Berks, the seat of his friend, Richard Neville Aldworth, expressing his regret that he cannot accept Mrs. Montagu's kind invitation to Tunbridge Wells, as his friend, Mr. Aldworth, had made him promise to spend a summer with him at Stanlake. This friend has had his constitution broken so by the gout that he has become a valetudinarian, and therefore I can the less think of leaving him. He is ordered by his physician to drink the Sunning Hill waters, and we are going there as soon as he is able. Mr. Aldworth was an ancestor of Lord Braybrooke, S. Mr. Richardson, the author of Clarissa Harlowe, etc., died on July 4, to the great grief of Dr. Young, who was a bosom friend of his. Mrs. Montagu bade Dr. Young come to Tunbridge to cheer his spirits. He writes, "Dear Madam, on your very kind invitation I have inquired if it is in my power to accept of it, but I am not yet satisfied in that point. Probabilities will not excuse me if her R.H. should go to Q. I should be very happy to be with you. I have so much to say to you that at present I shall say nothing. You will hear further of me in a little while. I beg my humble service to Mrs. Carter. May the waters continue to be as serviceable to you as I would be if it was in my power. I am, dear madam, your obliged and most obedient humble servant, E. Young." July 21, 1761. On July 30, Dr. Young writes that he is obliged to refuse Mrs. Montagu's kind invitation, as he had a friend with him he could not leave, and as Her Royal Highness sent me word, she would send for me when she wanted me. For these reasons I deny myself the great pleasure of waiting on you. I have ordered some stanzas to be sent to you. They are of a cooling nature, and may qualify your waters. In this year, 1761, a complete collection of the doctor's works was printed. On the 8th of July, George Roman III had announced his intention of demanding in marriage the Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. Negotiations were immediately commenced. Mrs. Montagu writes from Tunbridge Wells to her husband thus: "We are all disappointed here at hearing our new queen is fair. The first report was that by a lively bloom she would cast a shade over the white complexions of our royal family. The sight of our brilliant court, the salutations of our navy on her arrival, the opulent appearance of our towns, and the greatness of our capital city will astonish her. I hope her mind is more proportioned to her lot in marriage than such a situation is to her present circumstances. A noble mind will fill a great situation, and enjoy it with pleasure and gratitude, without the swellings of insolence. But such a change is dangerous where there is a mediocrity of sense and virtue. I heartily wish she may be worthy of our young king, be pleasing in the domestic scene, and great in the public. His good nature will impart to her a share of power and a degree of confidence, and I wish for the public she may never abuse the one, nor misapply the other. There seems not to be a very good choice of ladies about her. There is not one who is quite fit to teach her even the forms of her public conduct, none at all equal to advise her private. Ignorant as she must be of the behavior that will be expected of her, she should have had some woman of quality of remarkable discretion, character, and politeness, whom high birth and great situation had approached as nearly as a subject can to the station of a queen. Lady Bute would have been the properest person, but I suppose she might out of delicacy avoid putting herself about the queen's person, as thinking it might look like watching her, and indeed so happy as Lady Bute is in her circumstances, the slavery of personal attendance is more than anything but great ambition could pay her for. I think, however, they have chosen the ladies of the bedchamber. Her Majesty must consult Lady Bute upon everything. Lord Bath always inquires after you and sends his compliments. Lord Lyttelton is gone on a party of pleasure with Mr. Selwyn. This place is pretty full of I know not who. Sir Edward Daring and his family and the Lamberts breakfasted at Tunbridge and go back again. I am, my dearest, with the greatest gratitude and affection, your most faithful wife, E.M. The Duchess of Ancaster and Duchess of Hamilton were sent to escort Queen Charlotte to England. George Selwyn, celebrated wit, born 1719, died 1791. Mrs. Montagu's letter of advice to Mr. Thomas Lyttelton, who had now left Eton and gone to Christ Church. Oxford, though undated, may be placed here. Tunbridge, 28 July. Dear Sir, I have often checked my inclination to write to you while you were at Eton for fear of calling you off from your school exercises, but as you are now in a situation where there is a vacancy of business and pleasure, I do not feel the same scruples, may write you long letters, and expect full answers to them. However, I will be so far reasonable that if you send me a card to signify that you are engaged for the week or month to Cicero or Livy, it will be a more valid excuse to me than if, on inviting you to dinner, you told me you were engaged to a beauty or a duchess. My love for you, my hope of you, my wishes for you, and my expectations from you unite in giving me a respect for your time and a deep concern for your employment of it. The morning of life, like the morning of the day, should be dedicated to business. On the proper use of that sweet hour of prime will depend the glory of your noon of life and serenity of the evening. Give it, therefore, dear Mr. Lyttelton, to the strenuous exertion and labor of the mind, before the indolence of the meridian hour, or the unabated fervor of the exhausted day renders you unfit for severe application. I hope you will not, like many young men who have been reckoned good scholars at Eton and Westminster, take leave of it there, and fall into the study of Lesbel's letters, as we call our modern books. I suppose, from the same courtesy, the weakest part of the rational species is styled the fair sex, though it can boast a few perfect beauties, and perhaps the utmost grace and dignity of the human form is never found in it. As you have got a key to the sacred shades of Parnassus, do not lose your time in sauntering in the homely orchards or diminutive pleasure gardens of the latter times. If the ancient inhabitants of Parnassus were to look down from their immortal bowers on our labyrinths, whose greatest boast is a fanciful intricacy, our narrow paths where genius cannot take his bounding steps, and all the pert ornaments in our parterres of wit, they would call them the modern's folly. A name the wise farmer often gives to some spot from whence the squire has banished the golden harvest, to trim it up for pleasure with paltry ornaments and quaint conceits. I should be sorry to see you quit Thucydides for Voltaire, Livy for Verdat, Xenophon for the bragging memoirs of French marshals, and the universal Tully and deep Tacitus for speculative politicians, modern orators, and the dreamers in universities or convents. I will own that in natural philosophy and some of the lesser branches of learning the moderns excel, but it would not be right for a person of your situation to strike into any private paths of science. the study of history will best fit you for active life. From history, you will acquire a knowledge of mankind and a true judgment in politics. In moral, as well as physical inquiries, we should have recourse to experiments. As to the particular study of eloquence, I need hardly exhort you to do it. For eloquence is not only the most beautiful of all the daughters of wisdom, but has also the best dowry. And we may say of her, as Solomon did of her mother, riches and honors are in her right hand. Elevation of sentiment and dignity of language are necessary to make an orator. Modern life and modern language will hardly inspire you with either. I look upon virtue as the muse of eloquence. She inspired the philippics of the Grecian and Roman orator. Her voice awakened Rome, slumbering in the snares of Catiline. Public spirit will teach the art of public speaking better than the rules of rhetoric, but above all things, the character of the orator gives persuasion, grace, and dignity to the oration. Integrity of manners gives the best testimony of sincerity of speech. If you form your conduct upon the sacred book, which gives rules far more perfect than human wisdom could contrive, you will be an honor to religion, a support to your country, and a blessing to your family. It may seem strange that I have last mentioned what should be first regarded. The Bible alone will make a good man. Human learning without the fear of God, which is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of Him, which is understanding, will produce but a poor, inconsistent character. But duties are enlarged and multiplied by the power and circumstances with which God has entrusted us, and in which He has placed us. Your talents and situation will fit you for public trusts. It is a duty in you to qualify yourself for them, to give your virtue every strength, and then to employ it in the service of your country in its most important interests, true religion, and good government. I hope you will excuse my having said so much. That has the air of advice to one who wants it so little. But young people are apt to be prodigal of time because they think they have so many years before them. But if life be long, the season for improvement is short. I hope Mrs. Fortescue liked the Indian paper. It is new and uncommon, and I thought much prettier than any I could get at a moderate price. I beg my respects to her and my dear Miss Littleton. I hear there will be a turnpike road between Oxford and Newbury, and I hope you will frequently make use of it. I shall leave Tunbridge on Monday. I have enjoyed perfect health here, and the society of some of my best friends, so you may believe I have passed the season very happily, but a happy life seems always a short one. Mrs. Carter was so good as to give me her company in my house. My Lord Littleton and my Lord Bath were often with us. Having had their characters continually before me, you will not wonder I should think great acquirements as well as great talents necessary to make all possible perfection. I am sure you will be pleased to hear that my Lord Bath greatly approves and admires that part of my Lord Littleton's history, which is already printed. I believe there is not anyone living whose approbation would give Lord Littleton so much pleasure. Talents and virtues and extensive knowledge all in the highest degree join to make him a perfect judge, and his great reputation gives him a decisive authority. Your father is proud of his praise as a critic, and pleased with it on motives of friendship, which touch his heart more nearly than anywhere vanity has a part, though he is an author and a poet. His lordship's muse met him in the shades of Penshurst, and with love or flattery prompted two charming pieces, one to Mrs. Carter and one to my Lord Bath. Mrs. Carter, Dr. Monsey and Mr. Montagu desire their compliments to you. I am, dear sir, your most sincere and affectionate friend and obedient humble servant, E. Montagu. Mr. Littleton's grandmother. His sister. Dr. Monsey, who had recovered from a severe illness, had joined the party at Tunbridge, and had appeared in a new bloom-colored coat to the amusement of the Montagu circle, who chaffed him upon it. On August 22, Mr. Charles Morton wrote to Mrs. Montagu the following: Madam, as I conceive the following article, which I have just received in a letter from Paris, to relate to the Countess of Pomfret, I thought it might be agreeable to you to acquaint her ladyship therewith. Mons Arbijat, who, since the death of the Abbé Sallier, has care of the manuscripts in the King's Library, is a most worthy and obliging gentleman. He has promised me to have copies drawn of the curious cuts in the beautiful manuscript of Froissart's Chronicle for an English lady, a great friend to Oxford. This letter is dated Paris, August 1st. The writer is the butler who travels with Mr. Howard, nephew to the Duke of Norfolk. I am much obliged to you for the Highland poems, and have the honor to remain, Madam, your most obliged and most humble servant, Charles Morton. Museum, August 22, 1761. Lady Pomfret, widow of the first Earl Pomfret, had in 1755 presented the University of Oxford with a portion of the Arundel marbles which had been purchased by her husband's father. She was the daughter of the second and last Baron Jeffreys, of Wem. She had been Lady of the Bedchamber to Queen Caroline. Mrs. Montagu quitted Tunbridge Wells on August 30. On September 2, she wrote to Mrs. Carter, I found on my table a poem on Resignation by Dr. Young. He sent me a copy for you, which I will send by the Deal coach. You will be pleased, I think, with what he says of Voltaire. You know, we exhorted him to attack a character whose authority is so pernicious. In vain do moralists attack the shadowy forms of vice, while the living temples of it are revered and admired. Resignation was written with a view of consolation for Mrs. Boscon on her husband's death. Dr. Young writes on September 2, Dear Madam, I was in too much haste and ordered a thing to be sent to you, which I suppose you have received, before I had read it myself. On reading it, I find my distance from the press has occasioned many errors, so that in some parts I have had the impudence to present you with perfect nonsense. Page 18, stanza 2nd should be thus, viz. Earth, a cast mistress then disgusts, etc. Page 34, it should be thus, viz. Receive the triple prize, etc. Pray pardon this trouble from, Dear Madam, your much obliged and most obedient servant, E. Young. P.S. I know not how to direct the enclosed. Excuse my insolence in desiring you to do it for me. Illustration. Sir J. Reynolds, P.R.A., Pinks, Emery Walker, Ph.Sc. William Pulteney, 1st Earl of Bath. Lord Bath was having his picture, now in the National Portrait Gallery, painted by Sir Joshua Reynolds for Mrs. Montagu. He left London for Ives Place, and writes, I shall be in town again in a few days, but not till after the Queen's arrival, for I have had the opportunity of making my excuses, in the proper place, for not attending the marriage ceremony. You will judge of the likeness of the picture best. When I am not present, if it could speak, it would tell you, what I can scarce venture to do. How much I love and am, etc. Mrs. Montagu went to London for the coronation, which took place September 22, leaving Mr. Montagu at Sandalford. She writes to him, I have not got any cold or mischief from the coronation. At half an hour after 4 I got into the coach, went by Fulham to Lambeth, from whence I crossed the water in a boat which landed me at the coffer's office, where I was to see the show. I had a perfect view of the procession to and from Westminster to the Abbey, and I must say it rather exceeded my expectation. The ladies made a glorious appearance. Whenever there was any beauty of countenance or shape or air, they were all heightened by the dress. Lady Talbot was a fine figure. The Queen, being very little, did not appear to advantage. The King had all the impressions of decent satisfaction and good-natured joy in his face, looked about him with great complacency, and tried to make himself as visible as he could to the mob, but the canopy carried over his Majesty's head and the persons who carried his train made him not so conspicuous. His behavior at the Abbey pleased much. It was perfectly dark before the procession returned from the Abbey, so we lost the second view. I got into a barge which I hired for 7s. 6d, and got to the coach which waited at York Buildings. Mr. Botham and his daughters are just gone. Lord Lyttelton was near fainting away just as the procession set out from the hall, and was obliged to sit down and take drops till a chair could be got to carry him home. Lady Albemarle fainted presently after. Lord Grantham was ill, but able to go through the ceremony. The early hour the peers and peeresses are forced to rise at, and the weight of their robes and all the whole affair is fatiguing, but they make a good figure, for there is something very majestic in the dress. I believe my Lord Bath will come down to us about Wednesday or perhaps Tuesday. I shall be at Sandalford on Monday. In another letter describing the coronation to Mrs. Carter, Mrs. Montagu says, It is impossible to say enough of the behavior of the King. During the procession, his countenance expressed a benevolent joy in the vast concourse of people and their loud acclamations, but with not the least air of pride or insolent exultation. In the religious offices, His Majesty behaved with the greatest reverence and deepest attention. He pronounced with earnest solemnity his engagements to his people, and when he was to receive the sacrament he pulled off his crown. How happy that in the day of the greatest worldly pomp, and adorned with the ensigns of regal power, he should remember his duty to the King of Kings. The Archbishop pleased much in the coronation service. I am indeed grieved at the heart for Mrs. Chapon. All calamities are light in comparison of the loss of what one loves, uniquement. After that dear object is lost, the glories of the golden day are forever overcast, and there is no tranquility under the silent moon. The soft and quiet pleasures are over. Business may employ and diversions amuse the mind, but the soul's calm sunshine and the heartfelt joy can never be regained. Mrs. Chapon has great virtues, and if she has the martyr's sufferings, will have the martyr's reward. Nay, Hester Mulso, a friend of Mr. S. Richardson's, and authoress of Letters on the Improvement of the Mind. Born 1727, died 1801. The following letter is from Lady Pomfret. Richmond Hill, October 4, 1761. Dear Madam, the reason you give for my being deprived of the pleasure of a visit from you before you left London doubles the mortification. I was in hope Tunbridge had established your health. The return of my fever, which has left me but a few days, was the cause that I made no attempt to wait on you the week you stayed after the coronation, and when I did found you had been gone the day before. But soon after, Froissart in your letter informed me that your goodness to me subsisted in all the bustle of magnificence and oppression of sickness, since you found time to read my old chronicle with my Lord Lyttelton, to whom, and to you, I know not how to express my gratitude enough, but I really feel a great deal. Your criticism delights me, as it was always my opinion that such words as you mention ought to be changed for more intelligible ones, and that it might be done, with propriety, without altering the idiom, but I was so charged not to deviate from the old language that, till I had such authorities as you and my Lord Lyttelton, I did not dare to follow my own judgment, but shall now with alacrity go about it, being very happy in your approbation of the rest of the book, which I hope will be finished before the meeting of the Parliament, and that I shall have the assistance of such friends for the perfecting of it. Your partiality to me, dear madam, is very flattering, but let Mrs. Montagu know that if I ever was or am proud of my discerning faculty, 'tis because I see her in her true light, of brightness with modesty, reason without vanity, and a thorough knowledge of this and the next world as far as is permitted to mortals. This I might have heard, but I glory that I see it. I need not add what must be the consequence, that I am, madam, your sincere admirer, and most faithful H.U.M. Letter 1D49, S.E.R.V. Letter 1D57, J. Pomfret. Lady Sophia Carteret and Mrs. Shelley beg your acceptance of their best respects. Lady Pomfret died on December 16, 1761, at Marlborough, Wilts. On October 5, Lord Lyttelton writes to Mrs. Montagu from Hagley a long letter, an extract of which I give. Tom proposes to give a ball to some young people of the neighborhood on this day se'nnight, which will add to our number and our jollity. He desires me to tell you that if you were within 20 miles of our ballroom, he would invite you to it among the handsome young women, which you may notify to the cynic Monsey, when he talks to you next of the horrid gulf of 40, and bid him hold his fool's tongue. I believe you fib about your age and make yourself at least 10 years older than you are, to be nearer to Lord Bath. I hope you have been, and are still as happy with him at Sandalford as your heart can desire. You will not think it a compliment to either of you when I say that I would be glad to exchange all the mirth of our ball for the dullest of your evenings, but I will add in great truth that I would give up the finest day in Hagley Park for a rainy one in your company. I had a letter last post from the Dean, in which he says, "Your lordship must not be surprised if you hear in a post or two of Mr. Secretary Pitt's and Lord Temple's being out of their employments. Unless something extraordinary happens, this event will certainly take place in a few days. I have this intelligence not from common report, but from the best authority." The reason given for their resignation is the opposition made in the cabinet to Mr. Pitt's proposal of sending a fleet immediately to intercept the Spanish flota daily expected home, and likewise to attack their men of war wherever they are to be found. But your lordship knows there are other causes of discontent. If this should be true, I imagine Lord Egremont will be Secretary of State and Lord Hardwicke Privy Seal. Mr. James Grenville will probably lay down with his brother, which will make a vacancy at the coffer's office, one of the few I might take if there was an inclination to bring me into employment. I wish much to know Lord Bath's opinion of Pitt's advice. To me, it seems to be that of a man who, in a political sense, fears neither God nor man. It certainly must be founded upon a supposition that a war with Spain is inevitable, which I should hope is not true, and even in that case, I think England ought to be very cautious not to appear the aggressor, which this conduct would make her. But I had rather hear his lordship's judgment upon this question than give my own. Charles Littleton, Dean of Carlisle. Charles, 2nd Earl of Egremont, born 1710, died 1763. Philip York, 1st Earl of Hardwicke, born 1690, died 1764. Lord Bath had left Sandalford before this letter arrived there. On October 8 he writes, "I can never sufficiently, madam, acknowledge my great obligations to you and to Mr. Montagu for the honors I received at Sandalford. 6 more agreeable days I never passed in my whole life, but when one has been excessively happy, we always pay most severely for the change, when forced to quit it." This made the doctor's journey and mine most excessively stupid and melancholy. He was seized with such a soporific torpor, as if a deluge of rain was hanging in the clouds, and yet we had not a drop the whole way, and I was so wretchedly miserable, that all I could say to him was, "Doctor, I passed over this same ground yesterday from coming from Padworth much more cheerfully and happily than I do now, but one comfort is that we are allowed the liberty of hoping for a renewal of the same happiness some other time." When we got to reading, where we stopped for 10 or 12 minutes, without getting out of our chaise, our landlady, seeing we looked melancholy, endeavored to comfort us by telling us a piece of good news, that an express was just arrived with an account of a complete victory obtained by the King of Prussia over the Russians. On this we speculated and ruminated for some time, when we met Mr. Cambridge, who assured us it was all a lie, but that another event had occurred which would surprise us extremely, and then told us Mr. Pitt had quitted the Seals. This astonished the doctor more than it did me, who had received some hint of it before, but we both agreed it was a very unlucky time for adventuring on such rough measures, so near the meeting of Parliament, and before anything was fixed for the obtaining of peace or preparing for a further prosecution of the war. In short, we ended in wishing all ministers at the devil, rather than that their disagreements and dissensions amongst one another should bring any difficulties or dishonor on the best man in the world, the master of all of them. I will make this reflection upon all human happiness, that the state and duration of it is extremely uncertain. A minister may be a very great and think himself a very happy man one day, and nothing at all the very next. Just so was I, madam, happy beyond measure a few days ago, and now forced at a terrible distance to be assuring you that I am, with all possible respect, your ladyship's most humble and most obedient servant, Bath. Dr. Monsey. Mr. Pitt resigned the Seals on October 5, 1761. Lord Littleton writes on October 14 to Mrs. Montagu, "Since my last, Mr. Pitt has brought his bark into a happy port. A barony for his wife and a pension of £3,000 a year for 3 lives are agreeable circumstances in a retreat, which delivers him from the difficulty of carrying on the war or making the peace, and keeps all his laurels green and unfading on his brow. No minister in this country has ever known so well the times and seasons of going in and coming out with advantage to himself. I hope there will be new gold boxes sent to him by the cities and boroughs to express their sense of his noble and disinterested conduct, and to assure him that their lives and fortunes are all at his service. In effect, I hear that all over this country, since first we had the news of his resigning the Seals, the cry of the people in taverns and alehouses is, 'No Pitt, no king.' However, I imagine that, as he has condescended to accept of this mark of royal favor, he will be so good as to allow the king to remain on the throne." On the same day as this last letter, Dr. Monsey writes from St. James's to Mrs. Montagu. This paragraph is interesting. But here's a rout about giving a patriot 3s, 6d, for his past services, either for speaking to the purpose or holding his tongue for a very good one. Why, he might have been Governor-General of all North America with a pension of £5,000. This was confidently said at the Mount Coffee House as offered by the king, and was told by Manby as coming from P, no joke indeed, no more than he has advertised 7 good horses, late Mr. Pitt's, to be sold. There's an act of humility for you. Miss Mary Pitt, Mr. Pitt's sister, writes to Mrs. Montagu. Dear Madam, though, I suppose you know all that has happened since last Monday, I cannot forbear talking to you upon what the king has been so very gracious as to do for my family, in granting a pension of £3,000 a year to Mr. Pitt for 3 lives, and as he knows that he feels a repugnancy to having his name upon the Irish pensions, his is upon the American duties, and the peerage which his Majesty has also done him the honour to bestow upon his family is given to Lady Hester, who is made Baroness of Chatham, by which means he is left still at liberty to be an alderman. As to all the rest, which you may know, I will do comme si vous ne saviez pas. My Lord Egremont received the seals of Secretary of State yesterday, my Lord Temple gave up his seals yesterday, and I was informed last night that my Lord Hardwicke was to be Privy Seal, which I do not doubt, though it is not declared. Mr. George Grenville is not to be Speaker, that he may have the management of the House of Commons. My Lord Temple is very angry with him, and I believe very much disappointed. At the same time, I am assured that my Lord Bristol writes in the strongest manner everything that can give satisfaction to the present ministry with regard to the intentions of the Spanish court, and those dispatches are said to have come Wednesday last. I heard a few days ago from Paris that the Duc de Nivernois had got a passport for my nephew. This was for Mr. Tom Pitt. Lady Hester's patent made out on December 4, 1761. French ambassador and writer. At this period, Dr. Gregory lost his wife and was in great despair. She was a daughter of William, Lord Forbes. At the end of October, Mrs. Montagu set out on a short visit to her sister, Mrs. Scott, and Lady Bab Montagu at Bath Easton. Dr. Monsey was then at Bath, whither later Mrs. Montagu also repaired. Bath society was enthusiastic upon the subject of Mr. Pitt, and a political letter he wrote at this period. From a letter written from Bath to Mrs. Carter about a Mrs. Talbot, a reduced lady, who was an applicant for a lady's maid situation, we learn that £10 per annum were regarded as adequate wages for such an attendant. I subjoin a curious paragraph as to a widow's dress. The fashionable dress for a widow is a gown with 2 broad plaits in the back, a short cuff which comes a little below the elbow round double ruffles very shallow. The dress weed is made of silk made on purpose, undress crepe, a black silk long apron, black handkerchief, black hood, and a plain sort of nightcap. Either a nightgown or sack may be worn with a short train, no flounce or ornament of any sort, and if a sack scanty, and only 2 broad plaits. Many women of condition who are not young wear merely a common crepe sack, the younger sort wear the dress that denotes their widowhood, and in a country town, I should suppose the full form must be observed. I imagine your inquiry is for poor Mrs. Primrose. On November 17, Mrs. Montagu writes from Hill Street to Mrs. Carter. My dear friend, I had this day the pleasure of receiving my dear friend's most charming ode. I, alas, am like Monsieur Jourdain, I speak nothing but prose, but I believe my heart feels with all the enthusiasm of poetry. My Lord Bath is vastly happy that you are to be in town the 1st of January. My Lord Lyttelton is better, but his fever is not quite gone. I think you should print the verses my Lord Lyttelton addressed to you from Penshurst. Pray write some more odes, and let your seamstresses do your plain work, and the clerk transcribe your verses. This year an edition of Mrs. Carter's various works was printed. When Mrs. Carter was in London, she lodged with Mrs. Norman in Clarges Street. Mrs. Montagu, having ascertained that she could have her lodgings there from the 1st of January, adds, You do not deign to mention Fingal, etc., but that I could pardon, for poet Ossian has been dead full many a day, but there is a head on which laurels now grow, and it bears more than Parnassian bays, even wreaths of sacred virtue, and this head is apt to ache, and then my heart aches for sympathy. Poor Lady Pomfret by weary stages reached Marlborough. From thence she yesterday morning quitted the weary journey of human life and passed with resignation to a better. I am angry with Dr. James for sending her in so hopeless a state from her quiet home to the noise and inconvenience of inns. I think Mr. Rivington must be bewitched. I will send the books as you direct. I had a quadrille table last night, and last week the Bard Macpherson and many others of the tuneful train, and we had the Feast of Shells, and drank out of a nautilus to the immortal memory of Ossian. The nautilus, you know, is a perfect sailor, as the other is a poet by nature. I am a little mortified that you had not a word to fling at Ossian. Take a modern poet laureate and put out his eyes and see whether he will sing as sweetly, though he sings darkling. The bass blues from this time constantly celebrated, amongst their intimates, the Feast of Shells mentioned in Ossian by drinking out of them on any particular occasion. Lord Bath's portrait, not satisfying Mrs. Montagu, had been returned to Mr. Reynolds for amendment, and Lord Bath writes, Madam, I will sit to Mr. Reynolds either Wednesday or Saturday next, whichever is most convenient to him, and shall be glad to meet Mr. Tristram Shandy, as you call him, or Mr. Sterne, as I must call him there, but where it is to be you do not mention. If the alteration can be made in a quarter of an hour, it is scarce worth taking the picture out of your house, but if it is to be altered at Mr. Reynolds', I will be there on either of the days mentioned. Last night I slept extremely well, and the better since I went from Mrs. Vessey's, happy in seeing you look so charmingly and well. 3 o'clock deck, 26th, 1761. Lord Bath had remarkably penetrating and brilliant eyes, and one of the faults found with the picture was in the representation of this feature. The next letter from Lord Bath runs, How cruel was it, before I got out of bed, to receive a letter forbidding me coming to you this night, but I hope nothing will prevent me from having that happiness tomorrow. On Wednesday about 1 o'clock, I will most certainly be at Mr. Reynolds' to mend my sickly looks, and to sit down in my chair as I should do instead of being half-standing, which criticism of Mr. Sterne, I think perfectly right. As for my looks, I fear they will not be much mended by any physic of Mr. Reynolds. He has made an old man look as if he was in pain, which an old man generally is, and so far he is right. Mrs. Montagu took Mr. Sterne to the sittings so that he might amuse Lord Bath with his bons mots. Surely this would form a pretty and historical picture if any artist would paint it. On the publication of her poems, to which Mrs. Carter looked forward in a nervous frame of mind, Mrs. Montagu says, I am sorry for your tremors and trepidations, but they are mere nervous disorders, and the manuscript must be printed, so my dear Urania, away with your lamentations, sit down, revise, correct, augment, print, and publish. I am sure you will have a pleasure in communicating the pious, virtuous sentiments that breathe in all your verses. My inferior soul will feel a joy in your producing such proofs of genius to the world. The very best of your poetical productions have never been published. They may indeed have been seen by a few in manuscripts, but the finest things on sheets are soon lost. Foliis tantum ni carmina manda, ni turbata volunt rapides ludibria ventis. Print them and bind them fast, I beg you. Writing to her brother, William Robinson, then at Rome, at this period Mrs. Montagu congratulates him on the prospect of a son or daughter. I desire to have all the share I can in the little one, shall be happy to be accepted as a godmother, and thank you for being so obliging as to intend it my name if it is a girl. It will not disgrace her if she should be a toast, for I once knew a Miss Betty Robinson that set up for one. If it is not disagreeable to you, I should be glad if it was christened Elizabeth Montagu, which will be also a compliment to my husband. I envy you, my dear brother, the pleasure of seeing at your leisure the Queen of Cities, Imperial Rome. The Reverend Lawrence Sterne had been in bad health for some time. He had just completed his 5th and 6th volumes of Tristram Shandy, and with permission from the Archbishop of York for absence for a year or more, he left Coxwood for the south of France, leaving the following paper with Mrs. Montagu, who, it will be remembered, was his cousin by marriage. December 28, 1761. Memorandums left with Mrs. Montagu, in case I should die abroad. L. Sterne. My sermons in a trunk at my friend Mr. Hall's, St. John Street, 2 vols, to be picked out of them N.B. There are enough for 3 vols. My letters in my bureau at Coxwood, and a bundle in a trunk with my sermons. Note, the large piles of letters in the garrets at York, to be sifted over, in search for some either of wit, or humor, or what is better than both of humanity and good nature. These will make a couple of volumes more. And as not one of 'em was ever wrote, like Pope's or Voiture's, to be printed, they are more likely to be read if there wants aught to serve the completion of a third volume. The political romance I wrote, which was never published, may be added to the fag end of the volumes. Though I have two reasons why I wish it may not be wanted. First, an undeserved compliment to one, whom I have since found to be a very corrupt man. I knew him weak and ignorant, but thought him honest. The other reason is I have hung up Dr. Topham in the romance in a ridiculous light which, upon my soul, I now doubt whether he deserves it. So let the romance go to sleep not by itself, for 'twill have company. My concio ad clinum in Latin, which I made for Fountain, to preach before the university to enable him to take his doctor's degree. You will find 2 copies of it, with my sermons. He got honor by it. What got I? Nothing in my lifetime. Then let me not, I charge you, Mrs. Sterne, be robbed of it after my death. That long pathetic letter to him of the hard measure I have received, I charge you, to let it be printed. 'Tis equitable you should derive that good from my sufferings at least. I have made my will, but I leave all I have to you and my Lydia. You will not quarrel about it, but I advise you to sell my estate, which will bring 1800 PDS, or more after the year, and what you can raise from my works, and the sale of the last copyright of the 5th and 6th vols of Tristram, the produce of this last work, all of which I have left, except 50 PDS, in my bookseller Beckett's hands, and which Mr. Garrick will receive and lay out in stocks for me. All these I would advise you to collect together with the sale of my library, and lay it out in government securities. If my Lydia should marry, I charge you over again, that you may remember it the more, that upon no delusive prospect or promise from anyone you leave yourself dependent. Reserve enough for your comforter, let her wait your death. I leave this in the hands of our cousin Mrs. Montagu, not because she is our cousin, but because I am sure she has a good heart. We shall meet again. MEM letter 1D48, letter 1D58, letter 1D50. Whenever I die, 'tis most probable I shall have about £200 due to me from my living. If Lydia should die before you, leave my sister something worthy of yourself in case you do not think it meet to purchase an annuity for your greater comfort. If you choose that, do it in God's name. The pictures of the mountebank and his macaroni is in a lady's hands, who upon seeing a most cavalieri declared she would never part with them, and, from an excess of civility or, rather, weakness, I could not summon up severity to demand them. If I die, her name, and is enclosed in a billet sealed up and given with this end, then you must demand them. If refused, you have nothing to do but send a 2D message importing 'tis not for her interest to keep them. Lawrence Sterne. Memorandums left by Mr. Sterne in Mrs. Montagu's hands before he left England. 2 teardrops are on this paper, which indicate Sterne's emotional temperament. Illustration: Sir J. Reynolds, Pinks, E. Fisher, S.C. Lawrence Sterne. Walker and Cockerell, Ph., S.C. And now, patient reader, I, the editress of this literary mosaic of my great-great-aunt's letters and those of her friends, take leave of you. If life and eyesight are vouchsafed to me, I hope to write the remainder of her life some day, for she lived till 1800. Each year added to her enormous circle of clever acquaintance, British and foreign. The letters of Garrick and his wife, later ones of Sterne and Dr. Johnson, Mrs. Vesey, Edmund Burke, Hannah More, and a host of other notabilities, belong to a different period. As it is, the compilation of this work has occupied me 5 years. 1 whole winter was devoted to arranging the correspondence in chronological order, as very few of the letters are dated. Appendices. Long Sir Thomas Robinson. Sir Thomas was the eldest of the 7 sons of William Robinson, of Rokeby, Yorkshire, by his wife, née Anne Walters. He was born and baptized at Rokeby in 1700. After his school days, he made the grand tour, as was the fashion of the day, and then entered the army. At the death of his father in 1719, he succeeded to the family estates in Yorkshire. At the general election of 1727, he became MP for Morpeth. On October 25, 1728, he was married at Belfries in Yorkshire to Elizabeth, widow of Nicholas, Lord Lechmere, and daughter of Charles Howard, 3rd Earl of Carlisle. Between the years 1725 and 1730, he rebuilt the house at Rokeby, removed the church which stood behind the house, and rebuilt it in another spot. He added a stone wall all round the park, made a bridge over the Greta River, and erected an obelisk to his mother's memory in 1730. All these acts were recorded on 2 stone piers at the Greta entrance of the park. He planted many trees at Rokeby. He designed the west wing of Castle Howard for his brother-in-law, Lord Carlisle. In 1731, he was made a baronet of England, with remainder to his brothers. His nickname of Long Sir Thomas Robinson was given to him from his great height, and to distinguish him from another Sir Thomas Robinson, a diplomat of note, afterwards created Lord Grantham. These 2 men were the reverse of each other in appearance, Long Sir Thomas being exceptionally tall, and the other very short and fat. One of Lady Townshend's bon mots about the 2 was, "Why one should be preferred to the other I can't imagine. There is but little difference. The one is as broad as the other is long." And Lord Chesterfield, on being told Long Sir Thomas was reported to be dying by inches, said, then it would be some time before he was dead. On April 10, 1739, his wife, to whom he was tenderly attached, died at Bath, and was taken to Rokeby and buried under the new church he had erected. A monument was erected to her there. In accordance with Sir Thomas's will, though he himself was buried at Merton Abbey, Surrey, a cenotaph was placed in Poets' Corner, Westminster Abbey, to his and his wife's memory, with medallion portraits of her and himself, and bearing the following inscription: "To perpetuate his grateful sense of the pleasure he had in the conversation of an accomplished woman, a sincere friend, and an agreeable companion." They had no children, so the English baronetcy went to his next brother, William. Sir Thomas was greatly given to hospitality, too much so for his income. On October 22, 1741, he gave a great ball, as Horace Walpole relates, to a little girl of the Duke of Richmond's. There are already 200 invited, from Miss in a bib and apron to my Lord Chancellor in bib and mace. The ball began at 8 p.m. and ended at 4 a.m. a few days after. Horace Walpole writes, "There were 197 persons at Sir Thomas's, and yet it was so well conducted that nobody felt a crowd. He had taken off all his doors, and so separated the old and the young that neither were inconvenienced by the other. The ball began at 8. Each man danced 1 minuet with his partner, and then began country dances. There were 24 couple, divided into 12 and 12. Each set danced 2 dances, and then retired into another room, while the other set took their 2, and so alternately. We danced till 4, then had tea and coffee and came home." A month later, he writes about a second ball. What with his numerous entertainments and his building at Rokeby and elsewhere, he became impoverished, and accepted the governorship of Barbados in January, 1742, from which he was recalled in 1747. In Barbados, he married his second wife, a widow named Salmon, née Booth. She had a considerable fortune, but on her husband's return to England, she refused to accompany him, preferring Barbados. Sir Thomas was intimate with Lord Chesterfield, who made an epigram on him, beginning, "Unlike my subject will I make my song, it shall be witty, and it shan't be long." He must have been a bore, for Sir John Hawkins says of him, "Sir Thomas Robinson was a man of the world, or rather of the town, and a great pest to persons of high rank or in office. He was very troublesome to the Earl of Burlington, and when in his visits to him he was told his lordship had gone out, would desire to be admitted to look at a clock, or play with a monkey that was kept in the hall, in hopes of being sent for to the Earl. This he had so frequently done that all the household were tired of him. At length it was concerted amongst the servants that he should receive a summary answer to his usual questions, and accordingly, at his next coming the porter, as soon as he had opened the gate, and without waiting for what he had to say, dismissed him with these words: 'Sir, his lordship is gone out, the clock stands, and the monkey is dead.' The Duchess of Portland used to name him to Mrs. Montagu as your inimitable cousin." Appearing in Paris one day at a dinner in his hunting suit of green and gold, and booted and spurred, a French abbé asked who he was, and on being told his name, and looking at his attire, inquired if he was Robinson Crusoe. His house at Whitehall he sold to Lord Lincoln, and he afterwards lived at Prospect Place, Chelsea. He bought the gardens once belonging to Lord Ranelagh, and with other shareholders, erected the rotunda in 1741-42. This place of amusement lasted for quite 40 years. The site of it is in the gardens of Chelsea Hospital. at the coronation of George Roman III. Sir Thomas, probably from his great height and majestic presence, was chosen to represent the mock Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine, the kings of England still pretending to own those provinces. In 1769, he sold the estate of Rokeby, Yorks, to John Sorry Moret, the father of Sir Walter Scott's friend. The Rokeby estate had been in the possession of the Robinsons 160 years. On March 3, 1777, Sir Thomas Robinson died at his house in Prospect Place, Chelsea, at the age of 76. Sandalford Priory, Berks. Sandalford Priory was founded for Austin canons by Geoffrey, 4th Count of Perche, and his wife, Matilda of Saxony, granddaughter of Henry Roman II of England and niece of King Richard Coeur de Lion and King John before the year 1205. The town and manor of Newbury in Berkshire were bestowed on the 1st Count of Perche, who accompanied the Conqueror to England. The priory was dedicated to the Virgin Mary and Saint John the Baptist. A dispute arising between the prior and Richard Beauchamp, Bishop of Salisbury and Dean of Windsor about 1480, the religious forsook the house, and King Edward Roman IV allowed the priory to be annexed to the chapel of St. George's, Windsor. In the Eiscoff Register, folio 50, will be found an account of irregular and scandalous behavior of the prior of that period, which probably was the cause of the disruption. The priory now formed a parcel of the properties of the Dean and Canons of Windsor, and it is stated by the commissioners of Henry Roman VIII, VDC 3, Henry Roman VIII, to be worth £10 annually. In the reign of James, Sandalford was declared to be a separate parish from Newbury, and not subject to tithes which had hitherto been paid to the rector of Newbury. After this, a commutation was made that the lessee of the house paid £8 a year to the rector of Newbury, and for that sum had a pew in perpetuity. It is stated that after this award the chapel of the priory was allowed to fall into decay. This chapel was separate from the house, and continued to be so till 1781 when Mrs. Montagu employed Wyatt to build her an octagonal drawing room with antechambers, which united the house and the chapel. Long previous to this, it was used as a bedroom or bedrooms, and in the Montagu manuscripts, Hannah More and others are described as sleeping in the chapel bedroom when the rest of the house was occupied. At the beginning of the 18th century, the lessees of Sandalford were the Pitt Rivers of Strathfieldsaye, and they were succeeded by the Montagu family as early as 1730 or perhaps earlier. At any rate, at that date Mr. Edward Montagu was resident there, and as his mother, née Sarah Rogers, lived with him, as is shown by a letter of 1733 which I possess, it is possible Mr. Charles Montagu had been lessee before his son. He died in 1721. At what period the chapel was dismantled I have no record, but it may have been done by order of the Dean and Canons of Windsor before their letting it as a residence. Elias Ashmole, the great antiquarian, who died in 1692, describes the chapel as he saw it, and says, "Upon the first ascent of steps towards the high altar lies a freestone tomb of a knight in mail, cross-legged, with a deep shield on his left arm and seeming to draw his sword, his feet resting on a dragon. Written on the west wall is a Latin inscription. In a paper belonging to my uncle, the last Baron Rokeby, it is stated the inscription was written on the north wall of the chapel, but more anciently on the west wall. This was the inscription: Lancia, crux, clavispine, morsquam toleravi, demonstrant qua Roman 6 miserorum crimea, lavian crus, sum protqui peccas design pro me design, du veniam diculpem, corrige vitam. As to the monument, it has been stated to have been that of the founder, Geoffrey, Count of Perche. But as he died in France at the Siege of Acre, it is more likely to have been his son Thomas, Earl of Perche, who died at the Battle of Lincoln in 1217. Or else it is quite possible that it might be one of the Earls Marshal of Pembroke, as at the death of Thomas, Earl de Perche, his uncle William, Bishop of Chalons, seems to have claimed the property and sold it to William, 2nd Earl Marshal. Anyhow, not a trace of this monument is now to be found, and it would be very interesting to ascertain if it was removed to the Temple Church, where the other Earls Marshal of Pembroke are buried and a very similar monument exists. But this is only my surmise. Behind the chapel, when Mrs. Montagu made her alterations in house and garden in 1780 to 1782 with the designs of Wyatt and Capability Brown, a number of skulls and bones were found, and, with the characteristic irreverence of the 18th century, were buried in what is now called Monkey Lane, near Newbury. The present library was originally the refectory. In 1836, Edward, 5th Baron Rokeby, parted with the lease of Sandalford to Mr. William Chatteris, who eventually, in 1875, enfranchised the property from the Dean and Canons of Windsor, and, dying a widower and without issue, he left Sandalford to his second wife's nephew Mr. Alpin Macgregor. Mrs. Chatteris was the second daughter of Admiral Sir Thomas Hardy, the friend of Nelson. Mrs. Myers, who has a lease of Sandalford now, will not use the chapel as a dining room. Hannah More, writing in 1784 while staying at Sandalford, says, "There is an irregular beauty and greatness in the new buildings, and in the cathedral aisles which open to the great Gothic window, alluding to the east end of the chapel, still all glass, which is exceedingly agreeable to the imagination. It is solemn without being sad, and Gothic without being gloomy." Denton Hall, near Newcastle on Tyne, Northumberland. The history of Denton Hall dates from the ancient Britons, and a burial place of theirs, with an urn and bones, was found near the Roman wall within a quarter of a mile from the hall. It subsequently became the site of a Roman camp, which was occupied by a garrison of Hadrian's soldiers, and a wall was built to keep out the Picts and Scots. Of the Roman relics, there still exist an altar dedicated to Jupiter, and several carved stones, and in Mrs. Montagu's time, many Roman coins and objects were discovered. In Number 7, Volume 2 of the Proceedings of Antiquaries of Newcastle on Tyne, 1885, Mr. W. Aubon Hoyle, then living with his brother at the hall, writes, "A little to the southwest stood a chapel, of which a baptismal font remains and a few sculptured stones. Adjoining these was a burial ground, which is now included in the garden. An incised slab with a memorial cross and sword was found here some years ago, as well as some large stone coffins, and a cist of ancient British times containing a funeral urn. The chapel was removed shortly after the Reformation. The earliest record we have of the occupants is of a family of the name of Denton in the 10th century, who continued to hold lands here and in the neighborhood, and also at Newcastle. The Widringtons seem to have succeeded the Dentons, and Mr. Hoyle continues, "The manor of Denton, saving these rents paid to the Widringtons, had been, in 1380, granted to the prior and convent of Tynemouth, and was used by them as a country residence or grange. Tradition relates that they had an underground passage leading from Denton to their residence at Benwell Tower. The present building was probably erected by them at the beginning of the 16th century, 1503 being the date of erection. The Roman wall skirting its grounds appears to have supplied the materials, as most of these stones are of the Roman type. The roof was formed of flags fastened with pins made of sheep bones. These have gradually been done away with until only a few courses remain, and the flags have been replaced by tiles. At the dissolution in 1539, the Widringtons lost their interest in Denton, and the Erringtons appear. The Erringtons being Jacobites, Mr. Hoyle continues, their loyalty to the Stuarts cost them their estates, which now passed to a family of Rogers related to the Earl of Sandwich. As has been shown in this book, Mr. Edward Montagu, at the death of his cousin, Mr. Rogers, became owner, to quote his wife's words, of Denton. Mr. Montagu has half the estate by descent, a share by testamentary disposition, and a part by purchase. At the death of Mrs. Montagu in 1800, the estate passed into the possession of her nephew and adopted son, Matthew Montagu, afterwards 4th Baron Rokeby, who let the hall to Mr. Richard Hoyle, and his descendants occupied the house till 1889. Henry, 6th Baron Rokeby, dying in 1883, left the estate of Denton to his grandson, Lord Henry Paulet, now 16th Marquis of Winchester, who in 1886 sold the whole estate. The hall was bought by Mr. John Henderson of Allendale, who resold it to Mr. William Andrew Ganson, the present owner. The Denton ghost, called Old Silky by the miners, one of the most authentic on record, is a beneficent spirit, for she is said on various occasions to have warned the miners against coal damp. A song about her is still sung, I am told, in Newcastle, but hitherto I have failed to obtain it, or to discover who Silky was. A further account of her can be read in Ingram, S. Haunted Homes, under Denton Hall. Index. The figures in italics refer to the notes only. Abbas Shah Roman II, 99. Abel Roman II, 245. Achard Mr. Tudor, afterwards secretary to Duke of Portland, I-44, 61, 90, 158, 185. Adam Roman II, 245. Adventurer the Roman II, 25. Advertiser the Roman II, 123. Aesop's Fables, I-73. Aix-la-Chapelle, piece of I-259. Albemarle George Capel, 15th Earl of Roman II, 220. Albemarle Lady, Roman II, 259. Aldworth Richard Neville, Roman II, 250. Alexander William, Roman II, 98, 108. Alexander Mrs. W. née Monsey, Roman II, 98. Allen Lady, I-267, 268, Roman II, 121. Allison, A, I-179. Alnwick Castle, Roman II, 166. Alstone, Mr. and Mrs., I-286. Amin Joseph, C. Emin Joseph. Amelia, Princess, daughter of George Roman II, Roman II, 152, 213, 214. Amesbury, I-249. Amherst, General, Roman II, 134, 140, 154. Amiand, Mr., I-167, Roman II, 163. Ancaster, Duchess of Roman II, 252. Ancaster, Peregrine, 3rd Duke of, I-279. Ancram Lady, I-269. Andover Mary, Lady, Mrs. Botham's intimate friend and patroness, I-55, 95, 102, 115, 144, 194, Roman II. 19. Her letters to Mrs. Montagu, I-230, 231. Andover, William, Lord, I-55, 144, 224, 230. Anne Queen, I-245. Anson, Admiral Lord, I-107, 268, Roman II. 89, 154, captures a Spanish treasure ship, I-186, a voyage round the world, I-259. Anson, Lady, I-268, 269, Roman II, 142. Anstey, Christopher, New Bath Guide, I-19, 256, Roman II, 87. Anstey, Miss, I-256, 259, 270, 275, Roman II, 54, 56, 70, 82, works a panel of Mrs. Montagu's feather screen, I-268, her death, Roman II. 87 letters from Mrs. Montagu to I-19, 281, Roman II. 18, 77 her letters to Mrs. Montagu, Roman II. 23. A priest, Mr. and Mrs., I-286. Archdeacon Dominic, Roman II, 129. Archdeacon Mrs. D. Mary Krieg, Roman II, 129. Archdeacon William, Roman II, 160. Arezzo Collection of Roman II, 15. Argyll John, 2nd Duke of and Duke of Greenwich, I-117, Roman II, 38, 233. Argyll Duchess of Elizabeth Gunning, I-270, 287, 288. Argyll Archibald Campbell, 3rd Duke of Roman II, 165, 167, 195. Argyll John, 5th Duke of, I-270. Arran Earl of Roman II, 155. Arran Elizabeth, Countess of Roman II, 155. Ascham Miss, I-286. Ash Miss called by Walpole the Pollard Ash, I-287, 288. Askew Dr. Roman II, 128, 144. Athole Duncan de Assolia, Earl of I-1. Athole John Murray, 3rd Duke of Roman II, 168. Atkinson Mr. Farm Bailiff at Sandalford, I-145, Roman II, 147. Atterbury Bishop, I-194. Audley Doctor, I-129. Audley Mr. Hinchinbroke House, I-270. Augusta, Princess, daughter of George Roman II, I-53. Austin Sir Robert, I-27. Austria, Emperor of Roman II, 146. Avero, Duke of Roman II, 180. Aylesbury, Lord, I-233. Aylesford, Countess of I-269. Aylesford Heneage, 1st Earl of I-39. Aylesford Heneage, 2nd Earl of I-41 55 144, Roman II, 1955. Almer Lord Roman II, 15. Icecoff D.D. Reverend Francis Roman II, 40 63. Icecoff Mrs. Nay Littleton Roman II, 63. B. Bauden, Prince of I-286. Bagshot Heath Roman II, 74. Balchin Admiral Sir John Roman II, 92. Bomarino Lord, I-231. Baltimore Lord Roman II, 70. Banbury Charles Knollys, 3rd Earl of I-22. Banks Miss Roman II, 45. Barbarini, I-92. Beryl M. de Roman II, 158. Barrington Dowager Lady, I-269. Barrington 2nd Viscount Roman II, 185. Barrow Reverend Dr. Isaac, Master of Trinity College, Cambridge Roman II, 91. Barrows Mrs. I-241. Barry Spranger, Irish actor, I-279. Boz Blues the Roman II, 98 and Shells Roman II, 268. Basildon Lady Fane's Grottos at I-245. Bateman Lord Roman II, 95. Bateman Richard Roman II, 192. Bath I-3641, 254. Coffee House at I-255. Bath William Pulteney, 1st Earl of I-102, Roman II. 11, 29, 47, 145, 185, 193, 204, 219, 223, 225, 241, 246, 250, 252, 262, 267, his wife's death, Roman II. 152, letter to two great men, Roman II. 178. Patriot and philosopher, Roman II. 179, his character, Roman II. 189, 247, is fallen desperately in love with Mrs. Montagu, Roman II. 200, 201, on green tea and snuff, Roman II. 207, and Mrs. Carter, Roman II. 235, 236, on Mrs. Montagu's Dialogues of the Dead, Roman II. 237. Reynolds' Portrait of Roman II. 258, 268, 269, letters from Mrs. Montagu to Roman II. 220, 222, 233, his letters to Mrs. Montagu, Roman II. 222, 224, 226, 233, 237, 263, 268. Bath Countess of Anna Maria Gumley, a screw, Roman II. 29, Death of Roman II. 152, 189. Bath Thomas, 1st Marquis of I-17. Bath Elizabeth, Marchioness of Nay Bentinck, I-17. Bathing Tubs, I-89. Bathurst Lady Selina, I-139. Bathurst Lord, I-280. Bathurst Mr. Lady Selina's son, I-167. Bayham Abbey, Roman II, 250. Bow, description of a I-133. Beauchamp Richard, Bishop of Salisbury, I-151. Beauclerk Lord Aubrey, I-80. Beauclerk Lord Harry, Roman II, 228. Beauclerk Lord and Lady Vere, I-269. Beaufort Cardinal, I-247. Beaufort 4th Duke of I-39, 41, 42. Beaulieu, I-248. Beaulieu Edward Hussey, Earl of I-201. Beauties of England and Wales, Roman II, 14. Beckford Alderman, Roman II. 127, 128, 153, 220. Bede Venerable, History of the British Nation, etc. Roman II. 138. Bedford Duchess of I-63, 269. Bedford John, 4th Duke of I-63, 216, 218, 219, 248, 266. Bijot Monsieur Roman II, 257. Bell & Sons, George, Publishers, Roman II, 174. Bellardine Harry, Governor of Hurst Castle, I-248. Bellegarde Marquis de, I-286. Belle-Isle Duc de, French Marshal, I 197. Benson, Doctor, Bishop of Gloucester, I 234. Bentinck, Lord Edward Charles, I 178. Bentinck, Lady Elizabeth, afterwards Marchioness of Bath, I 17, 150. Bentinck, Lady Frances, I 69, 100, 146. Bentinck, Lord George, I 46, 48, 98. Bentinck, Lady Harriet, Roman II, 197. Bentinck, Lady Isabella, I 23. Bentinck, Lady Margaret, I 33. Bentley, Richard, Roman II, 23, 24. Berenger, Moses, I 284. Berenger, R., the Little Marquis, History and Art of Horsemanship, I 283, 284, Roman II, 1, 24, 226. Berenice, Roman II, 238. Berkeley, Elizabeth, afterwards Lady Noel Somerset, I 42. Berkeley, George, Bishop of Cloyne, Roman II, 15, 25, 26. Berkeley, Mrs. George, Roman II, 25, 26. Berkeley, James Symes, of Stoke Gifford, I 42. Berkeley, Lord, I 167, Roman II, 95. Berkshire, 4th Earl of, I 39, 41, 224. Berkshire, Lady Catherine Graham, I 39, 66, 224. Berkshire, Tom, 6th Earl of, I 39. Bernard, Doctor, Head Master of Eton, Roman II, 150. Best, Mrs. T. Caroline Scott, I 86, 103, 121, 184. Best, Thomas, I 121, 184, Roman II, 50. Bevern, Prince of Roman II, 114. Bevis Mount, Lord Peterborough's Place, I 22. Bildly, Sir George, Roman II, 78. Biographia Britannica, Roman II, 18. Birch, Reverend Thomas, Life of Archbishop Tillotson, Roman II, 20. Blackett, Sir Walter, Roman II, 138, 201, 202. Bland, Military Discipline, Roman II, 100. Blooding, Panacea of I 33, 83, 98, 100, 135. Bluestockings, First Allusion to Roman II, 98. Bicasio, Decameron, I 61. Boileau, Nicholas Despraux, I 154, 282. Bolingbroke, Lady, Roman II, 116. Bolingbroke, Lord, I 89, 280. Dissertations upon Parties, I 176. The Idea of a Patriot King, I 265. An Occasional Letter, I 281. That Foul Fiend, Roman II. 61. His Pompous Rhetorical and Inconsistent Declamations, Roman II. 63. His Marriage, Roman II. 116. Voltaire v. Roman II. 163. Bolton, Duchess of Lavinia Fenton, alias Polly Peacham, Roman II, 37. Bolton, 3rd Duke of I 248, Roman II, 37. Bonus, Mr. Picture Cleaner, Roman II, 172. Boscawen, Admiral the Hun. Edward, I 277, Roman II. 81, 83, 84, 123, 151, 156, 170, 190, captures 2 French men of war, Roman II. 74, blockades Louisbourg, Roman II. 76, the Martinico ships, Roman II. 90, recalled, Roman II. 111, 116, misses. Montagu's opinion of Roman II. 118. Receives a fresh commission, Roman II. 118, 121, had saved North America, Roman II. 134, captures Louisbourg, Roman II. 140, the thanks of Parliament, Roman II. 154, defeats French off Cape Lagos, Roman II. 167, his illness and death, Roman II. 228, 230, his letter to Mrs. Montagu, Roman II. 95. Boscawen, Mrs. Edward, Francis Glanville, I 277, Roman II. 69, 74, 81, 83, 196, 217, 229, 230, 242, 247, 257 misses. Montagu's letters to I 278, Roman II. 20, 40, 52, 70, 88, 118, her letter to Mrs. Montagu, Roman II. 133. Boswell's Life of Johnson, Roman II. 161, 174. Boteler, Sir Philip, Roman II, 227. Both M. Reverend John, I-55, 265, 278. Roman 2. 43, 46, 73, 88, 129, 241, 259. A. Legacy, I-84. His Sermonical Lullaby, I-96. Rector of Yoxall, Staff. And Chaplain to Lord Aylesford, I-144. Wishes for a King's Chaplaincy, I-180, 181. The Albury Living, I-230. Such a Johnny, I-231. Farming his glebe, I-235. His appeal for further preferment, Roman 2. 2, 3. Inoculation of his children, Roman 2. 17. His wife's last illness and death, Roman 2. 26-29. A schoolgirl's bill, Roman 2. 48. In the North with Edward Montagu, Roman 2. 51-53. Appointed to Ealing, Roman 2. 54, 55, 58. His letter to Mrs. Montagu, Roman 2. 76. Both M. Mrs. John Lydia Lumley, I-3, 55, 95, 143, 152, 194, 224, 268, Roman 2. 4. An opportune legacy, I-84. Her character, I-180, 181. Excessive melancholy of I-230. Mrs. Montagu's advice, I-233. Curious remedies, I-235. Her state of health, Roman 2. 11, 19, 20. Her 5 children inoculated, Roman 2. 16. Illness and death of Roman 2. 26-29. Her letters to Mrs. Montagu, I-84, 228. Both M. Miss Roman 2. 29, 33, 37, 46, 185. Both M. Miss Kitty Roman 2. 47, 48. Both M. Miss Molly Roman 2. 47, 48. Bauer Archibald History of the Popes, Roman 2. 11, 15, 16, 19, 35, 42, 72, 90, 178. His letters to Mrs. Montagu, Roman 2. 50, 81, 94. Bauer Mrs. A. Roman 2. 16. Bowes George of Streatham Castle and Gibside Durham, I-234, 290, Roman 2. 36, 138, 201, 203. Braganza Catherine, wife of Charles Roman 2. I-111. Braganza, Duke of Roman 2, 158. Branson, Mr. I-241. Braybrook, Lord Roman 2, 250. Breadalbane, Lord Roman 2, 165, 168. Bridport, 1st Viscount, I-278, Roman 2, 135. Bridport Maria, Viscountess, née West, I-278, Roman 2. 10, 22, 30, 32, 57, 86, 87, 92, 115, 135. Bridgewater, Dowager Duchess of Roman 2, 95, 191. Bridgewater Scroop, 1st Duke of Roman 2, 191. Bristol, George William, 2nd Earl of I-234, Roman 2, 266. Bristol Viscount, I-265. British Museum established at Montagu House, Harleian MSS. In I-8, Roman 2, 243. Cottonian MSS. In Roman 2, 243. Broadley's Bath Collection, I-255. Brockeye Carlo Farinelli, I-16. Brockman James of Beechborough, I-15, 76, 108, 225, Roman 2. 1315. Brockman Miss, I-147. Bromage Mr., I-294. Brown Lieutenant General George, I-222, Roman 2. 142. Brown D.D. John, Essays on Lord Shaftesbury's Characteristics, Roman 2. 18. Bruce Lord, I-250. Brusher Mills, The New Forest Snake Catcher, Roman 2. 151. Bridges Sir Egerton, Biography, Roman 2. 93. Bridges Mary, Lady née Robinson, Roman 2. 93. Buchan, Earl of I-33. Buckley, Mr., I-125, 202, 234. Bulstrode, I-13, 49. Bunyan, John, Pilgrim's Progress, I-73. Burgess, Dr. Roman 2, 77. Burgundy, Louis, Duke of the Dauphin, I-291, 295. Burlington, Richard, 3rd Earl of I-191, Roman 2, 145. Burlington, Lady, Roman II, 145, 146. Burke, Edmund, Roman II, 100, 101, 108, 144. Vindication of Natural Society, Roman II, 156. Sublime and Beautiful, Roman II, 159. Lady Bab Montagu and Roman II, 163. And the Madrid Consulship, Roman II, 170. His Letters to Mrs. Montagu, Roman II, 169, 173. Burke, Mrs. Nugent, Roman II, 171. Burnet, Bishop, History of the Reformation, I 101. Bute, John Stewart, 3rd Earl of I 237, Roman II, 84, 97, 214, 226. Bute, Mary, Countess of Ney Montagu, I 51, 237, 244, Roman II, 44, 197, 214, 217, 252. Butler, Lady Emily, Roman II, 155. Byng, Admiral John, Roman II, 88, 93, 97, 102. 100. Cadaval, Duc de Roman II, 180. Cadogan, Lord Roman II, 83. Caffarelli, Gaetano Maggioriano, Italian singer, I 27. Kane, Roman II, 245. Caledon, 1st Earl of Roman II, 98, 108. Calves Pluck Water, Roman II, 163. Cambridge, Richard Owen, Roman II, 263. Scribbleriad, Roman II, 54, 61. Cambridge University, I 256, 257. Camden, Pratt, 1st Earl, Lord Chancellor and Lord President of the Council, Roman II, 217. Camelford, Thomas Pitt, Junner, 1st Lord, Roman II, 150, 153. Campbell, General, I 267. Campion, Pittschaff, Roman II, 64. Canning, Elizabeth, Roman II, 53. Canterbury Cathedral, Roman II, 1214. Canterbury Races, I 9, 1731. Cape Lagos, Naval Battle of Roman II, 167. Cardigan, Lady, I 267, Roman II, 217, 218. Carlisle, Bishop of Roman II, 96. Carlisle, 7th Earl of I 104, 209. Carlisle surrendered to the rebels, I 218. Carnarvon, 6th Earl of Roman II, 38. Caroline, Princess, wife of Christian Roman 7. Of Denmark, I 256. Caroline, Queen, I 255. Carr, Lord Robert, I 167. Cart, Reverend Thomas, History, I 194. Carter, Edward, Agent to Lord Aylesbury, afterwards to Edward Montagu, I 130, 139, 233, 234, 289, 291, Roman II, 51. Carter, Hannah, Memoirs of Her Life, Roman II, 189. Carter, Miss Roman II, 29, 33, 37, 38, 46, 51, 52. Carter, Mr. Old Trustee, Edward Montagu's steward and agent, I 107, 141, 143, 147, 166, 182, 184. Death of I 233. Carter, Mrs. Wife of Above, Roman II, 51. Carter, Mrs. Elizabeth, the Greek scholar, I 111, Roman II, 235, 236, 246, 250, 251, 255, 256. An edition of her works, Roman II, 267. Mrs. Montagu's Letters to Roman II, 130, 138, 159, 160, 162, 163, 182, 207, 241, 244, 257, 259, 266, 267, 269. Carter, D.D., Reverend Nicholas, Roman II, 130. Carter, William, I 130, 182. Carteret, John, 2nd Baron, afterwards Earl Granville, Secretary of State, I 102, 135, 179, 187. Carteret, Lady Sophie Fermor, I 179, 181. Carteret, Lady Sophia, Roman II, 261. Carthagena, Naval Battle of I-79. Cathcart, 9th Lord, Roman II, 101, 168. Catherine of Braganza, wife of Charles Roman II, I-111. Cattle disease, I-196, 219. Cesar Miss, I-46. Chalmers Anne Mrs. James Gregory, I-179. Chalmers Doctor of Ripon, I-213. Chandler Mrs., I-265. Chandos 1st Duke of the Princely Duke, I-273. Chandos 2nd Duke of Roman II, 2223. Chandos 3rd Duke of Roman II, 22. Chandos Duchess of Nawells, formerly Mrs. Jeffreys Roman II, 2223. Chandos Dowager Duchess of Ney-Van-Hatten, I-281, her letters to Mrs. Montagu, I-273, 274. Chapone Mrs. Hester Mulso, letters on the improvement of the mind Roman II, 260. Charlemagne, I-59. Charles Roman II, I-80, 111, Roman II, 211. Charles Roman XII, of Sweden Roman II, 181. Charlotte Queen Roman II, 249, 251, 252, 258, 260. Charters Mr. Roman II, 166. Chateauneuf M. Deal, de I-44. Chatham Baroness of, C. Pitt Lady Hester. Chatham William Pitt 1st Earl of, C. Pitt William. Chaucer Geoffrey, I-155, 199. Chaucer Thomas son of above, I-198. Cheer Mr. Roman II, 42. Chenevix Mrs., her famous bric-a-brac shop, I-187, 294. Cheselden Dr. William, I-196, Roman II, 4. Chester Mrs. Roman II, 42. Chesterfield Philip Dormer Stanhope, 4th Earl of Letters, I-198, 253, 262, Roman II. 87, 113, 121, 181, 207, 223. Chinese Rooms Mrs. Montagu's Roman II, 8. Christian Roman 7, of Denmark, I-256. Chudley Miss, Maid of Honor, afterwards Duchess of Kingston, I-265. Churchill Arabella, I-156. Churchill General Charles, commonly called Old Charles Churchill, I-156. Cibber Colley Apology for His Life, I-91, 200, 242. Cibber Theophilus, I-242. Cibber Mrs. Theophilus, Anna Maria Arn, I-242 as Cordelia, I-253. Cistercians, I-248. Clare, Earls of, I-204. Clarendon, Lord, History of the Rebellion Roman II, 157. Clark D.D. Samuel I-61, Roman II, 62. Clark William of Maryville Abbey I-2. Clark Dr. W. I-88, 91. Clavering Sir James I-144, 147. Clavering Sir Thomas I-290, Roman II. 37, 138, 139, 202, 203, 223, 228. Clayton Robert Bishop of Killala, afterwards of Clogher I-85, Roman II, 124, 163. Clayton Mrs. Robert I-25, 85, 93, 129, Roman II, 27, 163, 164. Clayton Sir William Roman II, 163. Clegg Jenny, I-139. Cleopatra Roman II, 238. Cleveland Mr. Roman II, 134. Clifton Sir Robert Roman II, 135. Cobham Viscount Roman II, 60. Cobham Sir Richard Temple, Baron I-102, 189. Cobham Lady Roman II, 1, 41, 71, 77, 86. Cock Sarah Mrs. John Rogers, I-111. Cocoa Tree Coffee House Roman II, 217. Coke Lady Mary Roman II, 38. Coke Lord Roman II, 38 on Littleton, Roman 2, 226. Cold loaf equals a picnic, Roman 2, 12. Colebrook Sir James, Roman 2, 202. Collett Sir James, I2. Collingwood Mrs. I48. Colman the elder, George the jealous wife, Roman 2, 226. Colman Mrs. George, née Gumley, Roman 2, 227. Consani Signor, Roman 2, 83. Coningsby, Earl of Roman 2, 115, 140, 141. Coningsby Lady, Roman 2, 247. Conway Lord, I 265. Conway Miss Jenny, I 265. Conway General Seymour Henry, Roman 2, 114, 120, 156, 158. Cook Lord, I 235. Cookham Roman 2, 41, 42. Coombank, I 267. Cope Sir John, Commander-in-Chief for Scotland, I 206, 210, 212. Cornbury Lord, I 101, 104. Cornwallis Colonel, Roman 2, 114. Coates Doctor, I 95, 158, 160, 162, Roman 2, 34. Coates Mrs. I 95, 98, 163, 166, 181, 224, 271. Coddington Mr. and Mrs. I 52. Catenian MSS, Roman 2, 243. Courier LLD. Peter Francis La, the Little Peer. I 124, 126, 201, 232, 241, 244, 247, 294, his letter to Mrs. Montagu, I 250. Courtenay Lady, Roman 2, 19. Courtenay Sir William, afterwards 1st Viscount, Roman 2, 19. Courtenay Mr., I 240. Coventry Countess of Maria Gunning, I 270, 287, 288, Roman 2, 172. Coventry Earl of I 270, Roman 2, 18. Cowley Abraham, Roman 2, 244. Cowper Henrietta Countess I 19, Roman 2, 158. Cowper William, 2nd Earl I 19. Cowper William, Poet, I 268. Craddock William, I 151. Cranwell Mrs., I 240. Cranworth 1st Baron, Roman 2, 98. Crayon Princesta, I 284. Crashaw Richard, Poet, I 283. Crawford John, 17th Earl of and 7th Earl of Lindsay, I 41. Krieg Mary, Mrs. D. Archdeacon, Roman 2, 129. Creed Mr. Roman 2, 50. Crew Lady Dorothy Forster, I 188. Crew of Steen Nathaniel Baron, I 188, 190, Roman 2, 155. Croker John Wilson, Boswell's Life of Johnson, Roman 2, 146, 147. Croker Mr. Mrs. Donnellan's 6th Clerk and Manager, Roman 2, 21. Cromarty Lord, I 232. Cromwell Oliver, I 270. Crosby Mrs. Montagu's housekeeper, Roman 2, 146, 147. Cruikshank Dr. Roman 2, 99. Cullum Court Berks, Roman 2, 105. Cullen John, Edward Montagu's gamekeeper, I 226. Cumberland, Duke of Axe's proxy at Princess Mary's wedding, I 53. Septimus Robinson, Governor to I 177. His tutor, Dr. Robert Smith, I 200, Edward Montagu's wish, I 208, and young Wortley Montagu, I 238, dangerously ill, Roman 2. 18, praises Admiral Boscawen, Roman 2. 74, and Emin, Roman 2. 101, 108, Battle of Hasenbeck, Roman 2. 108, 111, is gone to plant cabbages, Roman 2. 119, passes through the city, Roman 2. 120, the gout, Roman 2. 152, Will of George, Roman 2, Roman 2. 212, 214. Cumberland, Richard, dramatist, Roman 2, 2. Cunningham, Captain, Roman 2, 76. Cunningham, Mr. Roman 2, 134. Curlell Edmund, I 38. Cutler, Sir John, Roman 2, 202. 500. Dale Dorothy, afterwards Lady Forbes, I 179. D'Alembert Roman II, 159. Dalrymple Sir Hugh Roman II, 166. Danker the Marechal Roman II, 83. Darcy Sir Coniers, afterwards 6th Earl of Holderness, I 209, 293, Roman II. 6. Darlington Lady, Roman II, 233. Darlington Lord, Roman II, 202. Dartmouth William, 2nd Earl of I 231. Dashwood Miss, the Delia of the poet Hammond, I 25, 42, 46, 103, Roman II. 91. Her letter to Mrs. Montagu, I 116. Dashwood Sir Francis, afterwards Lord Le Despencer, leader of the Hell Fire Club, I 27, 218. D'Aubigny M. Deal, Madame de Maintenon, I 38. Davol Sir Thomas, I 273. Davis Governor Roman II, 101. Davis Sir Paul, I 194. Darrell Mr. and Mrs. of Lillingston Darrell Roman II, 57. Delaney Mrs., formerly Mrs. Pendarves, Memoirs I 56, 57, 153, 170, 173, 187, 235, 293, 294. Roman II. 2, 5, 6, 21, 45, 123. See also Pendarves Mrs. Delaney, Reverend Dr. Patrick, Dean of Down, Bishop of Clogher, I 153, 173, 187, 293, 294. Roman II. 6, 21, 85, 208, the protracted lawsuit Roman II. 123, 124. DeLaval, Anne afterwards Mrs. John Rogers, I 145. DeLaval Sir John Roman II, 129. Delaware Lord, I 248. Delves Lady I 17. Demover Abraham, The Doctrine of Chances, etc. Roman II, 67. Demosthenes Roman II, 41. Denton Hall near Newcastle on Tyne, I 289, Roman II. 137, 281, 282. Daring Sir Edward Roman II, 33, 252. Desbouveries Miss Roman II, 227. Deschamps Monsieur Roman II, 186. Detamere Mrs. Montagu's lady's maid, I 183, 258, 259, 272. Dettingen, Battle of I 154, 157. Devil's Drops, I 252. Devonshire, Duke of I 266, Roman II, 95. Devonshire Georgiana, Duchess of Roman II, 148. Dews John, I 47. Dews Mrs. John Nay Granville, Pip, I 47, 56, 57, 101, Roman II, 5. Dialogues of the Dead by Lord Lyttelton and Mrs. Montagu, Roman II. 181, 200, 204, 207, 238. Dickens, Sargent, I 82. Dictionary of National Biography, I 7, 97, Roman II. 15, 146, 189. Dido, Queen of Tyre, I 64. Dingley, Colonel Roman II, 100. Ditched Mrs. Roman II, 84. Doddington, Mr. Roman II, 84. Dodsley, Roman II, 174. Dona, Count Roman II, 142. Domville, Mr. Roman II, 189. Donnellan, Reverend Christopher, I 25, 41, Roman II, 2. Donnellan Nehemiah, Lord Chief Baron of the Exchequer, Ireland, I 41. Donnellan, Mrs. Nehemiah Martha Usher, I 41. Donnellan, Mrs. Anne, I 25, 40, 41, 43, 52, 84, 124, 146, 197, 232, 242, 244, 252. Roman II. 2, 5, 13, 21, 26, 51, 183. Her letters to Mrs. Montagu, I 44, 53, 58, 70, 80, 85, 92, 93, 99, 112, 128, 139, 161, 168, 169, 186, 187, 194, 253, 259, 293. Roman 2. 6, 21, 45, 80, 116, 120, 147 Mrs. Montagu's letters to I-56, 68, 72, 86, 91, 92, 96, 139, 159, 184, 248, 254, 256, 281. Donnington Castle, I-155, 198. Dorchester, Countess of Lady Caroline Sackville, I-53. Dorset, Duke of I-53, Roman 2, 2. Dorset, Duchess of Elizabeth Collier, I-53. Douglas, Colonel I-80. Doyley, Christopher, Roman 2, 186. Doyley, Mrs. Sarah Stanley, Roman 2, 186. Drake, Councillor Robert, of Cambridge, I-4. Drake, Elizabeth, Mrs. Matthew Robinson, I-4. Drake, Mrs. Robert Sarah Morris, afterwards Mrs. Kinnear's Middleton, I-4, 5, 119. Drakes of Ash, Devon, the I-4. Dufer, M. Deal, Mrs. Montagu's French maid, I-89, 91. Dummer, Mr. of Cranberry Park, I-247. Duncan, Dr. Roman 2, 77. Duncan, King of Scotland, I-1. Duplin, Viscount, afterwards 8th Earl of Kinnell, I-8, 9, 44, 46, Roman 2. 84, 85, 168, 179. Duncannon, Lord Roman 2, 95. Derham, Bishop of Roman 2, 202. A. Earl, Mr., I-93, 94. Earthquake in London, 1750, I-274. In Lisbon, 1755, Roman 2, 85. Eau de Luce, Mrs. Montagu's accident with Roman 2, 144. Edgecombe, Mr. Roman 2, 95. Edinburgh, taken by the rebels in 1745, I-205, 209. Edward Roman 4, I-151. Edwin, Mrs. Roman 2, 42, 45. Edgerton, Lady A. Sophia, Roman 2, 122. Edgerton, Bishop, I-180. Eglinton, 10th Earl of, I-269, 286. Egmont, 1st Earl, I-41, 186, Roman 2, 84. Egremont, Charles Wyndham, 2nd Earl of Roman 2, 217, 262, Secretary of State, Roman 2, 265. Elibank, Lord and Lady, I-269. Elixir of vitriol, a remedy for asthma, I-235. Eliot, Mr. Roman 2, 95. Eliot, Mrs., I-164. Ellis, Lady, afterwards Lady Dashwood, I-218. Ellis, Mrs. W. Nay Stanley, Roman 2, 186. Ellis, Welbore, afterwards Lord Mendip, Roman 2, 186. Elstob, Mrs., I-133. Emerson, William, Doctrine of Fluxions, etc., I-111, 234. Emin or Amin, Joseph, an Armenian, Roman 2. 99, 115, 122, 165, 214, his flight to England, Roman 2. 100, Duke of Northumberland's kindness to Roman 2. 101, 102, his patron Burke, Roman 2. 101, 108, 144, 156, 171. His letter from Limburg to all his ladies and patronesses, Roman 2. 108, 110, Mrs. Montagu's description of and tribute to Roman 2. 114, 117, 154, his application to Pitt, Roman 2. 125, 126, joins Frederick the Great's army, Roman 2. 127, 132, 141, his description of Frederick the Great, Roman 2. 143, 154. His letters to Mrs. Montagu, my Queen of Sheba, Roman 2. 102, 114, to the most learned and most magnanimous Mrs. Montagu, Roman 2. 162, to the Montagu the Great, Roman 2. 168, to the Wisdom of Europe, Roman 2. 241. England v. France in Canada, the Mordaunt Expedition, Roman 2. 116-122, the attempted invasion at St. Malo, Roman 2. 126, 127. Arringtons, the I-144. Essex Lady née Williams, Roman II, 162. Euston George, Earl of I-17. Eve, Roman II, 245. Evelyn Mrs. Anne, Roman II, 75. Evelyn, Sir John, Silva or Discourse on Forest Trees, etc. Roman II, 75. F. Falconer, R.N., Lieutenant, I-287. Falmouth, 1st Viscount, I-277. Fane, Charles, 1st Viscount, I-87, 245. Fane, Miss Charlotte, Roman II, 11, 102. Fane, Miss Dorothy, afterwards Lady Sandwich, QV. Fane, Mary Stanhope, Viscountess, once maid of honor to Queen Anne her grottos, I-245. Farinelli, Carlo Brock, I-16. Fauconberg, Viscount, I-209. Fawson, M. and M. Deal, I-48. Fawcett, Mr., I-140. Feather Screen, Mrs. Montagu's, I-268. Fenelon, I-296. Fenton, Lavinia, alias Polly Peacham, Duchess of Bolton, Roman II, 37. Ferdinand of Brunswick, Prince, Roman II, 165, 178. Ferdinand, Roman VII, of Spain, Roman II, 158. Ferguson's Lectures on Philosophy, Roman II, 191. Fermor, Lady Sophie, afterwards Lady Carteret, I-179. Ferrers, Robert, 1st Earl, I-39. Ferrers, Lawrence, 2nd Earl, executed at Tyburn, Roman II, 183. Feversham, Lord and Lady, Roman II, 187. Fielding, Captain and Mrs., I-21. Fielding, Lady Betty, I-21. Fielding, Henry, Novelist, I-21, 164. Finch, Lady Anne, I-39. Finch, Lady Charlotte, I-21. Fisher, Kitty, Roman II, 160. Fitzadam, Adam, Roman II, 25. Fitzgilbert, Richard, I-204. Fitzroy, Lord Augustus, I-17. Fitzwalter, Lord and Lady, I-269. Fitzwilliam, 1st Earl, I-209, 294. Fitzwilliam, Lady, I-294, Roman II, 185. Foley Thomas, 1st Baron, I-83. Foley Thomas, 2nd Baron, I-46. Fontenoy, Battle of, I-237. Foote the Actor, Roman II, 19. Forbes, Lady Dorothy Dale, I-179, Roman II, 226. Forbes, William, 13th Baron, I-179, Roman II, 266. Forster, Sir James William, I-188. Forster, Dr. Roman II, 99. Forster, Elizabeth, Mrs. Charles Montagu, I-111, 188. Fortescue, Chichester, Roman II, 80. Fortescue, Mrs. C. née Wesley, Roman II, 80, 255. Fortescue, Hugh, of Philly, Devon, I-110. Fountaine, Dr., Dean of York, Roman II, 174. Fox, MP for York City, I-209. Fox, Captain, Ship Walpole, Roman II, 100. Fox, Lady Caroline, Roman II, 97. Fox, Henry, 1st Lord Holland, Roman II, 81, 84, 94, 103, 104. Fox, Stephen, I-105. France v. England, in Canada the Mordaunt Expedition, Roman II, 116-122, the attempted invasion at St. Malo, Roman II, 126, 127. Franking letters, use and abuse of I-12. Frederick Mrs. Roman II, 230. Frederick the Great, Roman II, 120, 123, 124, 132, 154, 178, 225, 241, his defeat at Kolin, Bohemia, Roman II, 114, Battle of Rossbach, Roman II, 122, Zorndorf, Roman II, 141, 142, Emmons' description of Roman II, 143. Frederick William of Prussia, I-206. Frederick V., King of Denmark, Roman II, 111. Frained Reverend Dr. Robert, Headmaster of Westminster School, I-30, 52. Frained Mrs. Robert Jane de Ellengle, I-52. Frained Reverend William, Dean of Canterbury, I-30, 52, 57, 114, 122, 174, 180, 189, 233, 235. Roman 2. 45. His letters to Mrs. Montagu, I-66, 79, 191, 192. Mrs. Montagu's letters to I-49, 52, 58, 63, 75, 78, 81, 106, 109, 177, 179, 190, 219, 225, 248, 269. Framed Mrs. William Grace Robinson, I-30, 40, 66, 143, 148, 174, 189, 191, 233. Mrs. Montagu's letters to I-49, 122, 227. French invasion, fears of I-174, 177, 219, 226. Roman 2. 82, 114. Freydag Major Roman 2, 109. Froissart Chronicles Roman 2, 257, 260. Fromental Mr. I-145. Fernese Lady Anne, I-39. J. Gage Miss I-39. Galicianiere Admiral Roman 2, 90. Garrick David I-92, 131, 284, Roman 2. 11, 16, 19, 83, 129, 130, 145 as Richard Roman 3. I-107, King Lear, I-177, 253, Hotspur, I-237, Romeo, I-279, Antony, Roman 2. 158. His marriage, Roman 2. 146. Garrick Mrs. Eva Marie Veilchen, La Violette, Roman 2. 129, 130, 145. Gascoigne Sir Crisp, Lord Mayor of London, Roman 2. 53. Gadacre Dr. Roman 2. 235. Gay John, Poet, Court of Death, I-39, 249. Gazette Roman 2. 122. G. Mr. I-261. George Prince Roman 2. 20. George I-206. George Roman 2. I-53, 94, 236, 256, Roman 2. 83, 87. His offer to Prince of Wales, I-99, creates Walpole Earl of Oxford, I-100. The Hanoverian troops, I-135, pardons Lord Cromarty, I-232. Makes Lyttelton appear, Roman 2. 96. A fainting fit, Roman 2. 116. His reception of Mordaunt and Hawke, Roman 2. 120. Frederick the Great's report of Zorndorf victory, Roman 2. 142, his illness, Roman 2. 152, and Pitt, Roman 2. 153, death, Roman 2. 208, 215. George Roman 3, I-177, 280, Roman 2. 160, 209, 215, and G. L. Scott, Roman 2. 44, 97, Lady Yarmouth, Roman 2. 126, his first speech as king, Roman 2. 217, Bishop Sherlock's letter to Roman 2. 221, Lord Chesterfield's bon mot, Roman 2. 223, his engagement and marriage, Roman 2. 249, 251, 252, coronation, Roman 2. 259. German Lady Betty, I-269. Germain Lord George, Roman 2. 165. Gerensdera Waters, the I-53. Gessner S. Lamort Dable, Roman 2. 245, 248. Gilbert Doctor, Archbishop of York, Roman 2. 73, 190, 270. Giles, I-193. Glamis Castle, Roman 2. 168. Glanville William Evelyn, Roman 2. 118. Gloucester, Duke of, I-177. Gloucester Richard de Clare, Earl of I-204. Gloucester Duchess of Roman 2, 160. Goddard Harry, I-73, 74. Godolphin 1st Earl of I-285, Roman 2. 98, 102, 132, 142, 147. Godolphin Lady Harriet, afterwards Duchess of Leeds, I-51. Godolphin Lady Mary, I-51. Godolphin Mr. Roman 2, 209. Godshall Miss, I 265. Golden Ball, the I 1516. Goodwin John, I 216. Goring Viscount, I 286. Grafton, 2nd Duke of I 17. Graham Sir R, I 209. Graham J, of Levens Westmoreland, I 39. Gramont, Memoirs of the Count de Roman II, 172. Granby, Marchioness of, I 269. Granby, Lord, I 269. Grantham, Lord, Short Sir Thomas Robinson, I 259, 260, 277, 288, Roman II, 259. Granville, Anne Mrs. Pendarv's sister, afterwards Mrs. Dew's I, 47, 56, 57. Granville, Anne Mrs. Pendarv's aunt, afterwards Lady Stanley I, 46. Granville, Countess, I 195. Granville, Grace, Viscountess Carteret and Countess, I 153. Granville, Mr. Brother of Mrs. Pendarv's, I 46, 236. Granville, Mrs., I 254. Granville, Miss, I 196. Granville, John, I 18. Granville, John, Earl, I 102, 104. Granville, the Mrs. Lord Lansdowne's daughters, I 50. Gray, Thomas, the poet, I 119, 253, 285, Roman II, 23, 24, 87, 183. Green, Doctor Musician, I 60. Green, Dr. John, Bishop of Lincoln, I 249, 275. Greenland, Augustine of Bellevue, Kent, Roman II, 92. Greenland, John of Lovelace, Kent, Roman II, 92. Greenwich, Caroline, Baroness, I 117. Gregory, James, inventor of the Gregorian telescope, I 179. Gregory, Dr. James, I 179. Gregory, Dr. John, professor of philosophy at Edinburgh, I 179, Roman II. 73, 76, 204, 211, 226, 266. Gregory, Mrs. John, Elizabeth Forbes, I 179, Roman II, 226. Gregory, Lady Mary, Roman II, 155. Grenville, Mr., I 54. Grenville, George, Roman II, 90, 95, 266. Grenville, James, Roman II, 95, 262. Grenville, Jenny, Roman II, 90. Grenville, Richard, Roman II, 60, 83, 84. Greville, Mr., I 167. Greville, Mrs., I 39. Gray, Mr., I 147. Gray, Reverend Dr. Zachary, I 62. Griffith, Edward Montagu's valet, I 136, 140, 143. Grinfield, Miss, dresser to George Roman III S. daughters, I 256, Roman II, 84. Grosmith, Reverend, I 85. Grosvenor, Mrs., I 255. Grosvenor, Sir Richard, 1st Earl, Roman II, 156, 217. Grounan, Mr., I 261. Garin, Mr., I 183. Guilford, Earl of I 63. Gunning, John of Castlecote, Roscommon, I 270. Gunning, Elizabeth, 1 Duchess of Hamilton, 2 Duchess of Argyll I, 270, 287, 288, Roman II, 252. Gunning, Kitty, Mrs. Robert Travers, I 270. Gunning, Maria, Countess of Coventry, I 270, Roman II, 18. A. Habeas Corpus Bill, Roman II, 127. Hagley House, Littleton's Place, Roman II, 192. Halifax Anne Lady Nay Dunk, I 201. Halifax William, 2nd Marquis of I 18, Roman II, 145. Halifax, 2nd Earl of I 256. Halifax George, 5th Earl of I 104, 201, Roman II, 243. Hallows Mrs., Dr. Young's Lady Housekeeper, Roman II, 248. Hamilton, Mr. of Paintshill, Roman II, 75. Hamilton, Duke of I 167, 270. Hamilton, Duchess of Elizabeth Gunning, I 270, 287, 288, Roman 2, 252. Hamilton, Lord William, Roman 2, 2. Hammond the poet, I-25. Hampton the Temple at, Roman 2, 130. Hampton Court, Herefordshire, Roman 2, 140, 141. Hancock Mrs. Roman 2, 192. Hancock William, I-267. Handel George Frederick, I-27, 44, 70, 92, 131, 274. Hanmer Lady Catherine, I-162. Hanoverian troops, employed by England, I-130, 134, 135, 137, 173. Hardwicke Philip York, 1st Earl of I-7, Roman 2. 127, 192, 212, 262. Hardwicke 2nd Earl of Roman 2. 127, 217. Hare Dr. Francis, Bishop of St. Asaph and Chichester, I-50. Hare Mrs. I-50. Harleian MSS. In British Museum, I-883, Roman 2, 243. Harley Lady Margaret Cavendish, C. Portland, Duchess of. Harley Mr. I-104. Harrington William Stanhope, 1st Earl of I-48, President of the Council, I-102, Viceroy of Ireland, I-260. Harris History of Kent, I-7, Roman 2, 14. Hart Governor, Roman 2, 106. Hartley Dr. David, I-254. Hasenbeck Battle of Roman 2, 56-58. Hawke Sir Edward Lord, Roman 2. 89, 116, 118, 120, 121. Hawkesworth, LLD, John, Oriental Tales, Roman 2, 247. Hawkins, Mr., Surgeon, I-158, 161, 163. Hay Lord Charles, Roman 2, 116. Hay Reverend Robert, Archbishop of York, I-47. Hay Hun, John, I-51, 61. Hay Dr. Roman 2, 95. Hayton Farm, I-66. Hearn Thomas Diary, I-12, Roman 2, 62. Heberden Dr. William, I-276. Hellfire Club, I-218. Helvetius Claude Adrien de l'Esprit, Roman 2, 157. Henrietta Maria, Queen, I-264. Henry Roman 2, I-150. Henry Roman 4, of France, Roman 2, 18. Henry Roman 8, I-151. Heraclius Roman 2, King of Georgia and Armenia, Roman 2, 101. Heraclius Prince, Roman 2, 162. Herbert Mr. of Hickler Castle, Hants, I-253, Roman 2, 38, 39, 103. Hereford 6th Viscount, I-39. Hereford Lady, I-39. Herring Thomas, Archbishop of York, I-209, Roman 2, 53, 54, 61, 63, 71. Herring Mrs. Roman 2, 54, 65. Herring Dr., Chancellor of York, Roman 2, 175. Hertford Lord, I-249. Hervey John, Lord Pope Sporus, Roman 2, 192. Hervey Reverend James, The Complaint or Thoughts on Time, Death and Friendship, I-136, 138. Hervey George William, Baron, 2nd Earl of Bristol, I-234. Hervey Lady Mary Lepel, Roman 2, 178, 192, 201, 207. Hesse Castle, Frederick, Landgrave of I-53. Hessians the I-221. Hickman Doctor, I-149. Hyde Park, I-178, 179. Hillsborough Lady, Roman 2, 123. Hillsborough Lord, Roman 2, 96. Hinchinbroke Lady Elizabeth Popham, Roman 2, 113. Hinchinbroke Lord, afterwards 5th Earl of Sandwich, I-138, 271, Roman 2, 113, 232. Hinchinbroke House, Huntingdon, I-269. Hinksam John, Bookseller, Roman 2, 174. Hoadley Dr. Benjamin, The Suspicious Husband, I-236. Hoare Mr. of Storehead the Banker, Roman 2, 206. Hoare artist, his portrait of Mrs. Montagu, I 265, 272. Hoare Mrs. I 58. Hogg Mrs., French maid to the Duchess of Portland's children, I 89. Holborn Admiral Roman II, 74. Holderness Sir Kinnears Darcy, 6th Earl of I 209, 293, Roman II, 6. Holland Henry Fox 1st Baron I 105, Roman II, 94, 95. Holler's Prince I 103. Holland's Doctor I 162. Honeywood General I 161. Hood Admiral 1st Viscount Bridport Roman II, 135. Hook Nathaniel Duchess of Marlborough's Memoirs I 103, 296. History of Rome I 296, Roman II, 12, 18, 19, 41, 45, 46, 70, 90. His letter to Mrs. Montagu Roman II, 65. Hopetown Lord Roman II, 168. Hawkwart Admiral Roman II, 74. Horace I 71, 72. Hounslow Heath I 164. Howard Brigadier General I 39. Howard Thomas, 6th Earl of Berkshire and 14th Earl of Suffolk, I 39. Howard Lord I 46. Howe Captain Roman II, 126. Hoyle on Chess I 252. Hume David History of James I and Charles I 263, Roman II, 68, 195, 211. Hume Mrs. David Roman II, 91. Hunter Mr. Roman II, 95. Huntingdon Francis 10th Earl of Roman II, 214. Huntingdon Lady, the patroness of the Huntingdon Connection, branch of the Methodists, Roman II, 214. Huntingdon Ball I 270. Hurst Castle I 248. Hussey Edward, Earl of Beaulieu I 201, 267. Hutchinson Reverend John Mosi's Principia Roman II, 87. 1. Inoculation for smallpox I 149, 158. Inquisition Court of Roman II, 15. Inverary Castle Roman II, 165. Ironmonger Mrs. of Wurwell Hants Roman II, 23. Irvine Henry Viscount I 95. Irwin Lord I 164. Isaacson Anthony Roman II, 129, 151. Isaacson Mrs. Anthony Mary Krieg Roman II, 129, 151. Isaacson Montagu Roman II, 151, 156. Isted Mrs. Montagu's housekeeper I 292, Roman II, 8, 12, 19, 20. Ives Mrs. Roman II, 57. J. James Roman II, I 156. Jarrett a jobmaster Roman II, 188. Jeffreys Judge I 49. Jeffreys an ostler at the Pelican Inn Newbury Roman II, 23. Jeffreys Baron of Wem Roman II, 257. Jenny Sarah Robinson's maid I 164. Jersey Earl of I 50. Jubil Roman II, 33. Johnson B. Volpone Roman II, 24. Johnson Dr. Samuel Roman II, 54, 105, 162. Lives of the Poets I 283. On R. Berenger I 284. Rasselas Roman II, 161. His Letters to Mrs. Montagu Roman II, 161, 173. Jones a Merchant of Huntingdon Roman II, 39. Jones Inigo I 242, Roman II, 35. Jourdain Monsieur Roman II, 37, 267. Joseph I of Portugal Roman II, 158. Attempted assassination of Roman II, 180. Jumps, a kind of stays, I 259. Jurin, Dr. James, I 268. K. Keith's Field Marshal, I 95. Kennett, Mrs. Wet Nurse, I 148, 183. Kent, Duchess of Sophia Bentinck, I 60, 61. Kent Henry Grey, 1st Duke of I 60. Kilmarnock, Earl of I 231. King's Lectures Roman II, 3840. Kingston, Duchess of Chudley, I 265. Kingston, Evelyn, Duke of I-50, 237. Kingston, 2nd Duke of I-149, 190, 286. Kinnall, 7th Earl of I-47, 61. Kinnall, 8th Earl of I-8, 9, 44, 46, 54. Roman 2. 84, 85, 168, 179. Kirk Gilbert, I-55. Kirk Thomas, I-55. Closter 7, Convention of Roman 2, 111. Knatchbull Sir Wyndham, 5th Baronet, I-20, 32, 36. Knatchbull Lady, I-21. Knatchbull Miss, I-21. Knight Mrs. Nay Robinson, I-179, 256. Knowles Lady Catherine, afterwards Law, I-22, 33. Colin Bohemia, Frederick the Great defeated at the Battle of Roman 2, 114. Cooley Khan Roman 2, 99. 50. Lambard Mr. Roman 2, 188. Lambarts the Roman 2, 253. Lane Mrs. of Bramham Park, Yorkshire Roman 2, 37. Langham Lady Roman 2, 43, 55, 57, 87. Langham Lord John, I-278. Ellangle Reverend Samuel de Prebendary of Westminster, I-52. Lansdowne Lady Mary Villiers, I-50. Lansdowne George Granville Lord, I-50. La Perche Count Thomas de I-151. La Perche Geoffrey 4th Earl de I-150. Laud Archbishop, I-75. Law John the Financier, I-22, 23. Law Lady Catherine Nay Knowles, I-22, 23. Leighton Francis of Rawdon, I-55. Leighton Lucy, afterwards Mrs. Leonard Robinson, I-2, 4. Le Dispenser, Sir Francis Dashwood Lord, I-218. Lee Colonel, I-60. Lee Doctor, I-93, 94. Lee Lady Betty, afterwards Young, I-59, 60. Leeds Duchess of Lady Harriet Godolphin, I-51. Leeds Thomas 4th Duke of I-51, Roman 2, 209. Leg Hun, Harry, Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, I-231, Roman 2, 49, 83, 84, 95, 153. Leicester Lord Roman 2, 165. Lee Place Sir John Evelyn's Roman 2, 75. Leland Doctor, Observations of Lord Bolingbroke's Letter Roman 2, 25. Life of Philip of Macedon Roman 2, 159. Lely Sir Peter, his portrait of 1st Earl of Sandwich Roman 2, 249. L. Enclose Ninon de Roman 2, 113. Leslie Mr. I-293, 294. Lestock, I-177. Levens Hall, Westmoreland, Lord Berkshire's seat, I-224. Lichfield, Earl of I-60. Lichfield, Marquis of I-93. Liddell, Mr. of Newton, Roman 2, 224. Light Anthony, I-255. Light Mrs. Elizabeth Nay Clark, afterwards Mrs. Thomas Robinson, I-2. Light Lydia, afterwards Mrs. Thomas Kirk, then Mrs. Robert Lumley, I-55. Ligonier, Field Marshal John, Earl of I-216, 218. Lincoln, Lady Catherine Pelham, Roman 2, 187. Lindsay, John, 7th Earl of and 17th Earl of Crawford, I-41. Linnell, Mr. I-294, Roman 2, 17. Lisbon Earthquake at Roman 2, 85. Lisle Miss, I-245. Loch Roman 2, 61, 62. Lodge Peerage of Irish Peers, I-191. Lodomy Dentist Roman 2, 209. Lom John, Inventor of Silk-Weaving Engine, I-201. Lonsdale 3rd Viscount, I-209. Loudon Earl of I-206, Commander-in-Chief of English in America Roman 2, 115. Louis Roman 14, I-291, 295, Roman 2, 18. Louis Roman 15, I-175. Louis Berg Roman 2, 76, 116, 134, taken Roman 2, 140, 154. Lovett Lord beheaded, I-235, 253. Lothair Mrs. Roman II, 149. Lucian Triumph of the Gout I 283, Roman II, 47. Lumley Elizabeth Mrs. Lawrence Stern, I 355 7375 84 230. Lumley Reverend Robert, I 55 230. Lumley Castle Roman II, 139. Lister Mrs. Roman II, 167. Littleton Reverend Charles Dean of Exeter, afterwards Bishop of Carlisle, I 201 284. Roman II. 96 115 136 149 208 209 262. Littleton Sir George First Lord I 64 278. Roman II. 8 11 22 25 30 35 60 93 168 245 250 252 255 260 267. Observations on Cicero I 82 misses. Montagu on his verses I 90, his first marriage I 110. Monody I 253 254 dissertation on St. Paul I 283, his second marriage Roman II. 11 his friend Bishop Berkeley Roman II. 15 calls Mrs. Montagu Madonna Roman II. 16 50 72 Hagley Roman II. 41 192 Cofferer Roman II. 49 Bowers Fervid Italian Roman II. 50 his tour in North Wales Roman II. 72. Chancellor of the Exchequer Roman II. 84 Gilbert West's reinstatement at Chelsea Roman II. 85 A. Pierre Roman II. 96 History of Henry Roman II Roman II. 96 148 159 192 256 Is got Purewell Roman II. 115 Reproves Lord Temple in the House of Lords Roman II. 127. His amusing letter to Dr. Monsey Roman II. 132 Mrs. Montagu's Eau de Luce accident Roman II. 145 Dr. Monsey's doggerel verses on Roman II. 154 Dialogues of the Dead Roman II. 181, 182, 200, 204, 207 At the Coronation Roman II. 259. His letters to Mrs. Montagu Roman II. 81, 90, 94, 135, 140, 148, 150, 172, 178, 179, 186, 192, 201, 203, 205, 209, 212, 213, 261. Mrs. Montagu's letters to Roman II. 89, 96, 134, 164, 167, 172, 185, 191, 205, 210, 215. Littleton, Lucy, Lady née Fortescue, first wife I 110, 253. Littleton, Lady née Rich, second wife Roman II. 11, 72, 115. Littleton, Miss Roman II, 255. Littleton Sir Richard Roman II, 95 191. Littleton Thomas, 2nd Lord, I 253, Roman II. 50 86 89 140 150 165 168 261 His letters to Mrs. Montagu Roman II. 141 166 168 179 Mrs. Montagu's letters to Roman II. 139 193 253. Littleton Sir Thomas Roman II, 182. Littleton William Henry, created Baron Westcote of Ballimore, I 284 Roman II. 32 Governor of South Carolina Roman II. 68 78 Governor of Jamaica Roman II. 182.